在这里，每一次登场都很重要。
每一个操作都很重要，
还有信念和激情。
这些东西都准备好了吗？
每一次蜕变也很重要。
要敢抓住每一个机会，
敢接每一波，
敢接每一波才战，我们敢接每一波才战，
敢孤注一掷。
没错，就在今天。
我希望是今后的每一天。
这是一个永远不缺奇迹的地方。
第6赢第7不是应该的吗？
是吗？是吗？
8年了，还能见证新王朝的诞生吗？
拿出你们的本事，阻止他们。
应该比题目 is best。
年轻奏效狂。
成功未定，一切皆有可能。
我不言弃，我们在等一场金色的雨。
新的10年，看我们的！来吧！
想成为这场比赛的主角吗？
来打败我们吧！我们的时代才刚刚开始。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Munchables, and I'm joined by the Corbinator himself, Lyric. How you doing, buddy? Last time we cast together, you were right here.
Give me a reason to stay here to watch
the
with you.
sloth you got me still sitting right behind you, which I
Thanks to
absolutely love. Yeah, you know, we made the deal that next time we saw each other, you'd give it back, but if you don't, it is pretty adorable, so I get it.
I mean, I bought it.
Who wins today? Honestly, first game I'm not so sure, and then second game I think LNG will win.
Opposed to the other way around. Enough about sloths, though. Enough about cuddly toys. Let's talk about the LPL. Yesterday, we had some pretty interesting matches. IG coming the woodwork to start us off, crying, I think, especially. Looking really good in his new home. And then EDG, I mean, EDG looked like EDG. EDG looked like the team that everyone believed was going to go to MSI.
I feel like EDG do this every split as well, where it might not be like the flashiest, crazy, most like mojo-inducing whenever, but it's reliable, it's dominant, and it's, I don't know, just a reliable style. It's going to keep them consistently at the top of the table. Of course, we're just starting. We still have a lot of split to go. And yeah, it is kind of weird seeing Ultra Prime this high. I guess it has only been one series, but I don't know. I can't let the demons of spring get me.
How depressing is it that Ultra Prime are...
Right. An update on the 2023 LCS summer season. There's been a lot of discussion over the past few days about North American Challenger League. This is not the right music for this. Alright. I know many of you have questions about where Riot stands, so I'd like to share some thoughts as well as scheduling decision we made with the goal of getting to a positive outcome. First and foremost, we support players, we also support teams, and believe more than ever in the LCS. The LCS has always been a flagship league for a lot of esports, and we care deeply about it. We know that everyone in the ecosystem, from the players to the teams to Riot, to everyone behind the scenes making each week possible and so many others, all share the same goals for the LCS. We need an LCS that is thrilling to watch and showcase the highest levels of League of Legends play. We need a league that represents the pinnacle of North American competition, one that serves as an aspirational goal for competitive players who want to build a career playing League of Legends with a clear path to the LCS. We need an esports league that will one day bring the Summoners Cup home to North America, and we need a sustainable, economically viable, predictable league that supports a thriving ecosystem around it for the players, teams, analysts, coaches, support staff, casters, broadcast crews, and more. There's been a lot of talk about the current state of esports, including esports' long-term future. Over the last few months, we've been more focused than ever on meeting the team's needs for economic sustainability. But we also know that sustainability can come at the expense of having a robust, thriving development pipeline to bring fresh, homegrown new blood into the league. We're excited about what we see in the amateur and collegiate scenes, and we know we need to do more to nurture those communities and bridge the gap between them and professional scene. We also believe in the Tier 2 development system. We also know that our past efforts with LCS Academy haven't produced consistent results in terms of promotion to LCS. We believe that Tier 2 can be a viable, exciting league in its own right, and that's the next great world-class players will start their journey here. Riot has successfully architected a Tier 2 ecosystem in the major regions, Europe, China and Korea, and we want to do the same for North America. It will take some shifts and trade-offs to get there. So to help the North America scene through this transition, we've decided to give our NACL partner Rally Cry an additional $300,000 in order to jumpstart the 2023 NACL season next week. What is this? What is? All right. Alright, so it's just a company that runs tournaments. Alright. Good morning, bom dia. Dzień dobry, koledzy. Czekamy na gra. We're waiting for the game. We are currently just reading this. This funding is in addition to the revenue shared to the NACL teams we announced last week. Well, $300,000 is like nothing. Transitioning from the ineffective academy system to the new NACL model will be helped by this funding. We'll also be working with LCS and NACL teams along with the LCSPA to increase upper mobility opportunities for players to the LCS, which is the ultimate goal of Tier 2 Developmental League. To make sure we live up to the quality we promised to fans, we're delaying the LCS season for 2 weeks. All that said, a top priority for us is always the fans. While last week we immediately put in place contingency plans to begin the LCS season on Thursday, we ultimately decided we would not hold true to our values that Riot's eSport offers our players and fans a showcase for the best competitive League of Legends. Nothing but putting the best players in North America on the stage of Riot Games Arena is acceptable, so we informed the LCSPA leadership today that we'll delay the LCS season for the next 2 weeks. So they were just full of shit. Like, we would like to admit now that we were just full of shit, and that's it. We were trying to aim this fake gun at the strikers, and it turns out it's bullet-free. No, I'm streaming in English for the core streams. I'll occasionally stream in Polish to maintain the novelty of it, but majority of the streams will be English. Hopefully this 2-week window will give us time for productive dialogue between the LCSPA teams and the league and then resume LCS competitions this summer. The LCS will not be penalizing teams for not fielding the rosters during this 2-week period to allow everyone space to focus on constructive dialogue. We're doing our best to ensure LCS employees, contractors and others supporting the LCS are not negatively impacted by the delay. Delaying beyond the 2-week window would make it nearly impossible to run a legitimate competition, and in that case we will be prepared to cancel the entire LCS summer season. Carrying this forward, if the LCS summer season is cancelled, this will also eliminate LCS teams qualifying for 2023 Worlds. I want to be clear. That is not an outcome we'd want, but it's unfortunately the reality of ensuring we run a fair, competitive global system. I also want to address the 5 demands from the LCSPA with the responses that we also provided the LCSPA today. Institute Valorant-style promotion relegation between LCS and NACL. Expanding the league in order to implement a Valorant-style visitor slot system would run counter to our existing partnership model with the 10 LCS teams who paid $10 million per slot to compete in the league. It would dilute LCS teams' equity and put considerable downward pressure on the amount of revenue, our league revenue pool that we share with the teams. More teams in the pool would dilute the revenues that we share 50% with our teams under the partnership model, Given the challenging macroeconomic climate, expanding the league is not a good idea at this time. Whoop-de-woo, surprise. Riot guarantees LCS minimum contracts for the following year for 5 players who win NACL Summer Finals. I like that they took these in the order, the easiest, beating them down. Guaranteed LCS contracts for winners are a necessary component of a healthy developmental league. LCS teams are in the best position to decide who should get a shot. We'll continue to discuss initiatives to connect LCS to NACL players like we have in place with scouting grounds. Players should rise to the LCS based on merit, potential and team fit rather than an artificially forced mechanism, and our focus will be on finding ways to increase the flexibility and mobility of that movement rather than forcing it. Institute a 3.5 continuity rule to provide players on released NACL rosters first priority in maintaining their slots in the upcoming NACL season if a majority continue to compete together. Teams provide greater continuity and structure, and therefore will continue with our policy of slot ownership residing with organizations rather than players. Riot commit to a revenue pool for player salaries of $300,000 per NACL team per year. This ask is for multiple millions in subsidies for the NACL. That simply isn't sustainable. And to be brutally honest, it shouldn't be necessary. We have other tier 2 leagues around the world which thrive on their own, and we believe the NACL can get to that place too. What we will do is help the North American scene through this transition. So as I mentioned above, we will be investing in a bridge period by providing a special one-time payment of $300,000 to the NACL's tournament operator Rally Cry to support the NACL teams during the transition to the new structure. Allow LCS orgs to partner with affiliates for cost sharing. This is an interesting one. We've seen examples of partnerships between pro teams and tier 2 teams across the globe result in greater upper mobility of pros and more sustainable tier 2 ecosystems. That is why we already will continue to allow affiliate relationships too. That is why we already... Wait, they already do this? They already do this? So what the fuck? It's kind of embarrassing. It's kind of embarrassing then for the LCSPA. That is insanely embarrassing, by the way. That is insanely embarrassing. The like, whoever's running the LCSPA, like, this is... You just made a fool of yourself. I made the assumption in my video that I posted that, these homies were talking the truth. Because I was like when I was talking in my video, right? I released this video yesterday. When I was talking, I was like, wow, I'm so surprised this isn't the case. That is why we already and will continue to allow affiliate relationships to exist between teams in the LCS and NACL. For example, Golden Guardians and Area of Effect. I need to look this up. Like, I'm so damn curious. What's this? Adam, that's too funny. Moving forward together, we remain hopeful that the time window now ahead of us will allow us to put in place a condensed yet competitive LCS summer season with the league's best players and teams. Thanks for taking the time to read this, and look for more information from me and or other Riot leaders in days and weeks ahead. I don't know. This is pretty fucking embarrassing. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this is so damn embarrassing. This is insanely embarrassing. I don't know. It is insanely embarrassing, I'm not gonna lie. That is too funny, dude.
Kasante and Milio being banned away.
Milio blue side ban, interesting.
Lucian taken off the board by RA, and Lulu as well.
I'm just happy that we see, you know, teams after the, like, I think it was the first game of the split, now gonna ban out Milio every game because he's a champion who I think is just too ridiculous in what he's able to offer. Now still having things.
You saw Dom getting roasted on Reddit? Yeah, I saw that, but people misrepresent what he said so fucking hard. So, who fucking gives a shit about Reddit, man? It's like, he made the point that the guy who's running the LCSPA seems very disingenuous. And honestly, reading this statement, the fact that, you know, like, if this is true, right, that this is already a thing and he didn't know that, that is extremely embarrassing for the head of LCSPA. Extremely embarrassing if it's already in place and you're allowed to do this. So, I think Dom has a point.
Which is really a staple for him historically, as well as being a great meta pick.
Yeah, now for RA, I mean, we still have things like the Aphelios Open. Aphelios has been by far the most picked AD carry in the LPL so far, but it's actually only gone in 1 win and 8 losses. Has not been having...
Ooh, Maokai Chase.
As of late, especially when things like the Jinx are still open. But
Jinx Aphelios, guys. Jinx Aphelios. Ari, Jinx, Aphelios on 3. Bruv. Why are we here, man? Just to suffer. Oh, they took Jinx. They took Jinx. They didn't want to give the enemy chance a Jinx angle. They're not playing Vi, no, because Wukong got first pick for some reason. Oh, they went Annie over Ari. I love the variety, guys. Didn't predict that one. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
We've got somewhat matching picks, assuming that Jace does go to the mid lane for Mole as opposed to going top, but we definitely could see Shadow.
This is 13-10.
So now the bans have to come on through. And you could think towards supports, right? With an Aphelios there. Rakan taking off.
Wait, Luma was gaming. Hey, Luma was gaming. I don't know. Is this RNG roster supposed to be good or bad? Honestly, I'm not sure. Breathe is fucking good. Wei is good. Lumao, he had a fall from grace. He used to be really good.
Typically, when you do have the Aphelios, it is either the Lulu. Milio's kind of been something that we've been seeing in solo queue, can really be played with almost anything.
Thank you, Gabriel.
I think for RNG,
Shema.
Lumao not going to have too many options with what he can go for, and I like this by RNG. Focus spanning out top. You know, Xiaoshu was someone who had a pretty solid season last time around. You know they're going to want an AD fighter champion, so going for something like the Jax really being the only, I'd say, aggressive thing left open, unless you wanted to maybe go a bit deeper down into the likes of...
What are we doing, Thresh?
Because if not, right, we're probably going to get more of a standard...
Thresh invite Blitzcrank?
Like a Scion.
Ooh, Scion.
Come out too. Or if they wanted to try to dip into more AP.
This is dangerous. Locking a tank top laner when you're against Breathe. Fiora is open on the table. You don't want to play Scion here.
Why is the Aphelios pick consistently in pro play ever since he came out? He just scales well, strong, lane. Can combo with any support. And it's not always. There's been years where Aphelios doesn't get picked. Outside of maybe like Thresh, Aphelios.
Again, there just really aren't too many heavy damage.
Okay, they picked 2 champions on 4-5 that have mustaches. That's dangerous.
All about protecting LP in RNG's first game of the split.
Yeah, it is every egg in the LP basket. Whether or not LP can step up and be that carry, we talked about him being typically an auxiliary player, right? Historically speaking.
Spram good here, yeah, it's good. Enemy blind pick Nautilus, so Brom is good. Nice meta shift indeed, guys. They're gonna do the lane swap tech. I think here with Dragoon, they should fight to the death level 1, by the way. They should just fight to the death.
we're on a different patch, but it's more of a...
We're gonna see a fight at the death level 1, guys. Are you ready? Best way to wake up. Both teams are gonna absolutely fight to the death. Thoughts on it if it is Trinity build, extra kick and Noah, and possibly for other ADCs building it? I'm not so sure. I don't know how good that is.
Their comp, having solid engage with the Wukong itself and having like the Annie for the stuns, feels like it's going to have to index more into pick, being able to abuse that strong mid-game spike that, you know, things like an Annie and a Aphelios will be able to bring to the table.
Yeah, there is a huge amount of like...
Thoughts on Gala and LNG? You think they'll be top 3 in LPL? I think that's the type of team that... I think they are very good in specific metas. But I think that this team will still suffer.
How these teams are going to approach the game. Like RA, I really like this composition that they've built for themselves, a lot of long-range damage, as you say. But RNG now, like a big test for them. How well have you meshed during the quote-unquote off-season, during MSI? Like, there's really not been a lot of time for this team to gel together and spend time together as a team. And RA, you know, they've made a couple of changes themselves as well, but it doesn't feel quite as dramatic as the side of RNG.
No, definitely not. I think another cool thing about our matchup coming into today is some of the shared history between these players. I mean, Xiaoshu actually used to be part of RNG's LDL team for years. Mole and Breathe. They played together in Mole's like last stint on WE. So
that's true.
RNG gonna hope to find something.
I don't know. The response is extremely embarrassing, I think.
Sell you on it. Feather right now, he's gonna double back. He's gonna flash over the wall. He's gonna throw out the Q.
For the LCSPA.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Maybe they walk into lane though. It depends how committed RNG are to this play. If they just stick around, it's possible that they stay for this one. As there was another 5-stack that was noticed earlier on. RA were going for that. So wait, going for the late invade instead. So should be able to get himself a free blue buff here. There's no vision for this. The only red ward, I believe, is in the river just there.
I love that Breathe is still down here as well. Just waiting. They know it's all about LP and they're going to look for it.
It's the Scion level 1 cheese, but on Gragas, Asum going to be stood up here.
Okay, way too dank. Alright, well, I promised level 1 fighting. I promised level 1 fighting.
He's lost his lane, and even RNG's
but that's something at least.
You've blown both flashes compared to, okay, like the enemy Jinx has lost both of her safety tools in terms of the ghost being gone as well, but RNG definitely committing too much, not getting exactly what they'd want for it. I will say though, I think pretty good plan. Like again, when you have this comp that's really going to rely on this Aphelios to be that big damage dealer later on, I kind of like cheekiness coming out early in the split, especially when we're the LPL and we have, you know, we have best of 3. So if you lose a game, oh well, it happens.
I do think it's a high-risk, high-reward play, both in terms of the actual game, but also in terms of like morale. If this all goes horribly pear-shaped, it could be tough. Here we go.
Alright, no way, Jose. Maybe a little cheater base? No cheater base? Alright. Oh. Do. We take that. We take that every time, dude. Blessings. Bless up, phase up.
In the end, actually, the earlier shenanigans not getting killed doesn't matter with the fact that Asum had to back. Comes right back, dies. He's still sitting at 0 CS.
0 fucking CS, guys.
He's got 100 stacks on his call. Oh no!
So Dragoon just slammed a little gank into Asum. He lost potion, lost HP, had to base, came back to a stacking wave. No way Jose was there and Leon was nowhere to be found.
Return kill, the assist, it wasn't too bad, but when you consider the amount of waves that crashed into that tower, yeah, it's not great.
Oh, smack that. All on the flow, smack that. It's gonna be a little bit awkward. Actually, no, it's gonna be fine. Both side camps are also spawning. Let's see if they can actually crash the wave. Okay, huge. We take that. It's nice, it's nice. Tell me Malka is balanced, guys. It's like, when people tell me about the Rel update, right, and I'm watching the Rel update, it's like, why the fuck would I want to play like a Rel when Malka exists in the game, you know?
significantly
Like when Rel Gragas existed, like if Maokai Gragas existed in the game, these two champions are just so much better than whatever the real rework is. If you like horses and you ran around your youth in mid school doing horse noises, then you know maybe you want to play some Rel for the heck of it, but mate,
needs to be careful of that kind of thing when the whole strategy is robbing Lian.
if you want to win, you're playing Maokai and Gragas. How about Hecarim? That's true, actually. Hecarim is not good in competitive.
So I assume he'll just back off, be able to get his camps down just fine. And RA, like we said,
How about a drink?
they have to deal with the Maokai, they have a range advantage, they have the Jinx, which outdoes the Aphelios. So I still feel like for now, eyes have to be on RNG and Wei and what he'll be able to keep getting done.
I'll just put both pieces. You can write the polish, no problem.
And on LP as well, as he has built a tremendous CS lead off the back of all of the early shenanigans. You can see Wei over
Alright. Well, this time Maokai will be both sides, so at least there's that. They won't be able to get the overgame bot, but maybe they can convert this into a Dredsky. Maybe Wei can go Drake. I don't know if he gets level 5 here after the Wolves. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And he's gonna reach level 6 here anytime. How about a little Annie trade? Mole has no flash. I wonder if they know what their ward position is. Oh no, that is disgusting, by the way. That is terrible. My man Tibbers, nothing. We're talking about Tibbers trade, but bro, that is a new version of Tibbers trade. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. You know, it's like their whole plan to do this Drake based off the bot state just gets ruined because Tangwan just ruins it. Oh man, it's terrible, mate. Oh my god, mate. This is a fucking longsword. Longsword Jinx. Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Annie. Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie?
And now Loyan getting a ton of gold injected in him. Assam and Feather are going to be feeling great about that.
He just solo lost the game. They don't show it. They don't show it. They don't show it.
Pull RNG towards both sides. You can see Tang Yuan and Wei kind of focusing on Mole, which gives the other members a lot of freedom once Mole goes into.
Show it, please. Show it, show it, show it. They're gonna show it. There's no way they don't show it. LPL like to embarrass people. Come on, show it. They love to embarrass people. What? That's fucked up.
It's been looking good so far this game. Like, he got a great hook onto Tang Yuan in that fight as well. Not to mention the hook we saw earlier when they were trying to set up the dive. He managed to pull LP and kind of disrupt it a little bit. Wasn't quite enough to stop the dive, but they're looking pretty good. As Leon goes for the Scuttle Crab. I don't think Wei can contest this, but tries to move in. Won't be able to. And just want to point out LP's inventory. This is about the like swords. This is like that guy who you go to
Chinese production showed it.
Dedicated to like cabinets of swords. Like that's LP right now.
Yeah, I mean, gonna try and
that's cool.
Like,
respect.
His early lead as much as he can. On the noon quiver.
Wow, Jinx and Nautilus are. They just recovered their game.
About, like, Ghostblade. It's all about Ghostblade right now. And that's what I was expecting to see when we came into LPL. But it really has just been League of Stormrazers. I swear every game it's just about who's able to buy Stormrazor, how fast to get it, and then can you start off a fight right away to be able to get, you know, that nice amount of burst.
I'm assuming Wei gets level 6 after Grumpy.
Who's gonna do it much?
That's the level 6. He dodges the sapling, we like that. Good movement there from Wei. Annie is not okay. Sinus first in river. Wei is trying to push her. Gragas is playing for CS. This is Merc's Jace, so this is really good. Gets the E in. Very good for Jace. He flashed too, man. Bluv. My man's sweating. Is this what RNG has to work with for the whole year? Oh, and RNG are fighting this as well. Okay, maybe Wukong is just that OP. Wei wants to win. Wukong is just that OP, guys. Braum tags 2 people, 2 kills, sweeping strikes. Very nice. That's very nice. That's big, that's big. Jinx was on bot, so they decided to take the 4v4, and he was out of the picture. But Wukong, Gragas, Braum, Aphelios was so strong in this fight. Gap didn't even... I mean, LP didn't even ult.
Already moving up with their bot lane. Braum and Aphelios so close, it's gonna put Bull in kind of...
Maybe there's some room for some lethality assassins to be played, but I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, the Sion ult was just terrible, and then Lol's flash was just way too optimistic. But to be fair here, I don't think they fight even if Sion ult is better and the Jace doesn't flash the way he did. How's your sack? Is doing good, Mitch. How are you?
He's level 6. This play could go better. He can ult across the map. Maybe that turns it. I was wrong. The boost didn't matter. With LP sweeping up a couple more kills, the Storm Razor is in. So, great little power spike here for RNG. Is that they look for a bit more action. This has been an action-packed game so far, and it's showing.
Holy, hit the tippers, guys.
Stopping Leyen falls, and RNG maintain control.
If you link it, I can add it.
One thing we could see already is RNG have at least kept one.
It's just the Kraken Jinx again.
Squad, right? Roaming their bot lane up, now making this 3-man roam towards river, finding these picks.
Guys, maybe it's good. Like, really. Maybe we shouldn't hate on it. Maybe there's something there. I really don't know. I'm assuming it's shit. But I also don't want to say, like, it's really shit. You know, I don't want to be... Like, maybe there's something there. Maybe there's something there, like... Maybe.
Feels like they should be the team that's stronger right now.
Nice.
But Breeze should be able to farm that up fairly safely. Not Xiaoshu under the tank.
That's cool. I like that.
But Xiaoshu's tanking, and suddenly they're even on health.
Out of nowhere, just from one cast. I guess the shiny
Mitch, you're a reasonable guy. You're a reasonable guy. Don't you think all of this is just fucking stupid? So my take, Mitch, is I think Riot handled it bad. And then I think the LCSPA are also handling it bad. I think it's just all embarrassing. I don't know what you think. What do you think?
Second, Assam has gone Kraken Slayer first. Now this is either an interesting...
If I speak? Nah, bruv.
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and say it's an interesting build.
Because why we have this little window here in the game? Like, this is so embarrassing. This is a demand, and the demand is already in place. How embarrassing is that, mate?
Kraken even built once so far. Assam forced the flash.
LP gonna be forced away here, which means Lumao is alone and take it down. There's one reset.
Alright, nice. It's engaged on top side.
Gets out with his life, and now
The timing of RNG, where how they contest is quite terrible.
Quite a lot of these skirmishes, or quite a lot of the recent skirmishes. Is RA taking a pick and taking a Drake?
A little bit of overzealousness coming out from the RNG bot lane. I mean, they thought they found the pick on Assam, right? So I totally get it. They forced out the flash. Not a
when I met you in the summer.
Soon, and RA still just going to keep...
On the heartbeat sounds. We can be together, baby.
RA some soft pressure.
Boom, boom, boom.
But looks like both players will back away. I was going to say, I wasn't sure if Wei could fight that, but looks like RA weren't really interested in fighting it either. Slayer now getting aggressed upon by Lumao. It's a very aggressive Braum. Usually you see them kind of playing with the team. Lumao very willing to go toe-to-toe there. Is Tango trying to get some plates in the mid lane.
You even think back to...
Well, the thing is, the biggest issues of monetization in esports are being addressed, but they are being addressed in, like let's say, oh, we work at a paper company, so we recognize that there is a fire hazard. So we're going to make sure that everything is stored in very, like, safe environments. We're gonna have, like, you know... Okay, LP's dead. They got spotted on the ward when they crossed to the enemy side. What I want to say is, like, you prepare for the eventual, like, in case there's a fire, you prepare for it, right? You fucking get yourself some of those machines, what are they called? Fire extinguishers and all that good stuff. And now the opposite is, there's a fire and they're calling like, you know, the fire brigade, and the fire is burning red hot, you know?
I didn't see, did he must have used W to like get even closer when he was coming out of Tri-Brush or something, right? Because it feels like I didn't need to be wasted is way.
Got it.
All right.
I like that way it's recalling, and then it's like, ah, my people need me. Like, I'm gonna... Okay, it's recalling anyway. Just moved out of the bush in case it's a ward. Respect.
Both sign abilities from coming out, so they know that that won't be up for this Herald fight that's going to come out. So Xiaoshu will be a bit slower.
I don't want to hate on the Kraken first. Like, I don't like it. I'll tell you that much.
Especially since Breeze does still have that TP to get back down towards bot side if he needs to.
TPs both available for RNG, like you say, non-available for RA. And you see all 5 players here. Lumao pulled in, rooted up. He's
wait, I can't add it.
Invincible, but is he invincible enough? There's one reset, but it's answered on the top side of the place. Mole goes down. Leyen alone, but the reinforcements are here. As Wei knocked up at the back of the pit. Tanguin.
Why can't I add it?
And there's a cask onto their heads. Here comes Breathe, and he's here to play. Best escape as Xiaoshu caught in the back of the pit. No flash available.
Oh, great. I was looking at... This is fine. Let's rewind that real quick.
He's non-available for RA. You see all 5 players here. Lumao pulled in, rooted up. He's practically invincible, but is he invincible enough? There's one reset, but it's answered on the top side of the place. Mole goes down. Leyen alone, but the reinforcements are here. As Wei knocked up at the back of the pit. Tanguin turns golden, and there's a cask onto their head.
Okay.
Here comes Breathe, and he's here to play. Best escape as Xiaoshu.
Nice.
5,000 gold.
Nice.
Let's take a look at that replay.
Honestly, I just really don't like the way RA is playing their comp. You have Mole jumping in by himself on one side of the fight onto a Wukong. Your other 3-man core kind of spread across. It just allows Jace immediately to go down. And now with RA kind of in damage control, they end up getting pinched themselves, having to worry about plays coming out from both sides. And a lot of this being down to the catalyst.
Maybe I need to do another video on the LCSPA.
But man, doesn't matter how much I love Mole. It definitely feels like Mole being a bit too
I think Stormrazor is just the currently more OP item. It's less about synergies and it's more about the fact that it's just OP. It's just OP. OP.
From both Mole and from this team is full send. Like when I saw Leyen, Mole, Asum, all other teams.
Dzień dobry.
Even Xiaosh, I was like, okay, yes.
All right.
Full send. I'm here.
Hot and spicy like a knick-knack paddywhack.
That's kind of where RA have fallen.
It's a phrase that I heard from a prank call. I don't know what it means. So if it's something bad, forgive me.
Not realizing his team can't follow up. It looks like we may have a bit of a fight in the mid lane here. Drake up 10 seconds. Fighting for Cryo for the time being.
RA looks like they're even considering just giving it up. Xiaoshu
No.
kind of angling towards.
It's gonna pretend I didn't say it.
Commit into getting Vision River for now. If you look at the minimap,
this is like this prank call. I'm gonna show you guys the prank call after. Okay, the root sandstorm is flying. Jinx position is really good here. LP is pushing forward. LP is pushing forward. LP doesn't have the greatest guns. But Asum with his Kraken is not doing so much, to be honest. He's doing some massage. Did you watch the LS video on the whole LTS situation? No. Ooh. What is LP it's 2 core already, bruv. How can they slap? How can they split? How can they slap, by the way? Leon is dead too. Red gun, red gun!
And now, Loyen is going to be able to get away. I think he should manage. I think Loyen went and stole the enemy red buff. At the minimap, he's kind of messing around with Breathe in that bot side.
I think he was chased out. I'm pretty sure someone chased him.
Now Artie's going to be able to pick up this dragon. And honestly, this is just being so many mistakes coming out from RA in terms of, I really feel like how they should be playing their comp. Really decisive, really fun fights coming out. Feather especially has been on point with making sure things happen like we see here.
I don't know, look what this Jace is doing, bro. This Jace is a psycho, man. What did Jace just do in this fight, man?
he's able to make sure that they pick up this initial kill onto Mole, and Loyan having to commit a flash to make sure that they get one in return.
This Jace is no Yamato cannon Jace. I like Eclipse more on Jace, man.
LP uses the flash to not get hooked himself, but then LP manages to turn it around.
Well, you know, Big Fat LP, the old school player from COG, his name was Big Fat LP, and it stood for Big Fat Large Penis. And he had to name change. He had to name change to Big Fat GG, which is just a different way of saying penis. But yo, CE Fanta, thank you very much for the tier 1, appreciate it.
I'm gonna be honest, Lyric. My first
Oh, I really like that he's slow pushing that wave. Respect. It's so good to slow push mid waves if there's no.
kills on the board as we broach the 20-minute mark.
Was GG then changed to LP? Well, I don't know which direction it was, but both meant penis.
Having a phenomenal game, and RNG, they put all the eggs in the LP basket,
Which puts a whole new meaning to the LPL. A whole new meaning to the LPL.
And all of it's been like a very conscious from level 1, right? They didn't just draft this comp and then just like come in and be like, okay, we'll figure it out. No. And then they actively set up to play around how it should be utilized. So I'm actually, I'd say, fairly happy with how RNG have played. And again,
No, that was a pro in America called in CLG. Legendary player.
With either unproven players or players.
Bro, how fed is this Aphelios, bro?
Look like they're past their prime, like Lumao, at least coming in this game 1. And again, it hasn't been clean, but they've made it work so far. 3K.
I hope this Jinx buys Hurricane at least. Like, she better buy Hurricane. Please buy Hurricane.
Lumao's never been known for like clean gameplay. Like even in his heyday, he was like the wacky bard player that would catch you off guard as opposed to just being like outright the best mechanical support or anything like that. So I'm here for it. I'm here for the scraps. I'm here for Lumao. Showing us what he's made of again and trying to make his glory. Wait, does manage to clone himself and get out to safety. Just about mandate finished off by Lee.
You should clone yourself. Why is that? So you can go fuck yourself.
That he will be able to start
You guys seen that movie?
Damage, unlike in the last play. You said it right. Kraken Slayer first, not really something we've seen. Not in LPL, not really something you see in solo queue all that much either. Kraken Slayer is an item.
It's an Arnold movie.
Honestly, I haven't even seen it be picked
That's for sleeping with my wife in a goddamn minivan.
So we'll see now as it goes on if still having better ramping damage than like had you gone Stormrazor, if that can be a difference maker, but it still feels like we're a bit away from that really being the thing that can push RA ahead in a team fight.
It's showtime. I don't know if it's Total Recall. Is it Total Recall? Might be Total Recall. God doesn't want you to go in there. Then God shouldn't have killed my dog.
If you're already losing lane and you're not planning on fighting until 3 items, maybe going for a scaling item is the answer as opposed to going for Stormrazor. But
Can you watch over Twitch? Yeah, I can.
And you know that. Well, it was quite a fun build, and I will say, Static Shiv, it chunks now. Like that lightning does a fair bit of damage if you're managing.
No worry, Husky.
And then near the minion wave.
H to the Husky.
It does poke them out.
H to the Husky.
Laning against the menace that was like top lane volley bear back in the day. Yeah. You know,
Holy, StarCraft 2 days were different, man. I didn't play StarCraft 2, but I watched the content. Husky StarCraft and Day 9 daily. Yo, that was some good stuff, man. Bro, my YouTube meta was the shit, man. I watched PewDiePie, I watched Day 9, I watched Husky StarCraft and Total Biscuit. How crazy is that, man? That was some good ass stuff, man. That was a special time indeed. Now I watch. Now I watch.
LP right before this finished up that LDR. So now sitting at 3 items. I think he's significantly stronger than Aston would be on the opposing side right now. So
wait, why is there coconut trees? Like palm trees on the head of the person who gets Jinxed. Now I just watch Asmonbold.
walk in your jungle together, try to get your own
Asmonbold? Bro, Asmonbold is my shit, man. Asmonbold is the best second monitor content on the planet. And then when Asmonbold doesn't have videos on, I watch Seinfeld on my second monitor. Where's Gala Ming? Gala's in LNG. Can Asmongold give his take on his LCS stuff? I'll tell you what Asmongold says. He says, these teams don't fucking make money. So they need to feel the pain somehow. Okay, Luma just fucking goes. Oh, whoa, whoa. He backs off. A little flash, boom. Has stopped watch, no problem. Move speed from me. Can we get a little Nash action going? A little bit of Nash action? How about Nash action? Give some Nash action. We have white red. Come on, bloods. Yeah, we need the wave, right? We need the wave. Like, all these CS are really gonna add up here.
Into this fight, try and deny a Baron from going through and get these kills, because they really have to. And hell, without again, it's gonna be tough.
Boom. Easy peasy, lemon easy. Right, I started watching Asmongold when he covered. Oh, here we go again. Graguna, can he do the combo? Deadly combination. Okay, didn't even need to do the deadly combination because Wei is just a bit too good. A bit too good. Bro, if they won this game with Annie's performance, just make it quick 2-0 so we can get some LNG top esports action right now.
HP is about half on most members of RNG, so if they don't want to be a little too risky and get back in off, it definitely feels like they'd still be able to win the fight right now.
Yeah, Mole trying to get a bit of damage onto Breed, but will just dash himself over that wall. They're going to clear out this bottom side of the jungle, move towards the bot tier 2. As you can see,
sorry guys for the burp.
Pushed the wave on up, so this should be an objective. No, they're not going to commit, deciding that they don't want to take the town.
And at this point, I mean, I don't know why
heavy and metal.
Oh, wait, this is the second fight. I thought this was the initial fight where they lost to Baron. I mean, right, TP comes out. They were forced in to try to deny that Baron, which really gave RNG the opportunity for that flank. So overall, just nice job by RNG. Pull them into the Baron pit, pull them even further out of their own base. They already have the TP wards in place to let this go through.
What's your favorite? The Felix gun combo?
Before the game. I honestly feel like RNG have just been a more cohesive team.
Green blue.
As a unit, like they have an idea of what their comp should do, and it just looks like they're more practiced. RA on the opposite hand, in their first game of the split, they do look like a bit of kind of a thrown together team, right? People kind of off doing their own things. We've seen a few good like mechanical plays or engages here or there, but things not really cohesive just yet.
I have to say I'm kind of impressed by how on the same page RNG are. It feels like a lot of these plays from Breed, he's obviously being very vocal in what he's doing because you see the TP starting to be channeled and the whole of
ads shit. I didn't run them today. Sorry guys. Can we all agree the most clapped combo is red purple? Okay. Oh, good Aniston. Good Aniston. Respect. Wukong undermining the position by going in. LP is hitting, is not quitting. Boom.
And now RNG just gonna be able to keep barreling through the base. Honestly, with these death timers, the fact that they've Baron up, this just might be it. You do have Aston alive.
Let's just all agree that green weapon is unbelievably broken. Like, green weapon is so fucking stupid. You can put green together with any gun and you're gonna have a good time.
LP's still full HP though. The minion waves arriving will slow things down just a minute, but there are
laughs and gifted subs.
can clear these minions away, and RNG have to walk off.
I mean, this one at this point, right, it feels as close to done and dusted as it gets. 10k gold lead already on the table. Dragon about to be up. They'll be able to pick that one up. And we're just going to see here, again, just the decisiveness coming on through. It's actually RA who wanted to fight.
I don't know why LP gave for us that. He was too scared, didn't trust Lumao.
Great job by RA. Tanyuan finding the
sadly here LP. Oh, it's a bug, never mind. I thought he didn't have ult.
It just opens everything up. Breathe with a really good cast kind of mixed in the middle. And that was just kind of the idea.
I don't know, like Green Gun turns Aphelios into Ezreal. Like, what's up with that, man?
Wukong coming from behind, and then the cast to just sow even more chaos.
I feel like Braum is one of those extremely polarizing champions, right? Where when it looks good, it looks so insane, and then you see like not great Braums, and it feels completely hopeless. So, a really impressive game from Lumao so far, and I just want to shout out during Champ Select, I saw some lads in RNG jerseys with a big old RNG flag, and this has been a tough mid-season for RNG.
The AD carry meta is dictated by what's strong in lane.
And boy, have they been rewarded.
That's
Imagine how good
AD carry meta is dictated by what wins lane, and the follow-through on that is all the other champions are built around that in the game. What about Draven? Well, thing is, Aphelios and Jinx can lane against Draven. The range is just ridiculous.
RA have figured something out. RA have figured something out, guys.
So, if the AD carry meta is Aphelios, Jinx, right? And this is contextualized to Zeri Yumi being banned, Lucian and Meteor being banned, because these champions are by far the most broken on the patch. So these champions are going to be perma-banned, right?
They're trying to defend, they're trying to hold on. No Baron makes it a little bit more difficult for RNG to siege. And look, there's a hurricane in the pocket of Acid.
Being strong in lane and continuously being strong in the game is very important. I think Kog'Maw can be picked sometimes. Kog'Maw can be picked sometimes, but a lot less than these champs.
Can they win a team fight if RNG just make a few basic mistakes? Sure. But definitely
yeah, Caitlyn was picked, right? Caitlyn was picked, but then she got nerfed, which made her weaker.
Even way now trying to deny RA from being able to get anything, but with the
You say Kog'Maw Milio mocny mu, kolega, but the thing is, it's just Milio that's OP. It's like, people say, what is the strongest combo with Milio? Yeah, Milio and any fucking AD carry. Like, Milio is just insanely busted. Insanely broken.
He's in no man's land right now. He's either looking for a flank or he's going to wait for those supers to push and then just try and end the game. But I think he's on a flank.
Yeah, we'll do some Team TLS in the LEC for sure. Oh, Woody Fruity woke up and said, see you later, alligator. Where's the homies? Alright, the Flash, thank you very much. Holy breathe. Breathe just snuck up in there, man. Hey, you never hear him coming. As if he's jacking off while you're sleeping. No, I'm kidding. Boom!
Honestly, I thought RA did a great job outplaying that, but the rest of RNG pulled the trigger so fast.
It's just a silly joke, guys.
First game with
It was clever though, is it?
And they managed to bring out a
Hey, Dom! Woody Fruity, baby. You came just on time.
Pretty much every single cast was a good one. And then giving them the old slip at the end there. Always fun to watch someone rig them around. But weird game. It has to be said. That was a very chaotic game. I feel like we had a lot of fights that weren't necessarily like planned out fights. You know, they were just like, see an enemy, see red, go in. Those are always fun games to watch for me. I feel like I was favoring RA in that kind of scenario, but RNG really pulled out.
Yeah.
Is that a sloth?
RNG had like a comp that
Is that a sloth?
That more and like when
Yo, Dom.
The Jace is just turning the hammer.
Dom, you still here, man?
Three of you by himself. It's like okay, you know, as RNG, we're gonna take.
Isn't this just a hilarious? This is too fucking funny, by the way.
Really like the standout performers, but for me, it was like the other three that impressed me more.
This makes me so inclined to agree with your take that the LCSPA guy is just a ladder climber. This is insanely embarrassing, by the way.
Wasn't working. They had to bring Angel in. Now, first game of the split.
It's a tweet, guys. It's a tweet.
Lumao, who I think had a better end to, you know, his last stint playing than maybe people would give him credit for because of kind of the time before on JDG, like his last years on JDG. But Lumao as well. Solid game. LP stepped up and showed, hey, if I need to be the big damage dealer, I can be the big damage dealer.
What are we saying?
Like the level of RA,
that is a mess, man.
I mean, the thing is, like, we can say like the level of RA, but ultimately that's kind of
This is full-on lizardry.
This is like a star-studded roster. Yes, it's RNG, but the organization's name should not qualify them for a top.
How do you spell embarrassing, guys?
They have to prove that, especially with this lineup. So I'm excited to see them
2 A's
good against RA for day number 1. Granted, it's a 1-game sample size. Like,
yeah,
no.
Great little entrance. We need to see them consistently do this.
Really?
So far, so good as far as I'm concerned.
And now you wonder if
that is nuts.
On the flip side, if RA, if you're like, hey, you go back, the coach is like, yo, boys, you want to be this bloodthirsty? Just tell me that. We'll get you on some champs that just go in and just do silly, crazy stuff. Because yeah, maybe if RA get their hands on something like that, maybe they can bring a game 2 back. But I think for RA, I'd rather see them maybe not necessarily just go in willy-nilly, but just have an understanding of the comp and of the champions and how they work together in game 2 and see if, again, we could have a bit of a closer game. Because the early game was close, but then once we got to that mid-game, you could really see the difference and like RNG's understanding of how to play out the game versus RA's.
Yeah, and it's like you were saying during the game as well. We had that one fight where for RA, they actually managed
I lick my thing from barking. Do you think JDG can make the Grand Slam run this year? I think that they have the best chance in the whole wild world of doing it this year. No one else comes even close.
I feel like Mole mechanically played.
No one comes close. Not even T1 comes close.
Which reminds me a lot of his like stint on WE, where you put him in lane in 1v1s. It's like, okay, he knows how to 1v1 on this champion and how to play this out. But it's when working with the rest of the squad that it hasn't been able to work out in recent times. It hasn't been able to work out since that 2020 V5 Summer roster, which is funny because honestly, that was their big strength, right? 2020 Summer V5 was all about their cohesion, not about really having anyone that was a star player on the squad. To where this RA, I feel like, has kind of dabbled into the opposite. Lots of potential coming out from people like Xiaoshu and
yeah, that's the joke, Pigman Ash.
Now it's about can they bring it together, especially when they're up against.
Did you hear yesterday on SI Monte said it's rumored the JDG roster costs about $16 million. $16 million? Who you think you got? Genji Rula? I have to watch that fucking scene so people are in the loop. What do you think?
Yeah, it's finally getting a dub, a much needed one. It turns out if you just pick 4 champions.
I love when the G14 be coming around. Hello? Who's this? Hello?
Am I speaking with FBI?
Give me the phone. The FBI? Yeah, this is the FBI.
You are FBI?
Yeah, this is the FBI.
If you want the girl back alive, listen and do not talk.
Okay, I'm listening. Let me get a pen. All right, cool.
The drop will be made tonight, 11 p.m. The amount will be $50 million.
$50 million? You think you kidnapped Chelsea Clinton?
Keep him talking. In US currency, nothing bigger than a 50.
All right, cool.
And now, the bloopers.
I want...
Bro, the Rush Hour blooper reel is...
You know his name?
Man, people tell me shit.
What's wrong with you?
Man.
But the Rush Hour bloopers are the best ones.
Don't look! Don't smile! My daddy want to cut a bullet by his bare hand. No bullshit.
Oh shit.
You must not could have. You right, man. Let's go tell him. Anything goes wrong, you bust in there and act like you are LAP la la.
He cannot speak English.
Yeah, right. Let me see your badge, buddy. So show me your ass.
Show your ass. That's a gay ass
Action.
$50 million? Who you think you got? Chelsea? Is it Chelsea or Kelsey? $50 million? Who you think you got? Chelsea Carter? $50 million? Who you think you got? Kelsey Clinton? $50 million? Who you think you got, Kelsey? What's the line? What's the honor in that?
You believe your father wasting his life to die without that?
May I offer you some peanuts?
$50 million? Who you think you got, Chelsea Grammer? Chelsea? $50 million? Who you think you got, Chelsea Clinton?
Keep him talking.
Go back to the... Was that it? Chelsea? Did I get it?
See? How difficult is that? My English, you even cannot say 3 words. Chinese.
Lunch.
You need some lunch?
I got that. I got it before, Jay.
See, now you know how difficult I am. Look at Jay.
It's a good movie. Those movies are fucking fun, by the way. Those movies are fucking funny, dude. It's a good ass movie. Alright, so we're just gonna stare at this timer for 3 minutes, guys. $50 million? Who you think you got? Genji Rura? Yo, Straight One, thank you very much for Prime Gaming. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, the music that the LPL plays is so varied. I'm gonna mute this so my vote doesn't get copyright struck. What is this? Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
No flash, the TP coming in. It's going to be another second channel time. Gets knocked back, no stun connects. Jun still looking for the chase, flash forward. Twisted advance, and now Knight is surrounded by BLG, the explosive.
Rudy.
And Knight
The Fruity.
will not be found healed in the final moments to keep him alive.
Hi, Miss First Game. Is RNG looking better than Spring? Well, the players that you expect to play good played good, but their mid laner is clapped. So, but it's one game only. So Wei played really good. Wei was good. LP had a good performance. So the loss of Gala is alright, you know? So there's that.
The unleashed power, and now Elk is just standing with a massive...
You won't find a better pick. That's the thing. If you find a better pick, sure, but you won't find it. So I think you can just pick it on 2-3.
I could also just pick that.
Park them up, fuck them up, fuck them up, fuck them up. I'm gonna write in chat, fucking them up. Oh shit. When are we starting? Fuck! Never. Fuck!
I can still look for it. What do you think?
I think we can still.
You can silence
Yeah,
the
I'm
I hope so you guys can see
Go,
BB.
walk up, Mickey.
Yeah, I can get a hook, I can get a hook.
Walk up, hey,
I can
hey.
still get it.
Nice. He's dead.
Good shit, guys. Good shit. Good
Nice,
job.
good job.
I got it, but it's fine.
It's fine, it's fine.
really good on me, okay? I have them on it.
I'm first.
I want to go Wukong. I want to go
Look,
Wukong.
I'm coming.
That's the read one. Still read.
Yeah, I flash.
I'm insulting. Kill Bowl. Kill Wukong too.
Nice.
Boom.
No flash Lulu. Kill him.
Holy, the meta looks so different, guys.
Look at me, okay? I will look from here. I'm ulting now.
Just do Herald now?
Yeah, hit Herald as well. If you get the hook on someone, it could be good.
Excited.
Finish.
Just get excitement. Look, Silas. Yeah, I will ult away Aphelios. I will ult away.
Get it. Front. Look, Silas.
Yeah,
We're excited.
Look, I know ult.
Just play slow. Wukong. Nice.
Sand flash.
Look, just
Holy, Elk is
Aphelios is strong.
still shooting.
It's super fine. Well played, guys. We fucking won that. Good job. We can do it fast, no? I think we do it really fast, yeah. I think you guys.
Then you can mark hold.
I'll try to hook.
Yes,
It's half HP, the dragon. Just peel for Jinx.
We can see if he lives. Do we finish? I think we finished.
I think we finished.
I'm ulting.
Yeah,
Finish.
it's good. Hey, stop, Cassandra, stop him.
Finish, fast.
Cassandra, kill him.
One shot.
Eesh.
I feel his splash.
Look at Philios.
Run away.
Run away from me, baby.
Here's Mauke ult. He's gonna Mauke ult.
We can hide right there.
Any block.
Can't.
Floofy.
I ult Philios.
You're too funny, Floofy.
Can you kill? Nice. We kill Philios.
He also win-walled like the ult of Silas. It's okay. I didn't spot that the first time I saw that.
This guy is ult. I'm ulting as well.
Look at Philios.
I'm dead.
Let's run backwards. Give it to 2.
They will go maybe. Walking is from the side.
You need to run. They will look to end.
Actually. They will get reset.
Philios.
I don't know, if you're in LPL, you sign 2 monster players for expensive money and then you convince the rest of the squad to be minimum wage.
We're winning this game, okay, guys?
Because they get the honor of playing with these 2 monster players that you paid.
We were winning the situation, let's just do it again, okay? There's no need to reinvent the wheel. Just keep playing the winning recipe.
Don't you, like, I'm pretty certain that one of the players on JDG would agree to be minimum waged up to play with the rest of the 4. You don't think Missing would take minimum wage to play with that roster? If I'm Missing, I'd do that. He's probably not on minimum wage. But...
Can you tank?
Yeah.
I keep tanking.
He's dead.
Okay, I'm out.
I'm fine.
Good job,
guys.
yeah, all I'm saying is there's some clever maneuvering that you can.
Okay, I'm ulting. Jax is coming from top side.
I can TP. I need help though.
I can zone Jax.
We need to... Help Syndra.
Come on, Elk. Elk, this is your moment, Elk. Elk. Flash in Elk. Flash in Elk. You're bored.
Oh, Philios.
I no flash, but yes.
Look at Philios.
I'm going.
Look at Ari.
Shield stopwatch.
Look, we kill Ari.
Yes.
Nice.
Thank you, Elk.
Get nice. Good job. Look, I have a knock-up. Don't let them pass.
Yes.
Yeah. Aria. I stunned Ari.
Look, Ari. Just force ult.
Okay, Cap's predicting.
Yeah? Kill Seru. No flash.
Okay. Nice, guys. So just go Drake now. Go Drake.
Yes.
Did I see Cass's hype Hans a bit too much? No.
Good job, guys.
Yeah, kill it fast.
Let them come in, okay?
Just didn't watch it.
You guys stop Seru. I finish Nash. Me and Jinx finish Nash.
Okay. I have knock-up soon.
She's dead. Oh, she's alive, but she's 1 HP.
Let's keep it.
Just hit it.
Finish.
Go
to Drake.
We'll just place down. Wait for me ult as well. Don't finish it.
I will queue it. Guys, just look here. Look,
Ari.
Look, Philios. I slay him. Okay, I ult him.
Look,
we win this, guys.
Stage no flash. Block up you.
Look at Philios.
Yeah, Philios ulted.
Don't flash.
Stun.
Nice.
The flash.
Nice.
I'm ulting.
Guys, just hit it.
Nice.
I can ult all of you.
Finish.
Kill him. What the fuck?
Yeah, I think there's definitely ways to make this more efficient. It's like saying he slowed. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? You know, just say Philios.
They can't watch us. Just don't.
That should be enough. Everyone's playing the game, you know.
They're hiding.
Yeah. Let's get her.
Holy, Elk killed so much of the
You
kill.
need to wait for me. We win this.
You're alive. They can't walk in through me.
Let's go with Jinx.
Okay, I'm
Respect to Elk for understanding that this is the only winning play, you know.
Actually, 30 seconds. No, we can't end.
Guys, we have Nash. We can end. 30 seconds.
I'm so fast. Okay, Jinx is just keep it.
10 seconds. Good job.
Do you want to kill them?
No. Good job, guys. This is how I want.
If you guys know Floofy's last messages, like, let me pull them up.
Actually, there was one fight. There were Philios. I don't know if it was Yike or BB.
Hans is legitimately better than Elk in a pure mechanical sense. It's sad that he didn't show that at MSI. G2 deserved to win MSI.
The ultimate?
The
like walk into it so it doesn't spread.
It became 0 damage instead of 1,000,000 damage.
That was good.
3.
Look, I will hit.
Draft.
Jackson, no flash.
Draft. Whoa. Alright, we got Zhao Zhu picking, not to be confused with legendary Zhao Hu. Nah, Floofy is just a troll, guys. He's just a troll. Floofy is a real one. Don't worry, guys. Floofy's cool. But they need to switch up the LPL draft music, by the way. Like,
The question is if now they're hesitant to go away from it with how game 1 went. Looks like they will. They're just going to head towards
Alright, Xayah Rakan. You know you can jump with Rakan E on the Nico clone? Holy shit, the only rare atom fan in the world. Wait, they drop Rakan. They don't pick Rakan. Yeah, banning Zeri is better than banning Yuumi. It's like, there's no other Yuumi lane that is good. Zeri is so fucking tanky, so like, she actually leverages the shield really well. And move speed is a no-brainer, right? I don't need to explain that.
Just because the guy's called Feather, like, I feel like he's got to be a Rakan player, right? Like, I don't know that he's a Rakan player, but
what?
Let's just assume that that's related in some way. But it will be banned. Lulu taken off the board as well, away from the Aphelios. Do you
To the fire lamb.
ban the Braum away from Lu Mao?
Jahu is in Weibo Gaming. Gala is in LNG, and Ming probably is gonna join top esports.
Which, like, when you're drafting side, that's something you really care about, right? Being able to get to those parts of the game.
Holy, my biceps are burning up right now, man. Yesterday I had a monster workout.
Even like something like a
They could ban Viego, like, it's not entirely impossible, but I think not picking Xayah Rakan 2-3 there, I think is really troll. Like, what the fuck are they gonna pick now?
Where the feather stops at the unbreakable. So when you do your ult and you do all of your feathers trying to get them to pull it across the whole team.
Well, like, what do they pick blind, by the way? It's fucked.
In that regard,
They have to pick Leona.
Specific situation.
Yeah, I mean, right, it's a trade-off. Do you want, you know, maybe being...
Well, I think the hope is that LCS actually disbands and we just get a clean little... Just, the world spots need to go somewhere, right? So we just get more Chinese teams and more Korean teams. Do you think any LEC team can make it to semifinals of Worlds? No. Maybe, but odds are no.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Cassante kind of unarguably stronger than Gragas currently. The fact that I'm saying it like that maybe makes it not unarguable. I don't know why I said unarguable.
Blitzcrank blind. Just fucking play Braum again, Luma. Like, what on earth is that, mate? Or just play a little Alistar.
I'll be honest, I don't really know what a better option would be. Blitz doesn't really look like it fits the comp too well. They do need some semblance of engage, but now RA are pretty completely and totally reliant on two things. Either one, this
blind pick Blitzcrank.
find advantages in their laning phases, meaning that they can get like on Dragon first, and now you have RNG.
Ban Nautilus to blind pick Blitz.
If you don't have one of those two things, if no Blitz hook and you're not ahead, how do you ever force anything onto RNG? RNG will get to dictate the game completely.
Yeah, RA, I feel like they need to find some presence in the mid jungle, right? Maybe even play up towards top side, although Blitzcrank not the greatest weak side champion, so I'm not really sure, to be honest, how RA needs to play this one out. Whereas RNG, once again, the plan is simple. It's the same plan as game number 1. It is essentially, once you get to the mid game, you're kind of just going to play death ball. You're kind of just going to group up as 5 and walk at them and protect LP. Get a big Tibbers off, get a big combo off with Cassandra.
Yeah, Treats is kind of getting full scammed.
Just sits there with the shield.
He's getting full scammed. Like, I feel bad for Treats. Our boy Treats. He does intense visa process. Scrims on 200 ping. Goes to North America. Finally has his visa. Gets food poisoning after 2 meals.
A ton of AoE damage set up resets for the side of RA. The problem is how do you...
And now the league is cancelled.
...and all the front line that RNG have to offer. I think it'll be very hard, and it'll definitely take either some mistakes from RNG or some early game outplays from her, Adam.
Yeah, we need to see more from RA. We need to see something a little bit more special. Lien moving in.
Blitz blind pick, I think, is giga troll. Like, they are showing K-Sante. Like, they're showing K-Sante, which is really good into Blitz. It denies the whole champ.
Ward of their own. See where Lumau's going to place it. Trying to wait as long as he can as well.
No, of course, for Treats, I think he should be playing, right? He definitely should be still playing. For him personally, it's just really, really unfortunate for the man.
Especially when you're up against the Blitz, and like you talked about, Blitz not really a champion you like to leave to his own devices too much. It's about either finding kills in his lane or, you know, moving him out of the lane with the jungler and looking for those opportunities elsewhere. So
How do you pronounce the mid laner's name? Annie's name? Tang Yuan?
I feel like it really inhibits a lot of RA's
Is that how you say it?
game strength.
Fucking floofy, man. Shut the fuck up. Nah.
It's Mole and he's got his
Oh, man.
This is the game. I don't care about the comp overall. I don't care about how League of Legends should be played. What I care about
Tang
is
Juan.
and I'm here with the number one
No way.
globally to commentate it. We'll see what Mole can do on Nico that is now actually meta.
No way.
I always come in and think, I'm not going to hide my bias. You know, again, when he
All
played
right.
bad, we call how it is. Game 1, he played bad. Feather, that hook was not it. But like Munch shit on in Game 1, if you missed it,
Tang Yuan? Yuan?
LPL, it's kind of having to swap
Tang Yuan.
with the COVID kind of roster
All right.
that had to be thrown together. So if there's anyone who should be able to find a lead and make things happen,
Tang Yuan?
I mean, it really is him. And yeah, again,
Tang Yuani.
from RA is there. They have the ability to set sets from the Viego and really pop off. It's as we're seeing here in the bot lane.
I think this roster is much better. See ya. This Keiko roster is better.
You have pushed in all 3 lanes, so that will set up Ligan
Thank you.
to be as aggressive as
What does it mean?
I will say,
It's probably gonna be like toothbrush. Yo, Jack Spectra. Thank you very much for the raid.
So far,
Thank you.
Feather just warming up down in that bottom lane. Hopefully those hooks do pick up just a little bit. The thing is, Blitzcrank's one of those champions. Hang on a second.
Curry was good though. That lane was clearly dysfunctional. Whoa!
By Feather. He makes me eat my words.
he lands the hooks when they matter.
Beautiful.
It was
Beautiful, beautiful.
A little bit on RNG wanting to aggress there. It looks like Lumau
They killed the Brom.
go forward, get the passive procs down, and be able to run them down. But we need to pause. I think you should be able to find this. Shashu does have.
You tag I'll dominate. My man's lost. Sweet dumplings? Bro, I love dumplings, bro. Alright. He's flashing that. Viego's here. No red though. What is this clear from Lian? What is this clear from Lian? He started Raptors into topside. Man has no red. How broken is Conqueror, by the way? Oh! Whoa.
This was way too tense up here. It was starting to look like we could see the synergy, we could see the tenure that Breathe and Way have together. But in the end, Xiaoshu having everything stacked up, able to
Let's see this again. My man is just straight up, like my man is just straight up ending. He walked past the feathers, by the way. He walked past the feathers that he blocked with his Brom shield. Like Luma was just straight up running it down. Like what was that, mate? Holy Viego bases and goes straight into topside. Respect.
Way was initially the first person up there, and they were trying to find that gank onto Xiaoshu, and in the end, didn't come to fruition.
Yeah, it has to be said as well, like Lumau.
Oh, Nico LPL voice. Ah, yeah. Nico.
And he still goes forward into all the feathers into a Blitzcrank. Like, you ain't that tanky once the Unbreakable's gone. So Lumau, perhaps.
Welcome everybody to the co-stream. Appreciate all of you. We're doing the LPL.
You know, I know it's my job to say like, oh, these people shouldn't go in here. They shouldn't play their comp like this. But I'm with what you said in game 1. I much prefer me in LPL.
I got an extra feather this game? Nah, fuck off, man. That's not okay. That's not okay, man. That's the dumbest shit I ever read, man. XDD walkout, man. XD walkout is my favorite emote, by the way. That shit's fucking. That's good. Thank you, Mitch. Yeah, these guns are really balanced, by the way, no failures. Oh.
From Feather, but the unbreakable there. See, that's what it's meant to look like, really. But good Feathers onto LP.
Yeah, that trade. I mean, the trade pretty equal, right? Slightly, you'd favor towards RA with the fact that it was Feather eating the damage instead of LP, but
Holy, he hit. He hit, guys. He hit.
This is where we should start really seeing.
Loved you on SI. Thank you, Shimmers.
Come alive in terms of mid jungle, right? For Wei and Tangyo, and it's about all the CC they have. For RA, it's about the ability for Mole to get the
That's 7A, baby.
Try and set up for those resets, which we might see very soon.
Okay, Mole has mana for ultimate. Honey fruit denies the any ult value from before. Oh, Pop Blossom. Oh, Braum Shield was a bit unbalanced here, man. Honestly, I feel like this play, this situation kind of had potential if Leon didn't like bail on it. I think Leon could game here, by the way. Don't you guys think that Leon could play this? Well, he just started running. He just ran away. He just XDD walk. He walked. There's no way. Let's take a look at this. Alright. There's no way they don't kill, no? Well, they don't fight that? Get some reset action?
The one guy that wasn't picked up is the one who's just able to freely unload.
I hope he's fleet footwork, by the way.
On the side of the fight, so yeah, sadly it looked like a spectacle, but it wasn't what RA needed.
Oh, and Wei has found him in the bottom.
I think also, I don't know what happened, but I think
Gets railed. I mean,
gets railed. He just said she got railed. Jesus, is that broadcast appropriate? She got railed.
I think we saw it in game one again. He was who I had for MVP. I don't think it was
Damn.
But once again, a great game. And in my mind, Wei was probably the most consistent member.
No way.
Throughout RNG.
Hashtag in-game.
Championship run. So it's good to see him still keeping it up, and they're using those kills to get more plates onto LP, and Wei might look for another gank once again.
Oh, Christmas Daddy. He's got a gift. Oh, Zygot 6.
Holding it for the time being. Mole moving over, gets knocked up. Pop Blossom available, will find it.
Pop Blossom, no flash. Wait, no ult. Wait, no ult.
Blocks all of the damage. LP moving over. Starting to stack up. Feather, Asa, both with the concussive blows there.
Oh, this hurts, man. She's gonna lose so much HP. She held ult. Oh, this is terrible, man. At least we get the second series quickly, man.
Tibbers is a complete whip, but it's
yeah, the Dota casters say whatever the fuck they want because they had this caster called Too Good working on the broadcast for really long.
There's gonna be more plates.
And I don't know what's up with him, but
he LP won't stick around, but still the golden XP being denied.
I remember meeting this dude in Sweden back in season 4.
This time around, and now we come here.
I thought this guy was fucking hilarious.
Difficult position RA are in because you can see
but
where
you couldn't find the person that gives less fucks.
Someone needs to cover this RA bot because they were about to get dove. Wei was waiting in the wings. Mole tries to come down and cover. He gets picked off on one
in
side.
Malmö, no.
And despite the fact that RA's bot lane can buy a lot
oh, in control as well, man. Oh, man.
Coming through. Still, now you have 4
what the fuck is wrong with the world, man?
Timber's going to be able to start things off and make sure that the turret gets tanked. And overall, just a really nice play by RA. And sadly, again, being on the opposite side of the map,
I don't know, like,
it's like what
Rare Atom is so damn confused.
Do you try to cover them with the Nico?
I got the minions.
Nah, blood. Nah, blood. No! Did they see the TP? Did they see the TP? No. Did they see the TP pop?
Yeah, I'm easily.
No, you were on point with that. You were. That was
no way. That
yeah,
sucks.
I have to say, Leanne, the fact that he did Herald as the player started, and then he was like, "Yeah, I'm going for chickens and red buff." Like, sorry guys, you're on your own down there. Like you say, Mole, kind of having to try and block up some holes.
You still StarCraft? No.
We'll be able to dash out to safety. There is still a ward on the backside of the pit, which hasn't been cleared.
You know.
Get himself out to safety.
You know who I really like to follow?
That ward could be problematic.
Was
breather's been on flanking.
Greg Graken.
I mean, at this point, RA
Idra.
can't even think about the next Drake. Especially with Mole trying to cover that last play and all three of them going
Idra.
down. It feels like you've completely
Idra.
all-ined on your
Idra.
run, and you now must play around top side like this.
Well,
Oh, Pop Blossom. Damn, this just popped him.
I mean, Sharpshoot doesn't even get an assist. He's just played PvE up there in the top side. They do have a Herald as well, so this is probably just going to be the tower, whereas LP...
The Void Raid incident, yeah, exactly.
Purple gun is not great for trying to take towers. So I don't think he can win the race here. He should be first down.
Apologize for playing your race, yeah.
Going Kraken player first.
Which tournament is better to watch, Xio Cup or LPL? Well, LPL is just warming up, you know. It's just warming up. It's a league, right? So doesn't have that same level of intensity, so to speak.
Has flash available. Mole is there, and he flashes straight into the loving arms of a needlework. But the CC
Oh, red gun.
on the scene.
Holy, LP is kind of clean, by the way. Like LP is kind of crispy.
What a pick.
I like LP.
I mean, RNG really are just firing it on all cylinders. Surprisingly enough, the game looks more dominant than game one, but gold still is pretty close.
Like his usage of fleet footwork is really good.
Like how you are reading your opponent, RNG are far and away doing a better job.
Yeah, this is kind of beautiful, honestly, from RNG. I mean, I just love the double TP players. Like, you want to farm between towers? I don't think so, buddy. We're past 10 minutes now. And it looked so good to start with, but Feather wide on the hook, and the CC chain is disgusting.
Just goes down. Kind of going back to our last conversation, barring, okay, no fights are going on. Like,
Zyros Kraken? Nah, bro. There's no way that's good, man. There's no way that's good. Kraken first on Zaya, mate.
Versus Static Shiv, the kind
no way, man. There's no way that's good.
Kraken's all about DPS and long-term hitting people. Storm Razor's more burst, and Static Shiv's wave clear. So, like, that logic I agree with, but it just seems like you're giving up so much, like, potential early power by going this build.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, look, I'm with you guys at home. I'm going to be checking Molecule's Twitter after this to see the numbers on the situation.
Right.
But the logic in my mind is like, okay, I've already... Oh, hang on, Mole is being sneaky. Okay, he's not going to get it. The logic
Honestly,
is,
I respect LP going Gale Force first. It's pretty decent, I think. I think it's underrated.
But I don't know if that really makes sense. Like, can you sacrifice further at this point in the game? He's lethal tempo. I mean, you get an IE, that's a big 2-item spike. But is it bigger than Storm Razor IE? I don't know.
I really don't like the super item changes for Millies.
See how it goes is looking across the board. I mean, just RNG picking up items left and right. Still no Rocket Belt on Mole. Should be relatively close, so maybe wouldn't even be surprised if he based after this wave. Yep, looks like he's going to go for that one now and should have it. And now having more options to get on that back line. But hell, it's going to be hard to even focus on the back line for RA because like we've seen, for RNG, it's everyone running in. There really is no back line. Even the Athelios, Gale forcing forward to follow up with the Vi and the Annie.
Yeah, so it's... I think it's a tough one if it comes to a 5v5 for RA at this point, and it might just come to that 5v5 as LP finishes the mid-wave. Oh, it's a hook in onto Lumao.
At least press E, son.
And now the follow-up, the counter-engage from RNG. Can they find this fight? Herald down to 1,000. This smites
Oh, he just gets it like that. Stone cold.
Breeze actually gets a knockback onto Feather. They won't follow it up. And that's out of 2 games.
You can link the Tyler 1 video. Show me the Tyler 1 video.
Oh, he's getting real sneaky with it. Gets the Herald, but at what cost?
Oh, wait, it's so smooth, man. Smooth.
Pop Blossom only onto one. Feather
you see, playing Blitzcrank against Ksanta is no fun, guys. It's no fun.
He can't do anything.
Breeze. Can he get over the wall?
Breeze doing everything instead.
Oh, Kraken. Kraken popping off, man.
Like Vigil is only 2 remain for RA.
And you can see once again, RA really not handling these situations well.
Yeah, Way is stone cold, man.
That's good. Yeah. Sadly, though, I feel like their willingness to fight is still just too overzealous. RNG once
How many
again,
games of Annie will
like
Annie get?
Fight, TPs come through, and they're already punishing RA in terms of more gold and more experience than just having members die.
I wish that when I die, I could reincarnate as a 3 on Runeterra, because then someone would eventually chop me down, and then I could hope that Lilia would eventually rest her tight little dear ass on
I
me.
can't believe this started with Wei trying to sneak the Herald. Like, how is that how the fight starts?
Like, I'm, again, just surprised that RA, like, again, I get you think the Viego's separated, but it's so easy for the members of RNG to be able to follow up. It's so easy. They out-damage you at this point in time. Your AD carry's separated, so you're not even getting the damage coming out from that regard. And it feels like at this point in time, RA really need to lean heavily on relying on that blitz hook to try and, like, open something up for them to then be able to start a fight.
And taking a big old chunk there. I really want to just compliment RNG here on how clean these fights are as well. Because it's not just that they're picking the right fight and they're managing to pull it off. Like, every single fight...
Make a brighter day for you and for me and the entire human race.
Unfortunately, it didn't do anything. It was a 4-man knockup with no follow-up for the rest of the team. This is just RA in a nutshell at this point as Feather pulled into the team by Breathe.
Okay.
Another kill goes down. Herald now
Okay.
slammed as LP starts to get onto the tower. He's got Tippers to tank it up for him. The Herald will finish the job. And RNG, they're making it look easy.
You know, every split you get 3 or 4 of those.
This build is way too dank.
Super sexy, but
there's no way Essence Reaver is not better than
that one is definitely
Kraken.
one for the history book.
Did you watch the Tyler 1 clip? No, send me the clip. Send me the clip.
Like, I definitely feel
Send me
like
the
those
clip.
games we've seen a lot of problems with RA. We've seen like the inexperience and like the lack of time together. We've seen, again, not like cohesive ideas of how to play out their composition, but RNG, like, it's not only them punishing RA.
I'll save it for later.
Like you're saying, they're kind of punishing them.
What the
personally.
LCS
They know
Walker?
exactly how to play out. We'll get another replay of this. I mean, that was super sick to watch. But
Stand behind Braum. Stand behind Braum.
when you're falling this far behind, you're losing every fight.
I
You
have
gotta
been
try to do
waiting
something.
to see a Nico pretend to be a minion to get a big combo off. We got to see it. It was gorgeous. Let's go ball. We called him the
Oh, base collector buy.
and it was off the back of being a minion.
I like the collector buy here, guys.
I
This
will
guy
say, much better
Brews
game
his-
from him
Brews
than
his
game
dad,
1.
That's all I'm saying. 'Cause he's a
Oh no. Yeah. Oh no. Oh. This is what they need. This is exactly what they need.
got the damage.
Holy, look at that picture.
He's not going to expect this, sure.
Ruler Gala.
Tanguyen walks in, the pop blossom immediately. There's the tangle bombs. And a beautiful kill. Balls on the board.
How dick do you think Chewbacca has? Nah,
So
bro.
now realizing,
Stop.
hey, we can't
It's
fight them.
done.
All we can
It's
do,
done.
cheeky brush plays.
It's done.
The epitome of like high tier League of Legends. And you know what?
I like the
They
collector
got
buy
one.
here
They're
from
still-
Affiliates, but I'm kind of curious if he actually
still
pivots,
only
like how
3K
he
behind,
distributes his
which
skill
I think you'd
points.
expect to be a lot more when you see a 4 to 13 like kill score.
Yeah.
But sadly, I feel like even going further than like their gold problems or like how they play their comp. I'll pause.
Should be in trouble.
Breathe
Leanne
is...
moving over the needlework. It's wide from Xiaoshu. Another one's there.
He has
Feather's
full,
right on the scene as well.
full armor, by the way,
Breathe
bro.
is going down. There's no two
Oh,
ways
he's dead.
about it. Lion arrives at the last second.
Awesome his
and,
ult.
steals
They
the
burnt
kill.
his ult though.
Let's go back to the
Oh,
end. Oh, no.
Nah,
Oh,
bro.
Lumao.
Nah,
Okay,
Lumao.
He gets out with his life. That looked real dicey for a second
Jesus.
there. And they will walk away.
You know, it was perfect though. It was perfect though because it.
I'm gonna give you guys a tip on how to hit Braum Q, okay? Aim behind the person you're aiming for, and then you'll hit.
To actually take him down. He did not have
It's a
flashes
secret
that
trick.
time, so at least next time an aggressive play comes out, he hopefully will be able to escape. But who knows how much longer this game goes if RNG are going to
Secret trick.
I mean, 20 minutes on the dot, Baron here. There's Lian in the area.
Because the projectile speed is a little bit different than other most projectiles. Oh, there we go. Oh, Pop Blossom. Can we get a reset? Lian, punch, Lian, punch. Punch, Lian.
Target to be eradicated off the face of the rift.
Punch, Lian.
Gets a little bit of damage down, but it's him, Assam, and Xiaoshu in a 3v5.
They at least managed to stop the Baron, which I feel like is what you need.
What do you think will be the third item on Zion? I don't know, BT, LDR.
The better odds you have is RA of just some shenanigans leading to one team fight win.
Lumao very bold there, but actually will survive.
Oh, nice. That's actually pretty good.
And a little overzealous.
Wait, so he just died because he wanted to pick up Aphelios. Nice, Leon.
Actually went down to the tower.
Thank you, Leon.
What is going on, Lyrics? Save
Rough.
I still want to know how we don't have higher than a 4K gold lead when we have like 7 to 18 kills. This is complete madness. This is completely awesome.
Look at the AD carry score as well for Assam. Like, how are they staying in touching distance of gold with a 0-6 AD carry that's down in CS?
You know, you would actually think he'd be down more when she's 0-6.
Yeah, right.
Up against the 7-1 Aphelios. My God. And Xiaoshu, we have seen their hope. Their hope is Xiaoshu. That needlework was huge. If you can get that through multiple members of RNG, once, you know, maybe like Lumao's shield goes down, he is forced out. Could be a way in.
Was going to get caught then for Wade. I'm not sure that's a fight that.
Why are you guys arguing in the chat, yeah?
It looked like he wanted it anyway.
You guys are bored, man.
Tang Yuan in the area as well if Xiaoshu tries to go too aggressive. But I'm going to be honest. I may be even favouring Gwen at this point in that 2v1. Surely not. Surely they would
Shimmer.
2v1 as Wade dashes out to safety. Drake coming up in 35 seconds.
Yeah, Rocket Balloon is not bad.
He felt the breeze from that one.
Yeah, he did. RNG.
You guys are bored.
Doing a great job of controlling vision, right?
Nice, they're defending the wards. Fuck your sweepers.
Getting wards towards top side, like just River completely lit up.
Fuck your sweepers.
Wave even pushed in bot side, so they know no one's gonna enter.
Next game is definitely Wokic. 100%.
And maybe find picks of their own.
Sneaking on forward, secret agent mission for Breathe, but it will just back away, maintaining that vision control, make sure nobody.
Can you please tell me how to beat Gwen as Kled? I got spanked so hard I cried. Yeah, that's not a winning. That's not a winning proposition, my friend.
Needs to wait for Lumao to use
that is not winning.
Pull the trigger on all those feathers.
Kled is like, can you hit Q? Yes, you win. Can you not hit Q? You lose.
Mentioned as well, LP 2-0 now.
Those are the Kled matchups.
Immaculate scores, like 7-1 and 6 at this point. He's gone Gale Force into Collector as well, which Collector apparently better value for your money at this point in the game. Like they proved it. So we already saw Aphelios as going Collector back before when it wasn't actually that good to go for. So I expect to see that a lot on Aphelios.
Yeah, this is one of those games. Didn't have big confusing changes, right? Just got a flat 6 more.
Okay, I appreciate Rare Atom ushering to contest.
They really don't have any like
appreciate it.
Front line either.
They're very friendly. Oh, they didn't find way. I appreciate them. They're making the game quick. Thank you, Rare Atom, for making the game quick.
No idea this is going on. Oh wait, but they're gonna check. Xiaoshu just wants Bloomer. He's not even looking for the flag.
This could actually really backfire if 3 members of RA just jump into that brush.
But they will get away with it. Lumao trying to buy space, and once again, all about these wards. The Drake was taken, so now they're fighting for.
We're starting natural wall. Come on, RNG. Come on, lads. We got them guns and shit. We got the green gun hiding behind the red. Like, come on, lads. Come on, laddies. Boom, laddie.
Nothing ever happened. It was a lot of posturing and nothing ever happened from it. Breathe though. He ain't EDG. He's going in. And look at this fight from RNG.
Brom with the triple.
Backside ain't gonna be enough as Breathe walks away with his life. And LP wants a little bit more. Mole and Liang both tagged up. Can they finish the job though? The knockback from Breathe is gorgeous. And they
little double with the ult
off of the map. That's gonna be game.
How don't they even lose a single member? What a beautiful debut for the new RNG.
And this is the thing, we were talking about.
Right on time, guys. Right on time. Right on time.
There are more roster changes for
League of Legends is the best game.
They had the same amount of time to prep. How do they look this good on day one? I don't know.
But dude, why do people come here and ask me this? I told you. Listen, I'll say it one more time. Okay,
So my whole thing with this is, I've been saying for years, every single player in Academy, as soon as they feel like they've made it. Academy players feel like they've made it. A lot of them stop playing solo queue. They've already played LCS and dropped to Academy. It's like a comfortable home, and they get an Academy and they're comfortable, and they're just paycheck thieves. They just get money for free, like 70K a year for free for doing the bare minimum of anything, right? There's no brand. They're not making the orgs they're in stronger. They're not popular. There's nothing. They're not doing anything. So and it's like somebody said, it's like 75 per player. It's like 600,000 a year. Bro, that's just bleeding. There's no org is keeping up, like making that money back. I'd say out of the 600,000, whatever that it was for an Academy team. Fuck I'm just gonna dodge. Anyway, what was I saying? So let's say an Academy team, they have to pay them like 600 salary grand. I don't know if that includes housing or whatever. Bro, I would argue that out of that $600,000 that per year an LCS team is getting from that, probably what, less than $50,000 worth of revenue, if anything.
Less.
So it's just
way less.
Now
by the way.
you'd say, well,
I would be surprised if they break 25K.
Those Academy players are not leaving Academy. 90% of Academy, they will never, ever, 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 ever see LCS. Never, never. They know that. The pros know that. The coaches know that. Everybody knows that. They're not going to ever touch the LCS. Everybody knows it. So it's like a comfortable place for them to like slowly eat paychecks for like nothing. Sure, they maybe scrim the LCS team. Sure, they maybe do this, do that, but whatever. Okay? And it's been like this way for years, by the way. Years. So you see these guys in solo queue, then you stop seeing them. As soon as so-and-so gets signed to Academy, boom, you stop seeing them ever. The biggest one was like Johnson was huge. He was a solo queue grinder, blah, blah, blah. He got him Academy. He had a brief. Wait, is Johnson is he still starting for a team? I don't know. He's in LCS, but you don't see this kid at all. Whatever, bro. It is what it is, right? Then we go to the product. Nobody watches that shit. Nobody cares. It's just filled up with the old NA pros that has dropped down so they can comfortably make money. By the way, this is all like friendships, by the way. They all just comfortably make money in Academy when they're not good enough to play in the LCS anymore for God knows how long. Don't give me this, oh, it's to nurture NA talent. Nobody, it's on both the teams and the players. Nobody is brought up from Academy. I'm sorry, bro. It's so fucking rare. They're just imported or it's the same old players recycled. It's so hard to get brand new players. No, man. So if you're not taking players from Academy anyway, you might as well just stop paying for it. So I feel like people are striking and people are upset. Bro, what was it even doing anyway? Like I said, there's people crying about it. Well, no NA talent. Bro, if we're being honest, there's not any NA, there hasn't been NA talent in years anyway. Why are we just now mad about it? Because, oh, there's no NA talent, so now finally, we're just going to stop bleeding money. We don't have any NA talent anyway, and we're just going to cancel the teams. But people are like, well, no, we need the teams to have NA talent. There is no NA talent. Nobody was getting promoted anyway. So what they need is they need the teams so when they're time.
No, Tasty AMG. That is a 95% negative. There's no return. No return.
Time the LCS is done, they have a nice little safety blanket. Or if they have a bad split, instead of just getting kicked, they just go to Academy and still low-key make money. It doesn't do anything. No one even watched in LCS. Well, okay, yes. So it was a dead nobody ever watched it anyway. But also, I'm arguing it didn't do anything regardless. So yes, nobody watched, but none of the players were getting brought up anyway. So it doesn't matter. So if nobody watched, but a considerable amount of players were promoted to LCS, then sure. But nobody watched, and 95% of the players didn't see any LCS. I don't know, bro. Why the fuck was it around for so long? I don't know. It shouldn't have been. The orgs did it to themselves, though. I'm not saying that's not the truth. Because there's for sure players that should have got signed from Academy that never seen LCS. For sure. I'm not saying that's not the case. Yes, there's no passion. NA pros have no passion.
I like that the Tyler 1 charm is to have this shitty-ass Logitech mouse.
Swap me, you piece of shit.
Headset.
The players not promoting LCS.
It's not shitty, right? It's like headset, so it's a microphone, right? It's good. For what it is, it's really good.
And all the faculty,
but the fact
staff of the team is not NA. There's some not NA, but they should have also tried. The thing about that is, players who do try and don't fucking pop off at the beginning are instantly dropped back down to Academy. So, like, that's a good spot for them. But they're never brought... it's going to be Kane top. But they're never brought back up.
It's like...
It's a waste of time based on a single record.
My girlfriend uses the same headset,
all this shit, we suck.
The same exact one.
They suck. LCS, NA sucks. So it's like... Dude, so... We just need to, like, pick our hill to die on. Do we want to... So we're already going to suck, right? Do we want to pretend that we care... Or do we want to embrace sucking and just become like full for fun content? Seriously, Academy's all XLCS washed up players. Not all of it, but majority. Yes. A lot of it. Yes, bro. Yes. Yes. And players who will never be given a shot. So what is the point of having an academy?
All right, he's just repeating what he's saying over and over again. All right. Tyler went 0-7-0 in this game. Lovely. Nice.
You got Gragas, and you made a very, very
Yo, Breathe
decisive
is so
engagement
tall,
on
no?
Jinx in the last move on the flanks. And in game number 2, you also performed pretty good in some skirmishes and team fights on Cassante. So how would you rate your own performance on a scale of 1 to 10? 那么其实说到呼吸哥今天的表现，其实在第一局的时候，酒桶也是多次开到了对面的 AD， 并且在最后一波有一波绕后一锤定音。第二局的奎桑提在前期的小规模团战和整场比赛团战当中也发挥了很强的作用。呼吸哥觉得今天自己表现怎么样呢？如果是1到10分的话，
感觉今天就是在找机会上有突破自己之前没做到的吧，就给自己打个9.9。
Billy Alarm Clock, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. I appreciate it. Thank you for too kind.
9.9 because I did a better job on seizing opportunities proactively and I really tried to find some opportunities, and I think this part I did much better than before, but I do hope I can perform better and better in future. And the next question,
Come on, Wanda, let's do the hardcore race.
Draft, especially in game number 2, because Nico were reworked, and we know that RA's Millionaire Mo is a very signature Nico player, and they got Blitzcrank, they got Wing Top. So do you think this draft to you guys?
What time is it? Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
1 a.m.
Manage to prepare into their draft in game number 2.
Just Google. I'm gonna just do some googling for builds and like theory craft before, and that's it. It's top 1,000. That should be easy to crack, no? So in 13 hours? No. Like in add 24.
有没有觉得有点
出乎意
料，或者说当你们看到这样一个体系的时候，打算是怎么应对的呢？
那时候看到对面阵容，就是也有想过是因为会那么出嘛，然后我们就按照我们之前自己原定的计划就这么做了，就还好。
Actually, we kind of have predicted their picks in game number 2, their draft. So we just managed to execute as what we have prepared, just as our synergy. So the final question for you: a lot of people and
all right, we can already preload the thing.
About your team synergy right now because
we can preload it.
We have new 3 teammates in roster, and we have mentioned it earlier. So from your perspective, as a veteran player for RNG, how do you rate your team synergy right now? And do you think you still need much more time to practice?
How like LPL today? LPL today is a good time.
Are you confident of your team's roster this year, this split? 那么最后一个问题，其实刚才
Yeah, I don't know what the best way is to level either. Like after you finish the campaign. No clue, man.
是觉得还需要时间去练习磨合，还是到现在
No clue.
从今天的表现就觉得还是比较有信心的？
信心的话，我觉得我们全队一直都是有的，但是我们肯定是会经历很多东西，就是还有很多方面需要进步的，以及我们还有很多没有做好的，就是还没展现出来吧。就希望我们后面好好的训练，然后让这些不好的一面少展示，多展现我们打得好的。
Thank you, Milam.
So first of all, we have always been very confident about our team, but I do think we still much time to practice our synergy, this kind of things, and we need much more time to improve. We just need to avoid our drawbacks and some aspects we didn't perform well. Just try to manage to improve on this part, and I hope we can perform better and better. And by the way, you got the most valuable player in game number 2.第二局的时候刚刚拿到了 MVP 嘛，现场的观众也是很热情的。So the final question I also want to ask. Did you have some messages, or what do you want to say to your fans who are supporting you and supporting RNG? 最后一个问题，刚才是现场观众是在高呼你拿到了第二局 MVP 嘛，所以有没有什么想对你支持 RNG 这个队伍的粉丝们说的呢？
就很谢谢他们一直支持我们吧，就今年也发生了很多曲折的事情，然后就希望他们能见证我们的成长吧。然后就是感觉，还有就是觉得我第一把应该是 MVP， 第二把可以不给我。
So actually, first off, in terms of the most valuable player, I do think I deserve most valuable player in game number 1, and maybe I don't think I deserve most valuable in game number 2. And in terms of what I want to say to our fans is that I do want to say thank you so much for your support all the time. Maybe we have been experiencing a lot of things this year throughout the whole journey, but thank you so much for your company, and I hope that you can
This is pretty funny, actually. Holy shit, that's pretty fucking funny.
谢谢呼吸哥来到我们赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Much.
That is fucking funny.
He might deserve MVP more in game 1 than game 2, but what does Wei have to do? What does Wei have to do to get an MVP? He was insane in game 1. He was even more insane in game 2. What does he got to do?
I'm with Base Breathe on this one. Didn't deserve it game 2, did deserve it game number 1. I love that. She's like, you got MVP, and he's like, oh, I don't deserve that.
Like,
massive respect.
He had the one sick engage at the very end, which again, he still had a great game, but that was really his defining impact, right? I agree with the
Guys,
sentiment.
do you have the video of the LCSPA not knowing how many teams are in the NACL?
I guess his karma evened out. So, yeah, congrats, Breathe. You might not feel like you deserve it, but someone out there did. And you deserve that smile on your face.
I actually have no idea who decides this.
I don't either. You know what I mean? Like
it's like a mysterious higher power tells us in our ears who was MVP.
Which, that is kind of how it happens. If we're being
It's a Thorin video.
Right? Like, it's kind of how it works.
Yeah. Well, he gets the player of the game, so good job, Breathe. Take it as the honorary one for game number 1. As we can take a look at some of the replays.
Truth is, the LCSPA looks kind of like a joke, man. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, we had this play where RA kind of tunneled, which describes a lot of how a lot of the plays started out. But then it's about how RNG followed through, because you hit on it in the game, but a lot of these fights, RNG wouldn't even lose a single member. Constantly great turns, great job by Lumao to absorb the damage, and the follow through from Breathe, Wei, and Tang Yuan to really just layer down that CC. Honestly, I love the read RNG had coming into today. You kept saying it was like simple, it was easy, just a bunch of CC, meatballs go in. That's what it was, and that's what works.
I will say that final engage from Breathe, great, because you're not usually really meant to be able to do that. Kasante, Kasante is not a outright engaged champion like that, but just runs at them, finds the angle to get 4 of them, then all out someone separate from the team. Like, what more could you ask for out of Kasante in a front-to-back situation? Yeah, fantastic stuff. I will say as well, for this game, we got to see the Nico pretend to be a minion into combo, into 4-man Pop Blossom. Like, that's a big moment, I think, in the LPL. In competitive League of Legends, the new rework, paying off them all, even if they don't get the win.
What a mess, man.
I really want to see him turn into like one of the fruits, and like the fruit gets taken and wait where the fruit was. That's like the peak of like new Nico gameplay. Anytime I see those clips, I'm so happy.
Well, like respect member of the community and Team Fish Talker.
Yeah.
So they couldn't even find 2 people that would say, I will run a team. They found exactly one organization outside of the LCS owners who said, I'll run a team. Let's generally look at the teams. You have your...
Okay, that was the clip. Okay, hold on. I'm going to call Griffin. One sec.
It's LNG.
And this is just because of the question that I was asked earlier. One sec.
They found well, there were... You have your 3 organizations that were...
God. as well as the green card threats to certain players as well. So that's me and Evie, which it goes over. It's fine. I had the tweet that came out.
Well, the thing is,
yeah,
definitely some of the issues that NA is facing in terms of the economics of esports, the other leagues are also facing. 100% that's true. But how things are is just at a much healthier point with the RLs and with how the scene is in Korea and also in the LPL. There's definitely teams that are suffering bad in both Korea and LPL and also the LEC, right? It's like you have minimum wage teams that are trying to sell the spot, right? But this is just economic circumstance, right? This is just economic circumstance, and it's a global, active global thing, right? It's
so
an active
that's everything
global
that's
thing.
going on. All right, so obviously I have the tweet that ended up coming out. I had the tweet that came out. Okay, happening again. Well, link to the 13.
I'd be very surprised if any team was.
Surely doesn't even know how many. What is this?
Let's generally look at the teams. You have your 3 LCS organizations that stayed. You have your 3 organizations that were already amateur orgs that were being tested in the old format. They have the 2 orgs that promoted because there was supposed to be promotion relegation in the system for between amateur and the NACL. So 2 were already getting promoted. So you have 3 amateurs plus the 2 that got promoted. That's 8 of your teams. Well, there were originally 14 teams, I think, this last split. So they just cut it down from that to 10. And to round it out, they got Toast, a streamer who is a well-liked, respected member of the community, and Team Fish Taco. So they couldn't even find 2 people that would say, I will run a team. They found exactly 1 organization outside of the LCS owners who said, I'll run a team. For
Damn.
Wait, this clip is actually just so damning, no? Wait, this clip is actually so...
that's actually some clown shit, by the way. That is fucked, by the way. I don't know, man. Oh no, oh Long Johnson. Oh, Long Johnson. It's a bad look. It's not a good look giving LCSPA a bad look. That is terrible, guys.
慢点，集中，A 没闪的，好 ，A 没闪，可以一波，我有秒，OK，A 没打，好球的，自己小心，你自己小心，我们可以赢，快一波，自己小心，下，慢点，对他，哎呀，来死球，踢我一波。
I need to watch that 4 Horsemen, by the way.
Hello
It's
everyone,
3 hours,
and welcome
blood.
to an episode of the 4 Horsemen, where today we have been summoned to talk about the incredibly important topics that are happening in League of Legends, namely the potential collapse of NACL. I'll detail how that's happened in just a moment. But also more interesting, we are on the precipice of potential strike action because the Players Association want to preserve the jobs for players and coaches and indeed an American future. We've got the head of the Players Association making his second appearance on the show, Philip Aram, joining myself, Monte Cristo, and Thorin. And I'll just set it up.
I think
it's our first returning guest ever, by the way.
I'm your first returning guest? Haven't you been doing this a long time?
Well, sort of. We do these infrequently. Where we only do it for the really fucked up shit. Otherwise, we'd never be off air, you know what I mean? But anyway, so basically what happened was, roughly, and again, jump in if any of this is wrong, there was a lot of speculation around the North American Challengers League, NACL, which is essentially an academy league within the League of Legends strata that feeds into, theoretically LCS. A lot of big orgs have these academy teams operating in this league, but it hasn't traditionally been particularly well supported.
You guys know the
we're all in an
highlights?
economic downturn right now. All of these big orgs are looking to cut corners. Or just fucking sell their slots and leave the ecosystem entirely. And so Riot Games came out on the 12th of May, approximately 12 days ago, and they said, we're committing to the NACL, and they gave like a little 3-point statement about the things that they were going to do in order to keep NACL operational. However, these were not deemed to be sufficient, and the Players Association issued essentially a series of counterpoints and called Riot Games out for incredibly doing something they've never done before, which is tell lies to the general public.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm not...
This didn't seem to stop a lot of the big name.
And so the conversation about whether to cut these teams or make sure that the teams are not mandated, the franchise teams are not mandated to have the amateur teams, was supposed to be on the table for next year, correct? And what happened was they immediately cut that requirement.
Consensus that from people we talked to, that there was no belief that removing the mandate was a functional solution under the current state of affairs, because there are no incentives for third parties to participate. We knew a lot of teams would pull out immediately. So we were looking at, well, how do we keep building a bridge towards a world where you don't need a mandate in place? That's something we've been actively working towards. We also don't believe the mandate is the best solution, but it is the only functional solution today. And we've seen the outcome of that. You take the mandate away and you lose.
By the way, how is it functional? Like, how is it functional? How is the mandate a functional solution? It isn't.
7 out of 10 teams, and 2 of the 3 that stay say they're probably not staying long. So from that perspective, we were looking at, okay, well, let's remove the California requirement. We'll make it regionalized. Let's move the servers to Chicago so that we'll incentivize teams to put their teams in Indiana or someplace. We also said, allow teams to have affiliates. If you want to have a third-party amateur org run your NACL roster, they can cost share. They can pay for the team house, they can pay for the coach, and you're just paying for the regional salaries. So we thought, based on our calculations, that could cut the costs of running an NACL team in half for an org. We thought you could get somewhere between 200, 250,000 at most. And again,
but what it's like, the whole problem, right, is it's like, okay, so the LCS teams are like, yo, we're currently burning a lot of money. Who wants to join on this venture? You want to burn money? 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 How about you? You want to burn money? Come, let's split the costs. Mate,
let's say
it's like, we're not talking about peanuts here, man.
Even your number, let's say.
I think for the longest time, right, and I say this knowing full well that I took advantage of it, that money has lost its fucking numerical sense in esports. It's like the idea of what money is completely like lost upon people in esports. Bro, back in my day, right, back when I was a pro player in season 3, the minimum wage was 1.2k and I was fucking ecstatic, man. I was ecstatic. And then it ballooned the fuck up. There was a point where I was making 12k a month. 10 times that. And that's like craziness.
Hey, your number's right. We believe teams got close to $3 million this year, or upwards of $3 million. And a part of that, from our understanding, is an advance from next year because teams already came to Riot earlier this year and said, we're struggling financially, give us more money or we're going to go under. So
yeah, and one thing I can tell you too about what's been going on financially with the teams is that they used to pay they used to pay the revenue share like several months after the end of the year, to my understanding, and they have basically bumped that up to right now, where
actually, this is kind of hype, guys. Let's do the other thing.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL on Munch. I'm joined by Lyric, as we were just appreciating that image of Mark that was flashed on our screen. He is vibing in that picture.
I'm checking if there's something to eat, guys. Bye bye.
But we've got a banger coming your way. It's Top Esports versus LNG and Lyric. Like every single season, every single split, these guys both have dominant starts to the split.
Yeah, I think we've seen LNG numerous times start the season undefeated, like numerous big win streaks. Both of these teams started spring 7-1 in their first stage series. So I think both teams like always get off to hot starts. I mean, they have star-studded rosters. You highlighted it earlier in your tweet. We have like Tarzan Scout against Tien Rookie, Gala against Jackie Love, even top in support like Zeke and Wayward, two like, you know, younger but very like top tier prospects who've shown a lot. Hung with like his bloodthirstiness against Mark, who I feel like that picture just highlights. Like, you think back to Mark when he was like the shy little, never had any expression, like back in the days of like Sino Dragon, then moving on to DMO, and slowly like eases up into this like really edgy blue hair, like you know, a little bit silent, a little bit different, and now whatever this new phase of Mark is, I'm all aboard. I'm all for. It's going to be a hype matchup. Every lane is a banger. Both teams are bangers. And, you know, I feel like maybe you brought up the M word, the mojo, too soon. But this is definitely a mojo matchup.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, like you say, Mark, like the swagger is absolutely there. I feel like that's the word, right? There's swagger there for Mark. I feel like Wayward's got a lot of swagger as well. The emote game on point, whereas Zika, a player that he's been solo killing people. He's been absolutely dominating a lot of the time in that top side. And a lot of people were really high on this LNG roster back in spring playoffs, right? A lot of people thought this would be the version that went the whole way, that managed to make it to MSI, that made it to finals like this. I heard people saying they were going to win the whole split, which I personally thought was a little over the top. But now they've brought in Gala. Like, Gala, absolutely phenomenal in recent form. I feel like he's one of the best AD carries in the entire league. So just a straight-up upgrade in my mind.
100%. I mean, Gala's at least someone who has shown, if you give him resources, he can carry. To where on the opposite side, top esports have changed nothing, which really surprised a lot of people, right? Because they had a great start to spring, but halfway through, they started to fall off. They started to struggle. I believe it was after they lost to JDG that a lot of their problems really started to come to fruition. And then in playoffs, hell, both of these teams got knocked out by the same team. They were on the same side of the bracket. A lot of people thought that they'd meet each other, but OMG knocked out TES. TES finished 7th, 8th, and then they knocked out LNG. So kind of robbed of that matchup, which, you know, I'm all for. OMG's story was amazing, but now kind of getting to see it a few months later with the roster change, like it can really go either way. On paper, LNG more consistent, but top esports are top esports, which everyone knows.
Do you know, when you think about it, we're all essentially Mordekaiser right now because we're visiting the death realm. These are the teams that OMG bodied. And now we get to see them fight off for who was the closest to OMG in playoffs in spring. Yeah, well,
that's not fair. That's not fair.
How this one's gonna go. Sorry,
LNG of Gala now. That's just, you know, that's not, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, to be fair, yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But I do think in this matchup, mid jungle is going to be so crucial, right? Rookie and Tien versus Scout Tarzan. Both of these mid jungles have looked amazing in the last play. I will say Rookie and Tien, they had some rough games between them where they clearly weren't on the same page anymore. I think there was definitely trouble in paradise with top esports later on in the split. Whereas Scout and Tarzan, I think throughout the whole of spring, looked fantastic. I think this is a duo is maybe the best in the league.
If you just zoom in on the regular season of spring, they were the best mid jungle, just easily. Like a lot of times, they were just the reason. Not a lot of times, honestly, 95% of the time, they were the reason why LNG won games. But that's what makes this even more exciting, because I feel like in the first half of spring, Tarzan and Tien were the best junglers. They just were. They were the best junglers we had in the league. They were both performing. You already hit on top esports problems later on. But if they can both come into form, I mean, this could be, I mean, hell, this is like a match of the week coming at us on a random Wednesday.
Yeah, I forget what the match of the week is, but it's an even bigger banger than this one. That is saying
I should remember because I cast it, but I cast a lot this week, so I don't.
Well,
Drafting?
I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, should be a good one here. Should be a good one that we've got ahead of us. And honestly, I feel like that first series was a really good series as well. We can pay for ourselves because RNG looking really good. RA kind of bringing it to him. Like game number 1 was
Holy,
insanely bloodthirsty.
guys, I need to brag about my food.
Will step out onto that stage.
Wow.
We're over in LNG's arena here. So LNG should have the home crowd advantage.
Look at that omelette.
I feel like top esports, maybe one of the most overall famous rosters in the LPL. Like you've got Tien, Rookie, and Jackie Love there. And I assume Wayward and Mark both have a reasonable fan pool themselves in China now.
Oh.
I will say, I think especially for Rookie and Jackie Love, I mean, even Tien, but it feels like Rookie, Jackie Love, in the Shy and Uzi. The core from IG and Uzi.
Sorry, go ahead.
It really feels like their popularity transcends anything else in the LPL in China, right? Those kind of 4 players on what they were able to do.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Maybe I think Casa is in that category as well. But maybe that's just me.
Which I will say, I feel like he's close. And what's funny is he's close despite the fact that, let's be honest, Garza's kind of fallen off in splits of late, which is why we're not casting today, but Weibo brought in Weiwei. So that one is a bit interesting, right? Players who can keep up that.
My girlfriend's parents did.
Hell, I guess the Shy is a great example. Some splits, right? The Shy's had some awful splits. And
I recognize this man. Who's this man?
The LPL stuck behind him. Maybe not Western fans, but Chinese fans.
I feel like there's a lot of players like that where
If you link AOW GOAT, I will enable it.
they're polarizing, right? They've got these fans that are just through thick and thin, they are there. And everyone else is based on recency, and a lot of the time the recency ain't that good. And so they've got a lot of people saying oh, they're actually watching. And then there's a lot of people that are trying to
I'm very lucky,
they're
yeah.
there for it, yeah. They're like those RNG
I'm
fans
aware,
we saw
man.
at the front in the first series, who it's it doesn't matter how many roster changes, I'm here for it. But here we go. Is LNG going to step out?
This fucking Tian. Wait, do I have maximum
these guys
emotes
have
or
home
what?
crowd advantage, so you got to believe they've got some fans out there today.
I have room for 2,000. Why can't I?
Pressure on both of these rosters. Honestly, on paper, both of them should be in contention for those slots going to Worlds.
Why can't I put this on?
Rookie now, especially, who hasn't been in so long, even despite the fact of so many splits.
Why can't I put it on?
He's deserved it. LNG now making the roster upgraded be even
I don't know
more
what's going on.
If they don't make a deep run, they don't try to push to that international. So it all starts here. And hell, this is one of their most important matchups, right? Facing a team who, in theory, is in contention for one of those spots with you.
Yeah, and I don't want to go too much about internationals this early on in the split, but just on the topic of that, LNG with 20.
Yeah, but usually it's just I press enable and that's it.
It's not great in terms of especially top esports.
Am I not logged in or what?
Expect to have a bunch of points in the bank. They really don't this split. So, like you say, every match matters. And this time you don't have Chinese New Year to hide behind. You can't just kind of suck off the first couple of games and be we'll try after Chinese New Year.
Bro, I have room.
You gotta be going from the word.
Okay, let's remove one. Okay, let's remove one. What the fuck is this? Okay, no one uses this. I can't even remove it. What's that, man?
Pressure. It's top esports, so we'll have to wait and see what they look like today. But I'm fully expecting.
What? Press the button, man.
With a lot of preparation, they've had a lot of time to work with, and like we said, Gala coming in. That's the
Press the button, man. He says.
This should, and I would say, in terms of the grand scheme of League of Legends, AD carry is the most interchangeable role, where it's not going to massively change your dynamic unless it's a player like Uzi who demands a massive amount of attention. I feel like Gala will slot into LNG fairly well, so I'm anticipating a reasonable level of cohesion and solid play
Where?
for both these teams, despite that one change.
Where is it?
Yeah, and I mean,
They forgot me like that? Where is the LCS watch party?
This meta people that you can play around. Hell, we saw in the first series RNG, at least compositionally, really throwing everything into the LP basket. Now we'll see if these guys can do the same, because we're still into day 3, so the meta's still shaping up. But at least consistent bans we can expect to see go on, right? Things like
and
the
more.
Zeri, things like the Melio.
And more.
Even the Lucian really being someone that's just consistently taken off the table. Seems like there's a bit of flexibility beyond that. Things like, Lulu, Nico, Cassante, Jace, Maokai. Kind of like this pool of interchangeable champions that are still very strong that you can ban depending on the opponent. So when you have these two teams where I think you have very...
But they put everyone here.
Champion pools and play styles coming out on both sides. I think that's what could make it more interesting, right? Because Rookie and Scout, I think, very shared pool, both very willing to play anything. I'd say jungle is about the same. You have top laners who both prefer to be on, I think, more dueling and fighting oriented champions who both can play tanks. And
whatever,
honestly,
man.
Neither AD carry, neither
I don't care about
really
this.
Needs resources.
We have pirates.
I mean, Jackie Love and Mark might like to fight, but a lot of the time they are just kind of fighting on their own in that 2v2.
Yeah, I just want to mention as well the mid lane matchup in terms of veterans. Like, these are two of the longest standing LPL mid laners there are. Like, Rookie versus Scout is one of, in my mind, one of the premium mid lane matchups that we get in the LPL. We only get it once a split, so just, I really hope the observers kind of focus on that mid lane so we can really absorb some of that, because Rookie, especially during the laning phase, is just an absolute pleasure to watch. And Scout, I feel like it just gets better every split. You know, most players that have played for a long time, they kind of have peaks and troughs, and I feel like Scout has just been gradually getting better. I don't understand how he's still playing at such an insane level and has consistently been at such a good level, and yet somehow he's like popping off harder than ever. Like, recently won Worlds, and now on LNG he's looking really good alongside Tarzan. Like, it is truly impressive.
I feel like the change in environment might have helped him, which is obviously speculation from the outside, but like when I think back to the past few years on EDG, Scout along with Mako were like two players who would just have like quiet moments in the split. Not bad, like they weren't inting, they weren't getting caught out. It'd just be like, oh, you know, these like first few weeks, Scout's having really quiet games and not popping off, and then later in the split on EDG you would. So on LNG in spring, it was like from week one, he was just popping off, and him and Tarzan were just bodying everybody. So it seems like maybe just the change having refreshed him, now not in your comfort zone. So hopefully he can keep that up in this second split. We don't have those times like in past years in EDG where Scout would have some slower moments. So, I mean, again, against Rookie, you're not going to be allowed to have like time to breathe. You're going to have to go all out from the first seconds of the game.
Let's hope he locks in Cassante then if he's going to go all out. But great one. Banter. Okay, LNG versus Top Esports. We're kicking off. I'm in serious.
How about a Zeri ban?
There's Nico banned, Cassante banned, Milio banned, Zeri banned.
How about a Lucian ban?
So the only champion still on that list.
How about a Lucian ban?
What we've seen as kind of must bans is that Lucian. I wonder if TS will take it away. It would just give so much like 2v2 power over to Gala and Hung, and like trying to really get a snowball going early on. It really doesn't feel like any other AD carries need to be banned, because then you're kind of giving one over of the Aphelios Jinx trade that you typically do see come through. I guess the only other things would be like high priority junglers, right? We've seen things like Vine, Wukong taken off the board, but actually a lot of respect being put over to Gwen for a first rotation ban.
Oh, never mind, it's Gala, he doesn't want to play.
Feeling like that's
Aphelios.
a really high priority pick right now. The Vine going to be locked in over Wukong, which surprises me a little bit. I feel like you could just go like Wukong Annie here for TN and Rookie, based on the meta as opposed to the players, but I feel like it's such a strong combo currently.
Lucian,
the Lucian, something that I was hitting on, has 100% presence. It's been banned every game except one, and in that one game it was picked up by FPX in their win against TT. So this could be a rotation for TS. Go the Lucianami. If they want to lock in jungle here, they could, but with the fact that LNG have already taken Vi, it means you could just save that jungle for third, because LNG, I mean, they've already picked their jungle, right?
Aphelios Annie! Aphelios Lulu!
I will say, I'm like nervous to see the Lucian army. We saw it once and it was,
Aphelios Lulu!
I think, a little underwhelming. I kind of expected it to pop off harder than it did, because like, I've seen it a lot on streams and I've played it a bit. Like, the damage is absurd.
By the way,
bigger than it was. So
Tasty MG is right.
I feel like Jackie Lavamar,
the best people, the most consistent and honest people, and the people that will have the cleanest opinion about the misdealings of LCSPA
and mid laners
and Riot.
And like
it's gonna be Richard Lewis, by the way, and Thorin,
lanes who were able to kind of push this 2v2 to the limits when they would get their hands on it. So have faith. I'm excited to see them pull it off. And now we get to see
this omelet was crazy good, man.
Come through, and we still have like really important solo lane options open, right? Things like the Ahri, things like the Annie, still being on the table. I wonder if either team will pinch, or if we're just gonna end up with the trade. You just kind of both end up focusing on top lane and some of these more kind of strong, you know, the Jax. Jace, even though I think is more of a mid laner nowadays, like maybe that's something you need to be concerned about for Zika on that side. And funnily enough, the Poppy, which more people have up in solo queue.
Yeah, great against Lucian, great against Wukong. Makes sense to try and ban that and could be based on what they're hoping to pick in their
Ricardo Luis.
But that Annie's
Is
still
that a football
open,
player?
which I feel like is a big priority. And there we go, taken off the board. I wouldn't have been surprised to see Top Esports look for that themselves, but clearly Rookie not looking towards that Annie.
Yeah, you still have things like the Ahri left open, so maybe now for TES, you're trying to push LNG into an Ahri ban now that Annie is off the table, and then you kind of have something planned for that third pick. Syndra, of course, is still open if LNG did opt into banning the Ahri, and then you wanted to move down to that if you wanted control over mid lane to have something that's blindable.
So many people don't like them because they think it's correct to not like them.
The Gragas is
Crazy that the Ahri went through here for 5.
Them out. There's so many things up there that definitely feels fine to just blind pick your top side, but with no Ahri ban, that one will be picked up.
And then Annie 2.0 locked in there with the Lissandra for Scout. And I feel like Lissandra has become almost a signature for Scout over the last couple of years. I feel like Scout very much willing to play these utility roles and set up for the team. But looking at this roster from LNG, it feels very similar to what we saw from RNG.
I don't think fully understand the walkout because it seems like you almost get cancelled if you disagree with it. So must be something I missed.
On the side of Top Esports,
I don't know.
a much more skirmish-heavy composition, looking towards getting a tank up for the
It is
top
strange.
side will be the Gragas.
No, it's like Riot really fucked up
Yeah, and it feels like at least the disparity in our
by
first
doing
series
this
is
in
like,
the dark,
okay,
you
we'd have
know?
one engaged team fight, sort of like pick,
That is the
fight a lot
mistake.
comp against one that would have like more range or different ways to play, like RA were drafting.
That is like
But
the
TES
only leverage I have.
match
That
fire
Riot
fire
fucked up the
lost
delivery of
easy
this.
Pick coming out on both sides. I'd actually say LNG in an outright 5v5 later into the game probably are favored because they should have a better front line coming out with things like that Scion. They have more zone control with Lissandra, and of course Aphelios should be able to output bigger damage the longer the game goes. But TES, I mean, have a lot of options in that mid game. Ahri's mobility, she'll be able to start impacting that bot lane, and you were saying it feels like Lucianami dealing more damage than ever.
Yeah, it's just going to be an exciting one. I feel like, you know, we were talking about Lucianami duos and like Mark and Jackie being absolutely a premium version of those. I feel like Elk and On really made a name for themselves in recent history on the Lucianami. Like, I feel like Elk and On were kind of the reason it started just
Oh man, that's
in the mid game with that pick. And I feel a lot of people at home
Holy
believe
fuck.
that Lucianami is a bit of a bait pick. Like, even if you believed that before, on the new patch, like, it's so insanely strong. If you've got a good AD carry that's willing to be aggressive, this is the pick for you. And well, we know Jackie likes to be aggressive.
I do gotta say, there were many times I thought Lucianami was a bait pick, and so one of our top tier bot lanes in the league would bring it out, and they'd be like, "Oh wait, this is how Lucianami's meant to be played. This is absolutely clapping." So I'm kind of hoping we'll get the same thing here in this game, as I always love getting to cast the games in the other stadiums because that's when you get all the really sick graphics.
All right, let's see here.
Music there as well as exciting, and we were talking about the mid lane matchup, Lyric. Scout already 100% CSD.
I honestly
in
like
the mid lane. 1-0.
I personally like Red Side Draft more.
What's he gonna do? This man is supposed to be the GOAT. This man's at least supposed to be the second GOAT, right? Most people
But it
would
is
say
harder
here,
to
and I
play.
think a lot of people second would probably look at Rookie, at least historically throughout League, and now being outdone by, I guess, another world champion himself. Not too bad.
Yeah, world champion matchup in the mid lane. I mean, we've got. Let's be honest. This is actually kind of a one-sided.
It's gonna be spicy though. It's gonna be spicy.
All right, predict the channel points, guys.
Yeah, I'm waiting. 30
It's
seconds.
gonna happen.
We've got 3 world champs on one side. We've got a world champ and MSI champ on the other side. It's only 2 international champs, and one of them's not even worlds. It's not good enough. Top
Oh, what the fuck is this?
Move it in. Zika the target as Tarzan tries to back away. The wards are down. Wayward body blocking for TN, who's trying to focus on the
This
blue
is
buff.
flipping the whole game like this?
Back. Tarzan low.
I love
Now
it.
Chased out by
They are way
TN.
stronger.
They're
Ryan
leaving the
Sion
blue
cannot
buff on
fight back.
900. They're winning the 2v2, but Scout now arriving on the scene as well.
Oh, who gets
It's
the
absolute
smiting?
carnage at
Oh,
level 1.
Tarzan
Blue
gets
buff is
it.
Tarzan to get it. Rookie with an
Oh,
organ
shit.
LNG can keep going on this one if they can find a bit of CC.
Oh, that's a mess,
Find a
by the
bit
way.
more Tarzan level 2.
The Rookie's gonna have to flash too.
Yeah, but the
He might even die.
comes
The,
out from
the
Scout, forces the flash from Rookie as
Wait,
well.
Vi went E.
What, LNG win the trade in
Why
the end,
went
right?
E
They
instead
get
of Q
2
here?
flashes for the price of 1. They pick up their own blue buff, and it feels like from TES, honestly, I feel like you either wait a little bit in terms of showing yourself from that brush, or you have to preemptively bring Rookie over sooner, right? Or Scout just
Damn.
has an easier path to join the fight. So
Based E is better for clear, but yes it
executing
is.
a bit better than Top Esports, and it pays off.
Yeah. I do respect that Top Esports basically went into that saying, look, we're going to win this on a hand sniff. We're going to outsmite you. We're going to just outplay you in the fight. We're taking the even 2v2, and we're just going to do better at it, which that takes confidence. That takes cojones to make that call.
I mean, they also were doing better in the outright 2v2, right?
Yeah.
Also have more early damage, which is nice, but sadly, yeah, LNG just thinking that step ahead and being like, yo, Scout, get down here. And then, you know, he did, and that's sadly how League goes, Munch. The more
why do they
people
sound
that
like
show
they're
up,
from an 80s basketball film? Yo, Scout.
because that's just how I imagine LNG. LNG are the 80s basketball film protagonist, you know?
Ooh, I like this. Oh, what a bait!
No flash.
Djibouti!
Knocked up.
Djibouti!
It up, but turns it around.
Oh,
so
the Djibouti from
to get in the
Scoot.
return kill onto Scout.
That's brilliant.
But will go down.
Sadly, it doesn't.
I like
happen.
that.
Tarzan.
What a
Tarzan's
Djibouti.
Coach Carter Munch. He shows up. He gives the motivational speech. And sadly, Scout.
Apparently, Fnatic's new lineup so far only lost 4 out of 35 scrim games. Thoughts on their potential?
Coach Carter, since he's, you know,
So like,
coach.
if I play, if I go 20-0 in gold,
You know
okay?
what? I can't fit Poppy to the analogy of the mid gank though. Look at this. Look at
Would
this.
you be
Where's
impressed?
Poppy? I don't see him. Tarzan, he's here.
That's true. And also, Top Esports banned Poppy, huh? It gets deeper. It goes
Actually,
deeper. Rookie.
it was LNG that banned Poppy.
Oh, the self-ban. Maybe.
How many worlds?
Something we could dig into in a session. Scout going back in here, trying not to Rookie. Does get caught by the charm, but manages to pull it off. And this is what I was hoping for. This is what I asked for, that we could focus on the mid lane with the observers. I'm glad we get to, because watching these two spar is always so much fun.
Yeah, I feel like sparring is a good way of putting it as well, with a lot of little trading back and forth. I like that Tien kind of ends his path down here. It gives the tri-brush reward when we know that Jackulov and Mark not only want to be playing aggressively, but have actively been playing aggressively. LNG have a wave to set this up on the opposite side. Wayward has flash, and we know Gragas can be very annoying to dive.
I was a little worried because the thing was, microphone was a bit far away. Okay.
Scout gonna get that route down, but Zik is still tanking.
I don't know.
Wayward gets the kill,
I don't know, guys.
down,
It's just the LNG mid jungle is just the CEO of the game.
If he had, that would have been huge. Ultimately, hell, actually with Tien here, it ends up about even, right? This should have been a denied wave on the side of TS.
Yes,
Sure, Wayward
Filthy.
himself is denied, but the fact that Tien's there to you know, get the
How
XP
expensive
up
is the life in Berlin?
means that at least there's no.
What are your average monthly spendings? I think it's telling that I don't want to live there anymore.
Jackulov gets his recall cancelled. Good little ward over the wall there from either Hung or Gala. And so far, a fairly quiet bottom lane, but ultimately, you do expect the Lucian army to wait a little while before it properly pops off. You get your trading power at level 3, but then...
Can Sion have a CS lead in this matchup with Gragas fucked up? Mate, he just got dove by 3 homies.
Until you get that level 6 online. Deep ward coming out there from LNG. Don't think it's bot Tien, though.
Now, need to pay attention down to the spot lane. Both junglers are going to path down here and Dragon's up. With the fact that TS have priority and they've already gotten some preset vision around that bot side river,
It's okay. Where are you now? I don't want to say.
But I wonder how vigilant
I'm in Nordrhein-Westfalia.
he will be.
Yeah, Berlin is turbo expensive,
With the fact
mate.
that Rookie's push, though, it probably would be hard for
Bro,
him
like
to
there was this lady, right? That worked at the coffee shop,
Moving over.
and I visited the coffee shop daily, right? I had my coffee there.
You kind of favor Top Esports. If you look at just the bottom 4 players on either side, like
And
the level 6 fight.
at one point, she's like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna live here in Berlin anymore." I'm like, "Oh, what are you doing?" She's like, "Yeah, I lived there my whole life, but I just can't afford it anymore." Fuck. How messed up is that?
It would be really cool to see LNG set up what I call the old FPX plays. Really, just the old
That
Doinby
is
plays,
so
honestly,
fucked,
'cause
though.
Even LNG would do some when Doinby was on the squad, which is where, like, as scout, let's say you like hover up towards top to make Rookie think you're gonna roam, and then you just both wait in that brush. You find the pick and then bam. I mean, Lissandra Vi, he's.
I'm in
for
Germany.
Sure. You have numbers advantage. You go kill Wayward. I want the
Crowny,
old
Wunder,
Doinby
Gilius.
spec
Where you guys at? Well, join the productions, guys. Join the productions.
Maybe that's where the inspiration came
Join the
from.
productions.
On this roster. Maybe he's
Come, Gillies. Come, Crowny. Come, Wunder. Let's watch some LPL together.
Love to play the hour. And we talked about the mid-jungle 2v2, right? Like 1-0-1 on Tarzan and Scout. Granted, wasn't necessarily a 2v2, but...
Hey, Gilligan.
Good morning.
How are you, my friends?
Good, and you?
I'm good. What is your rent in Berlin?
Onto those Raptors. Red buff spawning soon.
If you can
my
say.
rent.
Hunger guard,
Yeah.
oh god.
1,900 euros.
Oof. Oof.
I don't know how long we're gonna survive, brother.
Oof, oof, oof. Good morning, my brother.
Yeah. They're also increasing the rent every 2 years, so at one point I'll be bullied out of here.
That's I love it when that's in the contract.
Yeah, I should have read that fucking contract.
I think they make it intentionally long, so you just full CBA, you know.
Yeah, I think so.
And they make the text smaller too. It's a mess. Alright. I don't know if this is good, by the way. Like, they're swapping fully for this Herald, and they started it so slow. Like, this Aphelios is fucking peppering the turret. Holy, Jackie has cleanse.
Oh, I played that nicely.
Holy, Tarzan's the police, dude.
Bro, like, do you ever see mid-jungles do this in Europe, by the way? Like what LNG is doing?
These guys are dominating the whole...
I swear to God, man. They get one little lead and they just fuck the whole map.
I don't know, Scout and Tarzan did this the whole fucking split, but then all of a sudden it caught up to them that in other rules they just had worse players than other teams.
Yeah.
I love the fact that this meta is exactly the same though. Like nothing has changed the whole year.
Yeah, what the fuck is this? Like, I thought we were gonna see Graves and stuff. Like,
we saw some Kianas, we saw one Rengar who bought Gore Drinker.
We're actually watching the Humus patch, right now?
Yes, yes.
What the fuck? That's crazy.
It's like Milio is banned, Zeri is banned, and then it's same meta.
Yeah, Milio is super broken. He will be perma-banned, I think.
It has to be perma-banned, this champion. It's funny when my chat asks me, it's like, yo, what are the best Milio combos? So you pick Milio and then you pick an AD carry. Like, you don't need a combo.
Yeah, you don't need combo.
But still, a little bit of a change to try to help teams not get snowballed against as hard.
I love this from the observers, just highlighting the wards in the bottom lane.
Close.
TPs are available. We're past 10 minutes, so very
So Yamato, are you getting co-stream rights for Europe?
No man, that's never gonna happen. I need to like co-stream in Polish or some shit to get those rights.
Yeah, you could do that actually.
Maybe I have to like become a language streamer, and maybe I can convince Riot to be the Polish face or something. But I think there's bigger Polish streamers than me that would be like ahead. Bro, there's like this. I didn't know much about this streamer called Xayo, but he fucking streamed and he had 35k viewers during his tournament.
What? 35?
Yeah, this guy's a monster streamer, dude.
What the fuck? Wait, I didn't even know there's so many Polish people watching.
Yeah, dude. The Polish community is fucking strong.
It's a shenaniganless
Holy shit.
situation, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think I know Xayo, isn't he? He's like a mid laner, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know him from Solo.
Apparently Xayo's record is 200k. Jesus. This is just Polish eBay. But eBay had like 1 million. Didn't he have 1 million at some point, eBay? Like during the MMA events, some shit?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, we still have Herald in pocket.
It's crazy, man.
It's about seeing where he's
That's what happens when you know Messi.
Ideally, you would want
eBay is a giant, man.
Crazy.
Did you see the tweet from his AD carry in Academy to him?
I didn't see.
Wait, I sent you.
Okay.
keeping up consistent pressure.
It's like this new upcoming AD carry called Yoppa. I think you saw him maybe in Champions Queue. He did a pentakill.
Just a little bit of
And,
there, only the single plate actually taken, but gets priority.
I read it in general, yeah.
Okay, so Ibai had 3.3 million viewers during his boxing event.
Paw. Bro, I want to see the analytics of that.
Will return to the top lane. Doesn't want to lose out on the CS there. In that, you know, that saucy tank matchup, you need every single second of top lane action. Recalls coming through, almost denied there by Tarzan, but find his mark. Speaking of Mark, he's trying to defend his ward over the wall. Jagular actually dashing towards Tarzan. Culling going to be used, but won't find his opportunity.
I think we will see that guy in LEC soon.
He's decent, yeah. He's one of the better ADs. Some of the Brazilian players were pretty fucking decent, I think, during during that segment.
Oh, TP.
Double
What's
TP.
minute 13
Two.
TP?
Two. They're all coming. This is the comeback.
Oh, nice combo.
Ooh, okay, Wayward.
1 HP, but he will burn down Rookie to get it. Wayward trade.
Doesn't matter that he died. They look cool.
I think they're also dead, by the way.
They should continue, yeah.
They're gonna keep looking.
We're not done. The damage onto Hung Rookie. Playing
Rookie's so smooth. So smooth.
The kill. Now onto Scout. Turns golden, but that's the stopwatch down. Should go down. No, the minions are gone.
Oh.
Jagular's tanked too long.
Oh, executed. Wow, what the fuck? This was insane.
He just gets, you know, a fast
Nice.
timing. Jagular is chilling.
Hey, I'm telling you, man, these TP advantages before minute 14, they are game winning.
This is going to be broken down. I will say
When you're top lane, the TP is too lane.
LNG don't really
I like
Yeah, need a
minute
big
7.
discussion.
It's just gonna be pulled up in the review.
100%, bro. Like, what the fuck is that? The Wayward just won the whole entire game there.
And it's who plays the world, actually, I'm curious.
It was also on Sandra back this whole play for Vukba.
Before that play kicked off, so couldn't have really got any better for him.
Well, apparently there's Jackie and Scout ProView.
Oh, wow.
They brought back ProView. God bless, man.
Didn't mean anything because it just gave Mark an easier place to bubble. And then
But you need to probably watch it on like a Chinese side, right?
Probably, yeah.
So much easier. Ton of CC coming up from Scout allows for 1 return kill.
I can't really control these sides. I don't know.
Actually, I'm not allowed to show it. Fuck.
At the end of the day, they are both still just going to go down.
No, LPL has not had it all the time. In spring, there was no ProView.
Kind of fumbling that one to go down to the tower there. But in the meantime, we've already got a fight. The charm
What
is slightly
important
wide
flash.
to the turret, blocking a bit of culling as well. Gala walks away as Tien now has found Tarzan, but here comes the Sion
it's
from
clone.
the top side. It's a 5v5.
Q got
It's
cancelled.
messy, but it leads to nothing.
Great damage coming out from LNG though.
I'm going to Toddy's barbershop later, Yamato.
Really? Greet him from me, dude. Really?
Yeah, well, the one guy, he really likes you.
Which one?
He's like a bit wider, you know? He's like, he has a beard. He's like...
Is it actually Toady?
No, not Toady, the other guy. He always talks like, he says he always cut your hair.
Oh, he's more... he looks like kind of Middle Eastern.
Yes,
This
for
guy?
sure.
Okay. But he's not Middle Eastern.
Yeah, I don't know where he's from, actually.
I think he's from Serbia.
Oh, Serbia, yes, that's him. Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely can Scout. Oh, Scout.
Well, it's crazy that they still remember you, isn't that like 3 years ago?
Bro, I brought them the whole LEC, the customer base.
Oh, I see.
I just want to go back to what I was talking about earlier because that fight broke out at a really bad time where it just ended up with me pretty much calling RA bad.
No, that place. It's a nice experience to catch you there.
Yeah, for sure.
Now I've demoted myself to have this barbershop here. It's like a Turkish barbershop, but they speak all the languages. You know, I can hear Kurdish, Arabic, Turkish. You know, the whole Middle East is there.
Oh, the flash
No W.
there as well. TN locked up, burnt down, 2 ultimates used.
But I can go get 2, no?
That's the jungler for top esports gone.
Looks like it, yeah. But they don't have ult, so maybe Lucian can push her. Yeah, Lucian can push her. There's no pressure on him. They don't have ult.
Space here. Herald gets the second charge, and LNG move towards the Drake.
I don't know, man. Ever since I sent you that meme of Turkish barbershop, you remember?
I don't remember.
Right. I will send you again.
Then execute on that play in mid. It's gonna turn into what should be a Drake, but like you said, TS look like they still want to fight.
They don't have ult, so I understand why Toppies was actually want to fight. Because this Drake is so slow to kill. There's also like portals. Like I think Toppies was win here. Doesn't matter that Tian is late. My man's got portals. Play for fight, play for fight, play for fight! Play for fight! Oh! Oh nice, Tian ignores the Drake to win the game. Respect.
The play is there for top esports. They lose the Drake.
That's future.
And I think this is better. I feel like playing for the fight almost always results in more.
Really good contest. My man in the chat says, can we not contest? My god, bro. They use everything to kill Wu. And there's the portals.
And I get mid tower as well here. It's big.
I like the item mode of Jackie Love to just go Gale Force first. I think this is underrated. Because Gale Force is just OP, I think.
Oh, you don't go Stormrazor first, right? You go Gale Force still.
Gale Force just seems unbelievably OP to me.
And look at the gold. We are
like Stormrazor is also super strong, but on Lucian specifically, I like the Gale Force first.
I love the attempt of the drive-by smite there. Won't happen, but does get a flank off of it.
Yeah, great
I'm getting the guy in chat treatment, of course, man.
And from here, I feel like
okay, Yamato, you can look at the general chat now. That meme. Since that meme, I don't go anymore to Turkish Barber. And what's the craziest part about that fucking tweet? There's fucking Donald Trump there as well.
Both teams have been
like on the left side, Donald Trump is also shaving him.
Revisit how we should right? How these teams are approaching this. Because I remember you said earlier, like LNG in a straight up front to back, they'll probably have the advantage late on.
But you kind of gave up on long hair, right? So you always go short now?
Honestly, I wanted to grow it out, bro, but I kind of missed. Like, I'm in the mood to like shave my head, like especially now because it's so fucking warm. I just start to imagine feeling the wind on the scalp of your head, you know?
Oh, that sounds good, yeah.
I'm in the mood to shave my head right now. I'm gonna call up Trump to shave my head.
It's kind of a balancing act, right? Making sure Jackie Love and Mark are strong and safe in mid.
Really? Trump is in the Hall of Fame of wrestling? That's crazy.
Try and get with the Ahri and the Wukong, and then opening up the game that way. Because as you can see on the minimap right there, Scout will constantly be looking for moments.
I wonder if we will get to the point where like some streamers will become big enough that they can like try to become the president of America.
I mean, Kanye tried, right? But he's not a streamer, I guess.
Did he like really try, or did he like say that he would try?
I mean, he just went on podcast and said he's gonna be president, right? But maybe he was just talking shit. Not sure.
Yeah, not sure either.
I mean, Arnold made it as governor, right?
Yep. Because he couldn't become president, right? Because he's not born in America.
Yeah.
Things like the Cyan, which I feel like should be able to be more impactful.
Well, being governor is pretty cool anyway.
Yep.
In the last series, that really can be game changers.
I feel like that's the thing. Like on paper,
I mean, if you think about it, Trump became president, and he used to be on like TV shows like Kevin Alone at Home. He was at WWE. Like, it's already crazy that he became.
I feel like Kanye, if he would like do it, he would just get bored too quick, and he would just like want to do something else. I guess this guy seems to be like changing his mind all the time.
Yeah.
Like, you know, in Family Guy, there's like that like Cleveland's son who's like super talented, but he just like is distracted by everything. I think that's Kanye.
round, we actually saw LNG.
Someone tells him, yo, they faked the moon landing, and then he's just gonna be obsessed about that for 3 days, and then just forget about everything he did for those 3 days and do something else.
So for TS, I feel like they have more inherent power inside, so they need to focus on like pushing out bot, trying to enter in through multiple angles. LNG, I feel like
it's interesting how these big personalities from 5 to 10 years ago, they are being called crazy nowadays. Like, it happened to many people, like Kanye. Like, how do I explain this?
To be fair, like Kanye was always like a bit crazy, but the Alex Jones podcast and whatever the fuck the most recent arc was through the roof crazy.
Yes.
Even Alex Jones was like, "Yo, calm down."
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's how you play. Wait, what? Oh,
holy shit.
Oh, that was clean by Vi.
What was that, Wayward?
Yeah, just trolling.
Completely ran it down.
I'm tanking, guys.
Holy shit, my team is doing nothing while I'm tanking.
Okay, he knows. Look at his face. He's like holding his head. What I don't like about Gragas as tank is that you don't have any tenacity in your runes or your build. So it's actually not that easy to like...
Can you just play unflinching?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the case. Okay, until this.
Oh, that polymorph completely fucked him, man.
I don't know what they were looking for here, though. There was not a lot that made sense here.
Incredibly bold. It seems like they were just hoping that they found a window where LNG or maybe
he's looking, look.
Do you actually go Nash here? Like...
The fact that Scout had that TP available.
Oh, they have Tarzan ulti soon. They're waiting. They want to turn.
Once again, so good.
And no vision whatsoever. Scout can walk to the mid lane. Tarzan. He's not
oh, they gave up.
Yet. Okay, there we go. Walks across the ward on those chickens. And it looks like, oh, hang on, Tarzan, why you go back
oh, no.
in there? Not back into the play, but they're not
he's a bit too tanky, this guy.
Didn't really fully go
yeah, what's up with that Vi build, man? Holy fuck. He doesn't even go Mythic.
To be honest, I'm kind of amazed he got away with that one.
Me too.
What is that build, by the way? Giant's belt? What is he gonna buy?
I honestly think that he just bought the biggest stats he could buy coming into the Drake.
Ah, okay.
That's at least what I believe. I think he's going Raiden Virtue, but he's just like, this is a Drake fight, I'm buying a Giant's belt.
That's pretty smart.
Wait, Radiant is Giant's belt.
Oh, really?
Oh, shit.
Oh, okay. My bad.
My bad too, yeah, my bad too. Oh, fuck. There it is.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay.
Totally, that item is so good then.
That's so good, yeah, what the fuck? That's better than Kindle Gem.
Because LNG, again, they just walked into River as a 5-stack. That RE charm on 1 means nothing.
I felt like Tien as well, it's like, why are you still there? Like, when he gets caught out by Tarzan, he's still just hitting the dragon. It's like, dude, you've lost this fight. It's over. Like, get out of there. As top esports now have to try and...
Lucian somehow has kept up really well in this game.
Night is dark and full of terrors, but
wait, Tian?
Tian making, by the way. Did they spot him on these pink quads, by the way?
I don't think so.
Now Wayward is in Zimbabwe again. Oh!
Oh, this looks good, by the way.
Reset. RS reset.
Still going strong as Zika has to flash away. And Tien looking for more, diving forward. Zika still going, still surviving. He's an absolute fridge, to quote
LNG could have just walked out if they wanted to.
Yeah. It looked good at first when they hit Rookie and Gragas, but the fact they didn't die was too rough. And then also like Aphelios was sitting on green purple.
Giving TS a little bit of a reprieve, and there's been a very
because he burned through white to kill the Drake. I mean, to kill the Nash.
Jackie Love certainly firing on all cylinders at this point. 3 items on that Lucian, but still doesn't feel like enough to get through Zika. But the Baron crucially taken by LNG.
I think Tian was a bit lost on the map here.
Goes in on the backline, actually wayward, making it so the
Actually, this Gragas would actually save the game.
Consistent damage, and that's what led Scout to being out. Now it's like, okay, some damage has been done, but you know, Sandra has to back off. And Jackie Love, like you said, getting in range.
This game is fucking wild, man.
Firing. I was like Tien kind of like
really high level.
Being in enough distance to jump in front line at any point if Jackie Love did want to keep.
I still don't know who's gonna win this game.
It's really close. But they have some OP Drakes on blue side. As Lucian is so rich too.
So Wayward kind of saving the day, honestly, in retrospect. Nice little charm there from Rookie, but does not have the damage to...
I don't know, the Scion kind of looks unkillable.
Basically invincible. A Scout now playing side lane, and that's one thing LNG
Oh, Woody.
have done well
Oh, that's huge.
Big.
That's Drake, I think.
And I think
oh, never mind.
A bit of overconfidence from LNG, but now they want the fight instead.
Oh. No culling, Jackie? Alright, culling. Lisandro no E? I don't think Rookie dies here. This is really bad. Really good for top esports.
Too much from LNG. I'm not really sure what they were thinking here as Zika.
God damn, this game is, yeah, I think now it's really hot. Wow.
6-1-6 for Jackie Love, and a hell of a start.
I really like like top esports. They killed the first guy and then they waited until CDs. It was really, really good.
I was about to say some bullshit comment like Lucian is gonna get IE really soon, but what is he gonna buy with this BF?
I think just BT.
I guess last fight was a fight as well, but you had things like Baron positioning. This one,
BT always buy it on 3, 4, 5. You just get way too much AD from this item to not buy it.
Finding his way onto the Lulu, they do a great job at comboing this damage. But here, I thought LNG had this because it looked like Scout had such an easy way to get in between the other 5 members of top esports.
They just have like cleanser and shit here.
No, I think this Vi ult was not good.
Yeah,
the
Vi ult
kind of
was really
split. Yeah.
And here,
they fucked Aphilas' position completely.
Were just so great. But you're right, he did hit W.
Oh, what a whiff. What a whiff from Scout. But like
Sandra failed E. No, she didn't fail E. She
Oh, yeah,
couldn't
he bought BT actually, yeah.
Originally, I was going to say a bit of disrespect from Gala, like walking the way that he did towards Jackie Love, so he was in flash range. But in the context of, I think Scout was actually meant to press E there. I think he was meant to follow up. And suddenly, maybe you understand Gala's confidence. As do they know Wayward?
This
they do now. Wayward
Lucian.
confident to just stay here and try and clear the ward.
So strong.
Janky, but has to respect Scout when he goes in.
And now kind of looking where we're at in terms of items. I mean,
But blue side does have tools to kill him.
Jackie Love has over Gala, sitting on 4 as compared to 3,
yeah.
having the LDR now, so going to be able to start dealing some meaningful damage to
I have to see how everything plays out.
Already had been bursting out the squishy members of LNG, having the extended range with the rapid fire cannon coming out as well.
The games are not really won by ADC item spikes anymore.
Pretty solid point.
Kind of.
Again, to keep doing what they've been doing.
Yeah, they definitely aren't as swingy as they were in the previous patch.
Yeah. It's not like one guy has IE and the other guy doesn't, and the game's GG kinda at Nash.
Yeah.
Oh, this is big, by the way. The tower will fall, and maybe they can go after. Or they can't break it though.
Barely surviving at this moment in time.
Okay.
Tarzan's inting, no?
It looks bad of Tarzan, yeah. But Scout is here.
Oh.
Holy. Holy subwatches. Oi.
Holy!
Oh, what?
Gala is popping off, man.
Did he just one-tap him?
Yeah, he did. Quadra. Oh, triple.
Gala taking advantage of the fact that top esports eyes
Or Lulu has Arden Sensor, the game is over.
So, did he Q?
And Gala took advantage.
Q our flash Gale Force hit?
Yeah, I think so.
They should be able to.
I need to see again. I need to see this combo. I need to understand how Lucian disappeared off the planet. I think it's good. I'm happy that they changed ADC in a way that BT is like, you get, like ADCs do damage, but they're easy to kill. I think that's fair. Always when that has been true for the game, I think it's good for the game. Okay, now...
hoping for an angle to find a flank, but the ward from LNG, spotting him out. They turn onto him, but able to buy so much time.
Okay, let's watch Gala.
Gets out with the stopwatch. Scout, sadly, his abilities on cooldown, gets away. But it's here. When Scout flashes over, Top Esports really opening themselves up by funneling in.
My fucking god, that was so fucking clean, man.
Just great, but
Boom.
I don't know. Again, I think TS getting too fixated on trying to chase down that Lissandra.
Holy shit.
Jackie Love running from the rest of his team for the engaged to be
He saw the angle indeed.
I just bought an entire GA. That's huge. If they don't get a reset on him, I don't think they can win on right side.
But yeah, this is the second time this game, honestly, that we've kind of seen some mechanical whiffs influence these fights, which
It's a good debut for Gala.
not players that you anticipate whiffing mechanically. Zika forced to flash over the wall as Top Esports full control. Look at Rookie on the flank as well. If Gala tries to move into the river that way, he's in danger.
I like the TS have finally started kind of playing for more flanks than they were before.
Sam doesn't give a fuck about anything. Oh, CC combination. Nice. They have TP though. I think they can stall enough, but the cooldowns on these ults is so fucking low anyway, so they will actually have them back.
They're going for end, I
Nash.
think. Oh, maybe not.
I don't know why they don't do Nash.
Because the enemy is on soul point.
Because I felt like they had window to do Nash, because it was 30, you know? And then look to pressure Drake too, but maybe it's greedy.
I don't know if they're actually going to confidently bluff.
Because I don't know if this is better or worse. Zuruki will TP. The sound has ult up. Very soon.
Blue ward will be removed in the end. As LNG, they'll grab that Drake, and we are on soul point for both teams, Eric.
I feel like
taking 1 hour on this Drake.
They wouldn't like try to bait Baron there in a 4v5. With TS, you're always on your toes.
Yeah, I like this call. Yeah, just send it.
Speaking of, they are
but Rookie's alive now. Rookie's alive.
Oh, look at the wayward position. It's massive. They don't see him.
This is Woody Fruity moment.
Maybe he can bomb us.
The Rookie is ruining his position.
He did, yeah.
Away over the wall. Gets a little bit of healing off there as LNG, have they just tethered this? Yeah, it's still on 4K. This has got real dicey for Top Esports.
Okay.
It's a failure of their own making. Just swipe it away. Thank you very much, Tom. And it's a flash.
Alright.
It really couldn't have gone much worse.
That was so
I don't know what the plan was there, man.
It looks exactly like they wanted to start a fight.
I thought they'd go for the flip, you know.
They only had one, like,
play the game a bit.
Really would have put Rookie in range.
Yeah, I don't know. They just didn't know what to do.
In, like, the Pixie Brush and River. Without that, it's like, what
I think after that one fight where Aphelios killed them all, they're just kind of giving up, maybe.
That was just such a deflated looking play. I almost don't
I
want
mean, Yamato, look at these Lulu items, by the way.
I don't know if they're good, actually. I feel like Shirley is so OP still. Like, he's chilling for sure, like... It's not terrible, but Shirley is so OP too against, like, Lucian, and... I think that you get so much value from Shirley.
Did they change any prices of these items, like Shirley?
Yeah, it's cheaper. It's 200 gold cheaper.
Holy.
They made like the move speed lesser when you like shield people and heal people, but it's not that big of a deal.
They can, and they should be able to do quite well pushing forward. A lot of this, I think, is going to be up to like Rookie either finding a charm if someone steps too far forward, and to Wayward finding that huge cast to deliver Gala into the rest of the team. Sadly for TS, Gala does have flash up. So theoretically should be.
Yeah, they can probably break tower here on this wave.
I don't know. This Lucian has so much item, but it doesn't look like it does. The way
he seems pretty weak, right?
Yeah, it doesn't do damage. Maybe I'm crazy.
No, you're right. You're right. It doesn't. What? Oh
my god!
Holy, that guy is going.
Fuck! Holy shit!
Oh, holy fuck, man!
and still shredding top.
That was mental, by the way.
2 members down from TES.
Jesus.
LNG can just look to end.
I love this. I regret criticizing Tarzan there because it all sets up for Gala to take
Wow.
Gala is a fucking machine, man.
What was that, man? Holy shit.
Finishes the job for the team. Double kill there coming out onto Gala and Scout.
Yeah, that guy is fucking good. He's on a good team as well now.
Holy fuck, man.
That team is scary, by the way.
Honestly,
I think.
Holy
yeah,
fuck.
that was a debut and a half. Yeah. I mean, I think this Zika guy from LNG, he's also a really good top laner, by the way. Like that team seems pretty solid.
Okay. I'm so memory blind to Zika. I only remember Scout and Tarzan, and then they're always playing good, but I felt like their team disappointed them a bit. Well, I need to check that replay, dude.
Yeah, that was so insane, man.
What the fuck was that, dude?
I feel like with most teams, that was just
Aaron in pocket.
we have to like Rook either finding a charm if someone steps too far forward. Sadly for TES, Scala does have flash up, so theoretically should be able to get out alive.
Aside from that, generally good LNG are if it's an outright fair fight. Wayward's knocked up. It's a good cast, and he keeps himself alive. Can they follow up with the rest of the fight though? As there's health bars blinking on both sides. Scout trying to escape. Zika low as well as Rookie goes in. And Frost is there.
Gala?
The deception is Gala dives underneath the tower by himself and walks away full HP. What is this man made of? That was a bit dodged from Tarzan, but he survives for now. Goes down finally. Scout following up as well. But Gala still full, still going, and still shredding top esports. But Gala's out by him as well as Rookie goes in. And Frost is there.
Gala?
The deception is Gala dives.
Did you just do like 10,000 damage in one fight?
Rookie goes in. And Frost
Bro,
is
this
there.
is-
The deception is Gala
It's
dives
crazy how he spits
by
on them.
himself and walks away full HP.
It's not like he's getting low either, right?
Escapes
It's
Zika low as well as Rookie
full
goes in.
HP.
And Frost is there.
The BT healing is a bit
Dives
nuts.
underneath the tower.
Yeah.
Low as well as Rookie goes in. And Frost is there. The deception is Gala dives underneath the tower by himself.
You lifesteal more when you
And
blue
Frost is
multiple
there.
people, right?
Deception is Gala dives underneath the tower by himself and walks away full
Like
HP.
hit people with blue
What
weapon,
is
you
this man
lifesteal more.
made of?
If you have blue and red, yes, but otherwise it's just your own lifesteal. But which has BT, so.
But Gala
Okay.
still full, still going, and still shredding top esports.
And now
Holy fuck.
2 members down from TES having minions with, and it all starts with Gala.
I like the barrier
took
tech, honestly, that's pretty
advantage.
based.
Now going to control.
Target flushes out to safety, but it's a 3v5 from Scout. But
Holy fuck.
But I think the two differences between power of Lucian and Aphelios is that like Lucian can be so much more proactive in the early to mid game.
Commit to side. If you're in a full
Like
summit for that
Aphelios,
bear,
Lulu
just go
kinda
send it for that
cannot do
bear.
anything, right?
And, you know, if
They're
you
just
be a
farming.
little bit smarter, then
And Lucian Nami can like really snowball the game and be proactive, you know?
No, for sure. It's like if you can't... If it doesn't matter when you're like standing on the mid waves and you can't like pressure with Lucianami and build information through this and build like vision and contest side better because Lucianami is dominating mid, then it's definitely worse.
The crazy thing is
Agreed.
as well, like
Because, but in this game, it's like the Sion was pushed and then he just walked on mid and then he just stood there with his homies. Like, there was never like a moment in the game where like Lucian and Nami were actually like hard poking or like winning situations around mid before fights.
Jackalope doing some good damage, but he was just
This is low key right side comp needed a Serpent's Fang. Because enemy had Overheal, Aphelios, Lulu, Sion. Like no joke.
It's so sad that this item is so garbage, man. It's really rough. Because I don't know why they decided to like put gate this item by like putting it on a lethality item, you know?
Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean, yeah.
And then even then, it gives you like 12 lethality, and then every other lethality item in the game gives 18. This shit.
Like the other day, I bought this on Graves, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I think enemy had like 3 shield champions. I checked after one team fight, the item did 4,000 extra damage. Like
4,000?
Yeah, 4,000. I couldn't believe my eyes, man.
Bruv. 4,000 after one fight?
Yeah, like I bought the item. We had a little bit of some scraps, you know, in river and here and there. I checked 4k. Like I was just one-shotting the shields away from everyone.
Because that implies that the enemy had like 12,000 shields. Because you only reduced 35%, you know?
Yeah.
What kind of fucking team code did you play into, dude?
Yeah, it was a lot of fucking shields, man.
Holy shit. Thank you very much for the prime. This NALCS business, it's too funny, man.
Yeah, Tyler 1 kind of just ruined everything yesterday.
Yeah, the Tyler 1 clip is he has a point, right? That it's like trying to save, like trying to enforce this mandate from the LCS teams. It doesn't solve anything. It just burns money.
Yeah, it's burning how much was it? 600k a year?
Somewhat, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're not getting anything back, and there's no talents coming out of there either. So.
Yeah, it's a mess.
I also think probably half the league of LCS doesn't really give a shit about this. Like, okay, maybe this sounds a bit too harsh, but there's probably many players that don't care, and they're just getting peer pressure to strike.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, probably, if it somehow comes out which players chose not to do this, they'll get hate. And wrongfully so.
Yeah. It's a big, I don't know, like, I don't think they're gonna get anything out of this, so. But it's nice to see them trying, I guess.
I don't know, it's just this. I'm starting to think that the guy who runs the LCSPA is just not competent, you know?
The guy who didn't know how many teams, right?
Yeah. Because more and more things are just looking quite bad, you know?
Yeah. I mean, getting into that fucking TV show with, YouTube show with these 3 guys is not a good idea.
It's everything you say will be used and held against you.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
In the court of Richard Lewis.
Oh, man, I wouldn't want to be in that call getting cooked by these 3 guys. Like, they know what they're talking about, you know?
For sure.
It's also so funny, the design of this show. 4 horsemen, look at that logo in the middle. It looks so ancient, you know? It's like, this is only a few days old, right? Or months?
No, this show has been going for a long time. Every time there's like some big spicy shit happening in the scene, in the esports scene, they pull up with the horsemen.
Politicians.
Okay, brother, I'm gonna listen to the Thorin rant, but like...
Okay.
He wasn't good enough to justify it. So things like that are starting to bleed through into esports. So while I take, like, yeah, I get what you're saying, Phil. Like, no one's going to say pay me less money. That's just not human nature. But also, you sort of have to look at the X's and O's and be like, is it better to make more money for 1 year or slightly less for 3? And I don't think players are making like very informed decisions. Again, that helps sustain an ecosystem that they're totally dependent upon.
Why
Well, remember, the teams shouldn't try and.
Why are we listening to boomers? Are you serious? That's such a shit take, Ruben. Comment.
Pay the minimum to the players. I'm a moron, of course. That's not a free market concept. What's so stupid about this discussion, mate, is you literally just go between the abstract and the specific whenever it suits your point. While I even concede to you, here's a case I'm making that's against my principle. What about this? I actually try to build a bridge with you, mate. All you do is, if you don't like it, you go for the easy dunk, you go for well, there's a lot there. You do the thing where you deride what I do. Here's the thing, mate. I didn't invite you on this show. You weren't my choice of guest. I don't know whose fucking cousin you are or which mate of these you are in the chat, but I've quite frankly done my best to give you your room to speak. I've tried even to suggest topics that would be interesting. But if the idea that pro players don't earn millions of dollars while pretending to care, who will not walk out of this thing, by the way, about the little guy they don't give a fuck about an academy, is an insane concept to you, then all I'll say is this: shut the fuck up telling team owners what they can do with the money they make and what they can do. You said earlier, what's the big difference between going bankrupt? Bankrupt, you said, not like just have a hard time in league. Bankrupt in August or September. I'll tell you why, son. You were in Evil Geniuses. They don't only support League of Legends. The way you make a multi-esports team is you have one game where you spend millions to try and be the best. You offset it with like Rocket League or Rainbow Six that makes more skin money. You try and balance it out. And so you know what? When that team goes bankrupt for the sake of your academy players, a load of people lose their jobs in Rocket League, in CSGO, in FIFA, in whatever the fuck other games exist, TFT, that I don't even know about. So if you want to be glib, mate, we could just go back to that whole thing. I just tried to make a point there. I also made it an abstract as well. So there you go. You win another one, mate. Another one for Philip. Brilliant.
No, I'm not scoring. Can I respond? Because it is coming at me pretty hard. I genuinely appreciate that you drive like a hard conversation the other way, and I think we come from two pretty far paradigms on these things, and so we oftentimes are not very close. I think that's fine. I'm surprised at the level of your level of reaction to the conversation we're having. I felt like this has been a fine conversation the whole time, and I've appreciated your pushback, and I hope you appreciate mine. I want to say specifically to the team side and who's responsible in these things. Like, I was at Evil Geniuses for a long time. I was there, and I was a part of the group. It's well reported. We went after Chovy for $3 million. And let's get back to like where this is all coming from. Chovy didn't ask us. He didn't have someone putting out feelers saying, "Hey, $3 million, I'll consider coming to the LCS." No, LCS team sat in the corner and we said, "What do you think it'll take to get a top flight young Korean talent to come overseas right away?" And we went and we made the offer. That's what players experience 99% of the time. It's the teams setting the market and talking about what they can do to get the talent they want, what the other teams are doing. And they're doing the same thing, again, when player salaries aren't involved. When you look at the buyouts for many years, where teams were paying each other, no player involved in the decision-making or negotiating, millions of dollars to move contracts around. This is a situation driven by the teams on the salary side. Absolutely. They have a bottom line that they should be accountable to, and that's the simple truth. It is their responsibility to know what they can and can't afford to spend and not go above it. And I get back to the biggest problem, which is new owner syndrome. You talk about the ecosystem. The problem, a big driver of that problem, is that we have a system that is driven by new owners. And you look at basketball, my preferred sport, and you got Matt Ishbia, new owner syndrome 101. What does he do? He buys the Phoenix Suns, and less than an hour later, he trades away the entire future. There, Mikal Bridges, who goes and starts scoring 30 points a game, all their picks, everything, to get an aging superstar and Kevin Durant, who is great, to try and win a championship today. Because he's a new owner, he's got a new shiny toy, and he's got an ego, and he wants to win now. And he tells his people, go spend the money. And guess what happened in esports? We created a franchise system that caused everyone to go out and get new owners because you needed to raise money, so you need to bring in new capital. You bring in new owners, what do they want? They want to win now. They tell their people, go win now, spend the money. It doesn't matter if it makes sense in the books. Now I want to win. I want to go to the Worlds. I want to win Worlds. I want to be the first team. We're going to be the best. We're going to be the Yankees. We're going to be the Lakers, etc. That's what's been happening for years in this ecosystem. And it has been what has destroyed that term because we're not operating with any sort of sense. We're
like in terms of the issue of franchising, right? And the whole point of like how money was mislocated, that's fine and all, but he's not really addressing the point about how the NACL saving jobs is the most important thing here, that teams should be running some kind of charity and that they should murder their bottom line for the sake and purpose of saving jobs that don't really give anything back to them.
With a bunch of people who are trying to be the best historically, and it's caused a big rift and a big problem because of it. And I think that gets around to a big part of the problem is you have a lot of people who've been driving decisions not with the logic of what the finances were, but because of they're new and they wanted to win. And that's why you see less streaming, because players got told, hey, we're paying you to try and win. We're going to Worlds. I don't want you streaming. I don't want people seeing what you're playing, you know? I want you to play on alt accounts, and I don't want you to stream. I want you to play 8 hours of scrims, and then I want you to go play solo queue in quiet and try and get better because we're trying to win. That's what the priority is. We're not putting streaming hours in your contracts anymore. We're not doing content anymore. We hired a
Bruv, I can tell you this. In my experience, I as the coach and we the players, we fight for this. I've never ever heard this coming from the org side. I fight for this. Wunder fights for this. Crowny fights for this. We don't want to do this. But the org wants to fucking make money.
a high end. We hired a.
Can you imagine an owner coming into your room? It's like Crowny, you streaming? You're showing people what you're playing, man? You're playing Aphelios on stream? We want to win, man!
A high-end coach from Korea who said, I don't want to shoot content. I don't want to be in content. I want to focus on winning. This is not the way, right? So all these things add up. And most of it is driven by the fact you had new ownership come in from franchising getting created because you needed to get investors who said, we're going to win now. And they blew up the model. And I give a lot of credit to a group like Complexity, who did get new ownership, but they stuck to the budget and they stuck to the plan. Those guys over there, frankly, continue to say, we have a budget, we stick to it. Sometimes we get good, and then we can't afford to.
What does any of this have to do with NACL?
Pay the players what we can't afford to pay, and move on, and we try and rebuild.
Thorin said.
Like, props to them, frankly. And we need more groups like them out there who are trying to be mindful of how to run an operation, even with investment dollars, how to be financially responsible.
In your case, why do you think that EG wanted to spend $3 million on Chovy? Like, what was the end goal of that happening?
Yeah,
right?
we had a lot of stuff in our thinking. One, we wanted to compete, we wanted to try and win, and we thought there was an opportunity with everything going.
What does it mean? We're trying to win. Like that also kind of needs to be defined, you know? It's like win LCS, win Worlds. You think you grab Chovy and then you win Worlds? Chovy never won Worlds.
On with his organization, and you remember the controversy around the agents who were also a part of the team, and that whole thing from a few years ago. So we thought there was a vacuum here of top talent who's going to be available. We thought that even if we didn't get it, it was going to make us credible. That was a big thing. We were like, this is a moonshot. It's probably not going to work anyways. Maybe 3 million is not even enough. It wasn't enough at that time, obviously. But we did feel like if we went for it, it would make us credible in the space. There was a big problem of teams that had come in.
It would make you credible in the space.
Built reputations quickly as organizations that players didn't want to play for because they didn't think they were serious about competing. They thought they'd get caught in a budget team and then they'd never look good.
Fuck, man. It smells like fart outside. I don't know what it is. Alright, we're in draft.
And we'll see what top esports are going to prioritize here for a first pick as well, because I feel like things like Annie, things like Wukong, certainly viable, but also just stuff like the Aphelios, right? We have seen people prioritizing just getting that strong AD carry. And interesting to see top esports banning the Gwen again.
Right.
Yeah, no, like they even brought the Zaryaban to blue side, which we didn't think, and now Melio is being left open. So now top esports have a choice. Do you lock in something like the Wukong when jungle has been pinched with both Fire and Maokai, or do you go for this? I think this is the right choice.
Melio is balanced.
Also, other potential AD carries to come out like we saw.
Melio is balanced.
So now, ball's in LNG's court. Yeah. They're going to get their hands on this Wukong for sure. And then I would just expect the Aphelios to come out alongside it.
Yeah, the Aphelios comes on through, Wukong as well. The question is, what do top esports play with the Melio? Because it's in a spot where
Melio's open.
Lucian Melio has actually been an incredibly strong duo lane. We said top esports.
Let's see what happens.
Style, and it's not like they
Peek me Annie, peek me Jinx.
Like will just be kind of the handshake that goes.
No. Do you remember? Please don't. I want to remind everyone.
I would like to see a Kog'Maw, but it's not gonna happen, guys.
Which is that he loves playing Kog'Maw because Kog'Maw is the only AD carry who can deal damage once he dies. Jackie Love didn't say that in a memeing tone or that kind of way. He said it with his like, same deadpan like stare and voice.
Sad.
I love that. That's how Jackie Love
What use is melee range extension when Jackie Love plays melee distance?
Yeah. Jackie Love plays Kog'Maw the way that a lot of people play Karthus, you know, where you're really going in to get maximum damage, and if you die, that's just part of it.
Annie, are you okay?
The Annie will
Annie, are you okay?
It. So very
They're
strong
going Ari?
lane, very
Lulu.
strong mid lane.
Okay.
Like, honestly, if you're top esports, you're feeling good.
What was the motivation for you not to drink alcohol?
Yeah, you're gonna have much range to be
I don't
able to
like
play
the
with
taste.
coming out from Emilio.
I don't like the taste.
Like, spell range
I don't need social lubricant. I get inflammation when I drink.
Like a flash Tibbers or something.
What's the point?
Those lines will be huge. So for top esports, we know they probably want to round out their comp with some other form of engage to be able to set them up. Tour for LNG now looking at mid laners. The Ari band coming out from TES.
Yeah, inflammation.
Quite nice.
Yeah, I get inflammation.
I'm interested in where they go because I don't feel like we've seen a lot of.
No, I get inflammation from alcohol.
Like, fluidity and like.
Alcohol has a shit ton of carbs. It's insanely inflammatory.
Yeah, we do still have things like the Syndra.
You guys talking that alcohol is not inflammatory? You guys don't know what the fuck he's saying.
Could look to even just go the same route. We're gonna see here. They should be able to save top lane.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
If they want it.
Remember old Zyra passive? Yeah, that was inflammatory.
Scion or something like that to have a generic strong front line and make sure.
Bro, you know what my drink?
That also works.
I can handle alcohol really good.
Once again, 2 games in a row for him. I love the little Teemo hover there. I feel like Teemo's a champion. I've not even seen hovered in a long time. Like, he's not even the hover champion anymore. He used to be way back when.
But it's like
feels like a long time ago now, though.
On my end,
they need to get a
I like peach iced tea. Peach iced tea, cold peach iced tea, bro. Woo.
MSI finals. I feel like it should be theoretically.
Now that's my jam right there.
Strong spot right now. They do
see if it's a little Lissandra 8 on 5. Run back the same shit. Give us a Lissandra on 5. Let's go.
Have just been playing so much, but we haven't seen Nico in
peach iced tea.
And we've only seen Kha'Zix.
That's like my go-to. I get one of those peach iced teas from like a gas station.
With some better form of engage, it kind of hovered on the Ornn Gragas. Another option. I feel like Nara would be a little.
I don't know if it would want to play Kha'Zix this game, but let's see how OP it is. Cold bitter lemon. That's your jam.
And now for LNG, Lissandra is something that you hit on, which would kind of just put their comp. I mean, it'd be the same as game 1, right?
Whoever invented sparkling peach iced tea, that is like, go fuck yourself. But non-sparkling canned peach iced tea is the shit, man. Alright, so they ran back the exact same draft. This time around, like, Lissandra loses a lot of value because Durslösche is also really good, but it's like too sugary, I think. I like the watermelon one. Sparkling iced tea is disgusting. I think here, just the fact that they have Milio changes everything up.
Kind of wanting to go in, ult the valuable target and cause disruption for the team. I think maybe Wukong slang.
It's a banger here, man.
LNG fundamentally with the same.
It's like Milio value is. I don't know. Milio's first peak, and it just has a lot of value. Like, it's really good design, man.
I'm glad you pointed that out.
I like that 13-11.
I feel like playing this out could be.
Milio will be 100% presence.
Potentially try to set up that Kha'Zix, right? A lot of CC there. Kha'Zix brings the damage. You try to snowball that route, get in the enemy jungler's face.
I'm gonna tell you guys the best string, by the way.
Snowball off that. But I feel like as the game goes on,
this.
It's like, okay, your Kha'Zix has to look for
this right here.
Everyone on the side.
This right here, guys. There is no better drink than this.
You don't really have a
in terms of flavor.
Like, sure, Gragas and Annie will be able to do a bit and buy time for that Jinx, but won't be doing as much as like Lulu shields with
this is crazy, man.
Overall, I feel like from top esports, you're either going to have to outplay later on, or a lot
this
of
is
snowballing this
the shit, man.
CC and set up that Gragas and Annie provide.
And then you take a little
like you say, snowball.
And then you take this on the side? Woo!
Needs to show us something here in game number 2 on the Kha'Zix. Like we said,
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, this time around, I am leaning a little bit more towards blue, but I just don't like the Kha'Zix. But maybe Kha'Zix is OP enough on lethality patch, so I'm gonna lean blue. I'm gonna lean blue. But I leaned blue, leaned top esports last game too, but I know that LNG is better, so do what you will with the prediction, yeah?
Mark and Jaculov, I think, the biggest difference.
Like LNG is just the better team. Like they just upgraded in their ADC position,
they really are. Again,
and they were fucking good before too.
And then especially with the Melio, which is really about setting up a hyper carry.
Here's a prediction, ladies and gentlemen.
Space, of course, having things like the heals and cleanse.
Yeah, I'm red side. I'm team red side. Tian on Kha'Zix, bruv. Like,
quite big. Tian actually has to start E.
He started E, son.
Even his
100% you fucking burn flash. Bro, you burn flash every time. I rather burn my flash than start E.
That ain't good.
This is a mess. It's just FF. Nah, Gilius.
Oh my god, man.
It's done.
I mean,
it's done, man.
Losing to the blue right now. He's gonna have to smite.
E-start. You barely can do Gromp here, brother.
Bro, it's better to flash. I will flash every time.
Yes. I think so.
Always gonna have some tempo to be able to play.
That is crazy.
Exactly where he is. But I don't really know how much that does because when you look across.
But I'm surprised that the Wukong is not really using this.
LNG kind of have better across the board. They have more CC to work with. They
what do you think he can do?
Burst. Even causes.
I think he could have done red into over the wall with W and just go kill him at Gromp.
Oh yeah.
That people think of.
Does he have time?
After,
yeah,
like,
you do. Yeah.
Raptors, you just go.
No, you do just do red into over the wall.
Okay. Because he started Raptors with Silent Leash.
Oh, he started Raptors. Oh,
maybe with Silent Leash, like he's just faster and you can do it still.
2.5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that.
It's only a start. I would overreact.
But this is like the go-to invade and solo queue right now. When people start blue, you start red on red side and you go over the wall and invade the Gromp. I get hit by this invade every day now.
Complete frauds, Lyric 2023.
What champions people do this on?
Yeah, he is half a camp behind, so
Nidalee, Wukong,
Oh god.
So yeah,
Braves.
Down to the bottom side of the map, skipping the wolves, skipping the chickens. It's hard for Kha'Zix to clear.
Tarzan still has his potion.
But this left side comp looks kind of cool, no? Looks kind of OP.
Yeah, I'm curious how OP the serrated Dirk Tech and the Yumus Kha'Zix will be, but Melio looks so premium here, man. Like, I don't know, I wouldn't want to play like Lissandra and all this shit into Melio.
Oh yeah, he can cleanse yeah. That's actually crazy.
Rookie's basically so
and he's also fucking strong.
Yeah.
But is it normal to see this support item on Melio? I always see blue in solo queue.
Can definitely buy time and allow for the push to come through and the follow-up from his team. So gets the first
I'd imagine that if you trade 1v1 with Melio into Lulu that you should be losing.
Yeah.
But I think if Jinx trades, then you're winning. Is how I imagine it going.
Yeah, after that.
Like if Jinx trades first, I think they're always winning. But if Melio trades hit with Lulu, I think it's worse for Melio. That's how I would imagine it. But it's also something that I have like limited information on. I need to see more. Maybe Crown is still in the chat and inform. Well, maybe he's screaming.
Have some options to play with. And the more I look at like the drafts and just kind of how slow this game
is,
it's
content,
really
I think.
to see how TES play out later fights. It is TES, so you know I feel like you still kind of know what to expect in terms of the scrappiness and the brawliness, but it'd even be really cool if they just try to make plays elsewhere, right? Like you have like.
Because I think level 1, I would just like press E on my Jinx and let her Q hit enemy Aphelios who started Cull and make him lose half HP.
How does that burn damage scale? Like, is it a passive or ability?
AD of user.
Ah, wow. Oh, what? Really? Wow.
And AP.
Okay. I mean, then it's really OP on Kha'Zix as well later on with big AD scalings.
Can be tough to
items you buy.
Find those opportunities. I do want to go back to the point I was going to make before about.
Okay, can you multiple burn with one W then?
Played much with or against Milio,
No, you can't multiple burn. It's basically you have the buff, but if you reapply the buff, I think it's stacking. But you need to apply it with multiple instances of damage.
Also increases the range of your AD carry.
That's so broken, man.
Increases attack range. So things like Caitlyn, Cogmore, Jinx, these champions that already have exceptionally long range, like they become impossible to deal with. Caitlyn certainly can, Cogmore can. I don't know about Jinx, but I believe with Max Q, they can hit tower from outside of tower's range with the Cozy Campfire. It's absolutely nuts. So late on in the game, when we've got Jinx versus a
Yeah, you guys don't understand in the chat. Basically, Gilly's asks if W hits multiple people, if it burns multiple people.
Taz is reading him like a book.
But I don't think that's how it works. It's only the first one.
We talked about LNG have been so
good. Okay.
Okay.
Ready.
Okay, Zika, we see you.
Honestly, kind of based. I like it. It's really good. He cancelled the base of Gragas and he has to stay, like with shit conditions. He'll proxy the next wave too.
He's going between the towers.
Gragas is
next
stuck.
Wave as well.
It's really good.
Zika, he's like, oh, you want to reset? Okay.
It's really smart.
I'm just gonna farm like underneath your
holy shit.
Gragas can't base.
Spot side anyway.
And I was gonna say a lot of this coming out from Tarzan, right? Tarzan with the right read, spotting TN, and then allowing
the boss made it into LPL.
TN is
press B, Zika.
Looks like no.
Doesn't press B? I thought he's gonna press B, open mid, and do Drake. Or maybe he just walks there. That works too, I guess.
He is a train.
Takes less time.
Literally a train. Like, do you really want to 1v1 a train? I don't think so.
Is it worth to ban Milio? Yes. This champion should not be in the game, I think. Ever.
What's you know, I feel like Thomas the train, maybe 1v1.
Thomas the tank engine.
Yeah, Conflicts, you are misunderstanding the whole concept, what we're talking about. We're talking about if one spell can apply multiple instances of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I was always
and it can't.
To be honest.
But W can give you 3 stacks.
What can I say? He's like Thomas. He's blue as well, but actually no, he's not. He's green. What am I saying?
I was gonna say he's green.
Maybe
and
I'm not a Gordon guy after all.
I felt like he was the creepier one.
What?
Let's be real. Though. They were all
he's bigger than
creepy.
the other ones. He's a big train. Everyone.
This is fine. Drake for it. We take it.
But the faces.
I like the faces. I also think that
what makes Milio so strong? His passive is insanely OP. His W like breaks the game. His lane phase is good against melees and ranged. He doesn't have any weakness. What's his weakness? He has no weakness. Good itemization, great lane phase, insane scaling. Denies half of the champion pool of the whole game.
Oh, that's huge, man.
On your Kha'Zix, already has a serrated Durkin
that's crazy.
And now they're going to really easily be able to turn this into the Herald. With Tarzan.
Am I ahead, by the way, Yamato, of you?
I'm on Twitch.
8:33.
They get more.
I'm 38, 39, 40, 41.
Oh, you're ahead of me. How is that possible?
Still expect bot once again.
I can share the screen.
Down there. We'll go straight into the replay. Scout and Tarzan wanting to try to contend with this. They get Wayward a little bit low, but it gives the opening for TN to just jump in right.
Alright, this Gragas survived for way too long, man. What the fuck?
No flash.
It's weird that they wanted to fight this though, because like no one showed on top wave. They could have just waited.
I'm okay with this.
But I guess they were worried that the enemy was doing Herald, but I felt like the window was big enough for them to wait.
Will at least get himself a plate, but it does feel like a consolation prize at this point. And we asked, how are Top Esports going to approach this game? Well, it's a solid start. Finding
Is it 4 long swords? Oh no. Kha'Zix is... Oh, he's switching, he's switching. Respect. Nice. He almost bought the fucking Umbral Glaive, but he switched it up.
I saw it,
Nice.
Worth mentioning as well that, like, look at the bottom.
Yeah, especially on this patch, don't do that.
Already with a big lead down there, so if you wanted to continue to really push that Jinx, who already has a play.
He just has a complete humus, man. This game is GG.
That could be a really big option.
Totally.
I 100% agree. And a lot of that going down to what you said earlier about the W coming through from Melio, as it kind of lets you just slowly win out.
That is so funny about jungle. Like, you start E, level 1 Kha'Zix, your chunks, you have the pots, but you still end up in this position, you know, somehow.
Get zoned off your
Crazy.
wave, and your life becomes a living hell, as we can see on our screen right here.
It's like this Wukong that gets fucked level 1 but ends up having Sandra and then 1v9s.
Aphelios is like, aha, I have Calibre, I have the range advantage. Emilio's is like, I have a campfire. What are you gonna
Some
do?
games, Malang is smurfing.
We're cooking schmalls.
He's the he's the best example for that.
Not only does it give you range, it also gives you healing during the trades. So it's basically impossible to lose the trades. Herald will come down to the bottom side. Jagular got an auto in on that tower, so should.
Yeah, the spell is very balanced.
A bit of gold from this charge. Mark wants to stay at least far enough away.
I really don't like the change to the minions though. The fact that they are stuck to the turret if they hit turret.
This is the lead that they were looking for last time. 2,000 gold ahead at 11 minutes with only a single kill.
Right, pretty much.
You don't need to stream on Discord, Yamato. It's fine.
So he should be getting a pretty nice space soon. And then we're going to be coming to a point where we are talking about next Dragon, right? The fact that they already have Prio and pushing.
It was my chest day yesterday, but I had to pivot because the machines were all taken, man.
Oh, you were, yeah. I mean, I had the same struggle yesterday, man.
Pivot to back day.
I was also wanting to train chess yesterday, and then 4 benches were taken. I was just sitting there 10 minutes. I just waited for someone to stop, and then I just started. I like asked everyone, "Hey, how long do you take?" I just waited there.
He's right on board for that game plan because
right.
it's locked in. 73 CS.
I was like, I try to go at like 3, and then usually it's empty. But then this time there was like these 4 power lifters that just took every chest bench. They were just there. They were all in the group.
Yeah.
I was like, CB, these guys are trying to push PRs, and I'm gonna be waiting forever if I try to wait.
I actually changed my chest day to Tuesday because I wanted to outsmart everyone, but I think everyone is doing this now. So maybe there's a chance you can train chest on Monday now.
It's crazy how empty the gym is on Sundays. Have you ever been to the gym on
Yeah,
Sunday?
it's so crazy, no? Yeah.
Everyone thinks they deserve to rest on Sunday, like...
Yes.
Shit is crazy.
No one, and on Sunday it's so empty, man. Even the mech fits in the middle of the fucking city.
Yes, yes.
A way to grab some golden gala, and it's enough for him to now finish that stall.
I'm maybe gonna invent Wednesday chest day now. I think that's maybe the loophole.
The Drake will be finished off there.
I don't care too much about the days. I like just segment it. You know?
Yeah.
I do chest, back, legs, break, and then I do 1, 2, 3 over and over again.
You actually train legs, yeah?
What? You don't train legs?
I do some stuff at home, but I just can't get myself to go gym for leg day, man.
Mate, bro, if you train legs and you do it properly, bro, you feel like a god after.
Yeah, I know, it's OP as fuck. It's also a lot of testosterone, man.
Yeah. It's hard, but it feels rewarding, man. I think if you don't like the compound lifts, just do the machines that isolate the quads.
Yeah.
Because that feels like training arms then.
But Yamato, I have a bit of trauma from leg day. Like last time I did leg day, after the training I was running to catch the bus. Like the bus was in front of me and I was running to get it. And my leg snapped, like while running, like my leg like umgeknickt, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
And then I fell on the floor. Yeah, and then I was like, my leg day just fucks me up, man. I CBA.
Holy shit.
My leg don't work, yeah.
But you need to strengthen your legs so it doesn't happen.
Yeah, exactly.
But this way, LNG still ended up losing less.
I don't know, man. I'm you know what I'm doing at home now? Some leg exercises. I have is it called dumbbells?
Yeah.
I do Romanian deadlifts with them.
Okay.
And I do some squats, like without weight.
Okay.
And I do where I walk from one part of the room to another with the dumbbells, like going like knee down.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Like lunges.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That burns well, you know.
Yeah, no, that's good. Then you train legs.
able to just hit on.
Yeah, but not like you know. Like you probably do full session, right?
Already basically.
Yeah.
Triangular hitting him so many times, and only half HP.
Well, that's a good time.
As you know, trying to kill a tank. He's got a last whisper. How is he doing so little damage?
You know, I'm actually surprised. I think he's doing a solid amount of
I don't know about this last whisper buy on Jinx. Because I get why he wants it, but he's not gonna do damage.
Yeah, it's so bad, no?
It's like melee passive is also magic damage, so you should just buy big AD, I think. Holy, Aphelios is doing with good damage. Aphelios is peppering that. He can't finish anyone. Oi! Oi!
Oh, Gala!
Oish!
Last whisper value, baby.
Flashbacks to 2020, where even if it looked like, hey, top esports don't have as good a front line as like enemy squads, top esports bread and butter was the kiting, was Jackie Love.
The fact that LDR increases magic damage is so fucking pointless, guys.
Untouched after the initial engage from
It's really pointless. You buy LDR when the enemy buys armor.
From the fight itself, so great position to be.
You don't give a shit about the fact that it amplifies your magic damage. So what, your Jinx traps do more damage, and Storm Razor proc does a little bit more damage, depending on HP, like it's completely whatever. Maybe it's good on Kai'Sa? No. On anyone that has hybrid damage, you buy Ginzu.
Constantly, which means LNG can't walk forward, damage comes through, Wayward flashes in, and they're able to just really make miracles happen.
Rookie finding a really good opportunity.
I think if the fights play out like this for the entire game, I think LNG will still win the game. Because once Aphelios has 3 items, these fights will look like if they are played front to back like this, the Aphelios will just kill everyone, no?
Yeah, I feel like in this fight he just lacked a little bit of a Gale Force. A little bit of a oomph. It looked like it would go far.
It looks like top esports just so badly want control of mid, so they can finally just pick up this objective on the top half of the map. Looks like they should be able to do it, as LNG won't even look to contend. But LNG, just like game 1, I think showing good understanding of, hey, we can't win here, so let's look to the opposite side of the map.
Wait, you max W second on Aphelios? What?
Dragon coming up in 8 seconds. They should be favored for this.
I didn't know.
But they're also scared of giving top esports the opportunity to
I thought you max E.
I've seen both.
And Rookie up on that top side right now, but he has teleport available. I think
when I played Aphelios and Aram, I would like always check up what they skill, and they would always go QE, you know?
Like you say, Herald could be
Yeah, I see that a lot, but I've also seen the attack split version. I have to admit, I'm not quite sure when you should do the other.
This will be a tier 1 take.
Okay.
LNG, nothing they can do about this one at this point, as the Herald should just get the charge, and that'll finish the tower off. And Rookie should be able to get the tier 1 on the top side as well. So
the lethality is inherently worse if, like, if the enemy buys a lot of armor, but this is not one of those games, I'd say.
Ultimately, even with Rookie in the turret top, it'll just even.
This Kha'Zix is really happy right now. He's just farming topside camps.
Top esports still have.
He's gonna buy Edge of Night soon.
The kills they've gotten, especially they were able to pick up.
Stealing some gold here too. Take the wave too, Tian.
It's been good enough that they haven't really fallen out.
Would you go Serpents this game as Kha'Zix?
No.
I
mean, like when you've got.
I feel like Cyril is a bit too OP on 3.
You've got players from EDG, from RNG.
I'm not sure. Someone else buy that shit. I would want Cyril, man. Because now this Kha'Zix is so fed, and there's already 3 Drakes taken, so this game will go for long, you know. I'm thinking like being able to finish Cyril is gonna be big.
I think for a lot of people is like, what are these teams gonna look
The enemy has a lot of armor already.
What is top esports gonna look like after quite a disappointing end? What is LNG gonna look like after quite a disappointing
Just don't buy boots, go full Edge of Night into Sereldas. Probably best, yeah.
Playing very cautiously, it has to be said. Like, I kind of expect top esports to be a little.
Oh, he bought Umbral. I hate that, man.
Oh, that is really troll, I think. He took turret gold to buy Umbral.
Are treating this almost like a playoff series.
It's also like not a big fight or anything happening right now. Like he could just take his time.
Like wondered why we're supposed to like start of the split. Even our top teams usually.
Bro, your team has like fucking 8 sweepers. What do you want to do with Umbral?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Honestly, these teams kind of don't deserve to be here. Kind of just relied on enemies being worse, throwing games, screwing up, but them also not looking good. But I feel like both teams have come into the split looking looking strong, like coming in with like relatively decent form. If this is their starting point,
Nah, I think I'm just maybe too addicted to Serpent's Fang Yamato.
starting point, I'm just excited for the rest of the split.
I don't really see the angles anymore. I just buy it every game, kind of.
It definitely got nerfed because BT got nerfed. So there's just less shields in the game, you know?
Yeah, true.
Actually, for these teams, it's usually down. It's usually down at some point.
Do you know which item I think is underrated? I think Axiom Arc is underrated.
Yeah, so the stats are crazy, man.
The stats are really good. The passive is just a bonus.
Really pushes you and like tests.
Yeah, I bought that on Nocturne, felt fucking good.
Both of them quite happy to handshake how the early games are going in this series, and I feel like that's sort of the meta that we're in right now. And a lot of it, I mean, it was sort of the meta we're in at MSI with a couple of teams.
It's like 25 abilities, by the way. It's like...
Yeah, it's OP, I think.
And 18 lethality, really good.
Look, Munch, I know this isn't the time because both.
I think Axiom Arc takes the spot of what Yumus used to be. Like the filler lethality item.
Yeah, but you can't really buy that on like Jace would use Yumus as filler, right?
Jace kind of blows. On Jace, I just buy fucking Spear of Sojourn if I need a filler item nowadays.
I see. Yeah, Spear of Sojourn is good, yeah.
Or like Edge of the Night if it's really good.
I am willing to quit my job.
Prowlers is fine, but you can't really like utilize Prowlers that well on a lot of champs. The passive of it, and it just has worse stats.
My problem with Axiom is on Graves, I don't really need ult CDR. On Kha'Zix, I don't.
Like on Graves, collectors are just better, right?
Yeah.
So there's that at least.
I'm just saying, sounds like.
But if you choose between crit and 25 abilities, on some champions abilities it's just better.
I just really like how Graves rounds up his build. Like you go Collector, Yumus, and then you also get Lord Dominic's later, which puts you to like 40% crit.
Yep.
So insane.
Bring us back to the game. We've got 45 seconds until the Ocean Drake comes up. It's 3-0, and Top Esports want to make it 4.
I think he can die here, by the way.
Won't find him for now. TN. He's being sneaky this game. I feel like constantly being
He's
sneaky this game.
gonna steal his money.
We'll just throw some rockets.
Yeah, go farm them.
But hey, that's what, 11 gold.
Okay.
He
didn't have the guts.
So, who's the real winners here? Graviton comes out from Gala, trying to fight for mid-prio again, but it's kind of just...
Oh, Wayward learned from the previous game. He went Mercs on Gragas this time, Yamato. I think it's good.
Top Esports right now.
This time Mark can save him. But maybe the...
Looks like their wave is set up to push top side as well. You know, should put.
Yeah, but like I don't know, like playing Gragas without tenacity is so. His front line is so hard, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Set up for an engage to come through, but it seems like for now.
The issue, guys, with some of these champs that are OP in solo queue with Yumus is that they are very gold reliant. And in solo queue, in a lot of cases, you get a kill on your first clear. It makes the champion completely different. The Rengars and the Hekarims in solo queue, the bang completely different. Or the Master Yis that can get Noon Quiver on first base, it changes the whole champ.
Oh, you know how bad Hecarim feels in competitive when you're even level with a Wukong or Vi? Nah, man.
You don't get away with a little tier first base with the longsword in.
Hell no, man. Dragon Herald contest, you're sitting on a tier and CDR boots. Hell no. You're not winning that.
And contest the Baron, like just for Drake number 2. I want to see some of the
I think Nocturne is kind of underrated right now. I think he could be good in pro play. He spikes well on one item. Good in skirmishes.
No, for sure. There's been good angles for it, like the Canon games and some Lucian Nami games too. I think is good in Nocturne.
Still the big number on TES. I mean, hell, even Jackie Love might only be on 2 items himself, but again, I feel like going straight towards that Lord Dom's really going to help.
Still, the problem is when you compare to the 3 gods of jungle, Wukong, Vi, Maokai. I don't know what they need to do to these champs to make them not played anymore. I think their kits are just too OP, you know?
Bro, have you seen the new Maokai build with Mandate?
Yeah.
It's so broken, man. Wow. I got one shot by a Maokai with Demonic Monday, I played Hecarim. There was a sapling in the bush. He had first strike. He one-shot me with one combo.
It gives strong burst. It gives mobility.
Thing is, like, people could have done this before too,
There's mobility there.
but no one did.
Even like Stormrazor to a degree with the mobility, since you
Maybe
Yeah,
just go
like
mandate,
why
you
is
know.
it? Is Monday cheaper now, or why are they doing
Mandate
now?
is cheaper, but it's a little bit weaker, which is fine, right, for the gold cost. But I'm just thinking, even when it was mythic, you could just buy it on Maokai if you wanted to not buy the other item.
Yeah. Yeah, I never really liked that full tank Maokai build.
I think in jungle you make too little gold. Okay. I like that.
Yeah, I think this is just a recap from game 1 again. Like, I think Gala will just 1v9.
It's funny, LNG are playing exactly the same champs.
Top esports are like, oh, 4v5 at Baron, that's our specialty. Just charge.
Yeah, careful, you can't fucking start Baron. Oh!
Real juicy on the top side.
Wait, this is really good for TES, by the way.
By the squad.
That's huge.
I think you can start Baron here.
They didn't see a 5 at Baron until they were already men.
And now LNG.
Oh, they have 2 smites, LNG.
Yeah, Wukong no flash as well.
2 smites. They're gonna combo, no?
Lissandra Wu?
Absolutely flipping it. Tarzan over the wall. Rookie
They're gonna do it. They're gonna do it. Oh, the smite combo.
Smite comes through, but at what cost?
Nah, man.
There's double kill. It's 4 members dead. Gala alone, and you know TN's going for it. You know he can't get away.
Gala needs to die here.
Turn it around, but the flash from Wayward.
Woody.
What a beautiful play.
Okay.
Top esports with an ace.
Holy.
Is our LPL Baron.
Big, what a swing.
Aces by the enemy team. Dives coming through.
That's in it mid, I think.
TES. Again, they might have lost out on
Bro, this Jinx will did so much fucking damage.
Yeah, what the fuck was that, by the way? I was like, what?
I think this was with some melee boost on it too.
I think so, yeah.
Some melee love.
I thought it's gonna be a little chunk, but not that much, you know.
Fucking descend into a different dimension. With Francis and Gunwood.
Oh, these slow-mo videos from Francis, man. That's the shit, man. Oh, he just comes swinging in front of you, man.
Yeah, I don't get why Aphelios and Lulu feel the need to stay around, you know? Like, they can just piece the fuck out, you know? The job's done.
Now, right? Yeah, yeah.
Like, they stuck around for way too long.
And here, Gala, I don't know, maybe just not expecting Wayward to come through because he turns back and tries to get some nice damage onto TN.
I think, as was thinking, like, look, if I just keep running in a straight line, TN is...
That was a clean Gragas combo. That was beautiful angle, actually.
Yeah, Wayward's hitting those, man. These 2 games that he played.
Really, really nice scout using that spell book.
Now Jackie Love should be able to completely 1v9. Like, he's so strong.
The plus 23 gold Baron power.
The Milio probably has max W by now.
From LNG. Not even a negative.
They want to contest this.
23 gold. Nice.
Jackie Love has casually 870 range or some shit. With Milio W. Look at this range of Jinx. Honestly, Milio W being down is like an ult being down. Like, they need to play the game.
Trying to invite LNG in, which will then give Rookie the perfect opportunity to get the Tibbers onto the back line. Looks like
Oh, Marcus W again. GG.
Himself, but LNG, they don't even want to risk giving the opportunity.
Yeah, just give this, man.
Which I think is the right call, right? I mean, you go a little bit too far forward, you not only lose Drake, you lose the whole game.
Oh, Lucian will have 30 wolves soon. He's so strong, man.
Towards the bottom side for top esports.
Hope he goes Ari wolf.
Like, I don't want to jinx anything.
Well, they're gonna look for turret hits with W of Milio.
You can do that over the wall, right?
In game number 1, Gala was
they're holding W.
basically solo dive to make things happen, and he's not far from doing it.
Okay, Lisandro's on mid, homies. Thank you, Wayward. Oh, lift temper on. Oh, Jackie Love misclicked. Okay, didn't matter.
Yeah,
I saw that as well.
Even better. I was actually scared for the other members of TES once the cast came through, and it's like, okay, Sion is now closer to.
Would never happen to Ruler.
Still has all of her engaged tools. But luckily, Top Esports managed to get out.
Never ever, man.
Are they going to go for this one? Scout actually using a ghost, but I don't think he can catch the Kha'Zix.
Did you see the Ruler Varos clip in solo queue?
No.
Holy shit, I'm gonna show you after this game.
Jumps back in for that one, realizing they can't contest rookies.
Is it Gunzo Varos?
It's like from Worlds 2022.
And no neutrals on for another couple of minutes. And I feel like this is where the LCK would
crazy.
go into what's referred to as a lull state.
I think I know it.
After that play, you need a new mouse.
Tense this game has been.
Yeah, I think I know that one.
Just going to fight for the sake of fighting.
No, it has been a bit of a drastic change-up from what we would expect from TES. But again, a pleasant change, honestly.
Yeah, Mato, I think this Lulu build is the tech, man. You don't go Shirelia, I think.
I think Shirelia is OP. Everyone hates Shirelia, man, but Shirelia is OP. Move speed is so underrated, man.
He's even bigger too.
Yeah, Danny taught me this in Vitality. It's the most gold efficient stat in the game.
like his items are not bad, like they're really strong items, but Shirelia is also super strong. Oh, he didn't Woody Fruity the Sile? That's crazy. Or did he get pushed into the trap into cancel?
Comes out at the last second there from Hung and will save
Jinx damage, man.
Tarzan? Ooh.
Good Sonya's to keep himself safe as Gala. Hit with a
Galu Galilei? Oh, misses. Rookie missed Gala. He missed Gala.
Oh! Just goes straight between the goalposts. Close one here as Tien jumps back.
Oh no, he's all alone.
Once again, it's Gala alone.
He flashed.
Again, it'll be Gala
oh, red.
Ah.
GG. GG.
Jackie Love alive. That's gonna be game.
Top Esports gonna look for the push.
But yeah, Lissandra pick on 5 is a bit... into Milio is a bit of a rough one. I think at that point, you just have to pick like fucking Oriana or some shit.
It's absolute domination, and I have to say, what a treat today, seeing this level of team fighting.
We're going to game 3.
Number 1 of the LPL, they're already looking like this. It's beautiful. See you later, Hung.
How does it work in BO3? Who picks side now? The loser?
I think the loser, yeah.
Show us that they won't go down without a fight.
Man, Tien on Kha'Zix was absolutely disgusting. And hell, that was even with Tarzan having a...
Yeah, I don't think you can leave Milio open.
Yeah, it's not okay at all.
But comes back in, has
I mean, I heard that Alistar is good into it, but does that even make sense?
Nah, bro.
If this game goes even later,
no, right? Like, how do you combo? He just bolts, you know?
They did exactly that, but it wasn't even necessarily through like
I think you just get fucked.
Like forced Tibbers here and Kha'Zix comes in. It was like no, it was just kind of smart decision making.
Oh, this is the one. I found it. Do you have my stream open?
Yeah, I have.
Fights. Also a bit of LNG, like the one fighter on Herald, right?
This is so crazy, man.
Okay, ruler. Okay, ruler. Okay, ruler. Okay, ruler. Okay, ruler. Okay, ruler.
Holy fuck.
Okay.
This is so crazy, man.
It's not fair, is it? Is it fair?
Bro,
what the fuck?
Like, imagine being able to kite like this.
Okay,
bro,
ruler.
he was standing on top of 4 people. Yeah, like, what the fuck is this?
Look at his autos flying, man.
Okay, ruler. Okay.
Holy fuck.
Oh, shit. And then there's a famous Ash ruler as well.
Oh yeah, this is legendary actually. So fucking good.
It's fucking Lord of the Rings, by the way.
Dude, what is this? Bro, he's shooting 3 people at the same time! Ah, this guy, man. so unbalanced.
The craziest shit is he did this to us. He did this to me, dude.
At Wells?
No. This was Nelson when I was in LCK.
Oh yeah, true. Oh yeah, this is your team, Root and OnFleek. Holy. He's not taking damage. What is up with that? Root is hitting him.
This Aphelios is not doing.
Look at that! Look at that explanation, the translation. It's A.
Now Kane gonna get exhausted and taken down. That is not the Kane play that we were expecting this game. Can Afrika actually salvage this? It looks like Anoa as the double kill comes in.
Okay, who you got for game 3?
Storm doing so much
I
work.
think LNG is better, but
trying to soak it as
let's
best
see
he can,
if
but the
Millie will be open
doesn't
or...
get that work done. Mystic off to the side is untouched. Trying to take down 5 members as Sword, the kiting,
I'll be right back. I'm gonna
do
auto
it here as
Go
Fly on his own gravity kill. The hook lands, but he has the QSS. Death Ray comes back. Double kill for the Victor. Oh, he kites it! Mystic secures the kill in the end now. Viper's trying to be the god, but he's gonna go down. I roam the ace for Mystic. Welcome to the LCK. We're glad to have you here.
Boom.
Will he bust it out in the...
Gonna miss, but Dandy is already there. The teleport comes. The Lantern gets Looper out. Here comes Blazo Fisher. Mata puts himself in front of them. They're going to
Soul Loop.
Royal Clouds and Goldie. They're mitigating it. Done in the mid lane either. Oh, beautiful.
Did this be the fight that turns it back?
He will give Uzi the reset to jump over the top. Cataclysm coming down. It is going to be White that managed to get themselves the Dragon. Dandy going to put down the Cataclysm at the back, but it's going to cost him his life. He will give Uzi the reset to jump over the top. Next target will be Pawn. He will fall here. Currently a 2 for 1, but that will be quickly made 3 as Looper falls as well. And Royal
they want them all.
up for the kills, and they're not done.
It's going to be Mata with the hook though. Korn's the first one in very low on mana, but auto attacks, they don't cost mana. And they're going to keep going for the kills. Cole is just as the waters. Once again, it's only going to be so much that you can get away with playful trickster and in it.
The castles are just shouting, they're so hyped.
It's about Korn staying safe. It's a little dangerous for him to open up. He actually opened up.
Yamato should watch my game versus
He realizes the magic resistance has been built. Not Imp.
with Insect.
With Insect?
Yeah, I played this well. I got first blood. I killed Uzi, I think. But that guy was so good at this tournament, Uzi. Holy.
Uzi was with something else.
Still, Uzi is set to fall. Can he do it? No. Kicked out of the fight.
What happened to Teddy actually? Like no meme with what happened, but wasn't he like kinda good?
He's playing again. He's in Sandbox.
Ah,
okay. He's just not on the team.
Still, Uzi is set to fall. Can he do it? No, the shutdown coming.
Yeah, I remember that guy being really good.
Uzi is set to fall. Can he do it? No, the shutdown coming through.
He's one of the legacy players. Yeah?
Yeah, you know Yamato, yesterday I felt so bad at the gym. I was doing bench press, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of feeling myself. I felt like I'm doing a lot of weight. And then the guy next to me was benching like 130 kilograms. Like I was counting like how much it is.
Okay.
And it looked really effortlessly, you know. The guy was just a fucking beast. Like he was like and then my brain starts like comparing myself with other guys in gym, and then I just feel really bad, you know.
Blood, but they spent a lot of time in the gym. If you spend the same time in the gym, you might even do better than them.
You think I can make it to 130? Then there's
For
no
sure.
fucking way. I'm
For
eating
sure,
pizza, burgers, kebab, bro. Like, I mean, I can see you going there, but I don't. I think my max would be 100. I mean, you are tall, you know.
Bro, you can. What's it called? You like even if you eat as long as you fucking eat like some form of protein, then with hard work 130 probably you can reach in 2-3 years. It's for sure possible.
Okay, I'll try.
And there's also like fucking there's bench techniques that the powerlifters do. It's like they lift their chest up, you know, and it's like if they lift their chest up as fuck, and
I abuse one. I abuse the ass up thing. You know what I mean?
You mean like you put your feet up on the thing?
No. Like before you put the bar up first time, you lift your ass up into the air, and then that's basically what the powerlifters also do. The professionals.
You mean like you create an arc in your back and you lift your chest? What the fuck are you doing with your ass?
Yeah, I'm gonna show you.
Your ass should be on the fucking thing, dude. On the bench.
No, I show you.
Your ass is in the air. You need to show me, bro.
Wait, am I trolling then when I do that? I saw that in the video.
Basically, like.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I screenshot you. This is exactly what I'm talking about. But I send it in general. Yeah, this is what I abuse always.
But here, the ass is on the bench, no?
It's not.
This guy looks unhealthy as fuck.
Yeah, but this is OP as fuck, by the way.
But you like arced back is fine.
Yeah, I do this. Yeah, I think I explained it better.
But your ass needs to be on the bench. But I don't do the arc.
How is that possible? How is the ass on the bench here? Like I yes, once I lift the bar up, my ass goes on the bench. But right now it's not, right?
I don't know about this picture. But I also, just because my intention is not to lift heavy, I don't arc my back. Because I want the lift to be harder, you know?
Yeah.
But if you arc your back and you lift your chest up, then the lift is shorter, you know?
Yeah.
But for sure, if your intention is to build strength, you can. If that's your focus, it's a very different focus from building muscle, you know? Like building strength is about lifting heavy and less repetitions, and a lot of the points about building mass is about just.
Yeah, man, look at that guy. He took it to a different level, man.
Which.
It's the next level, bro, of cheating.
Jesus.
I don't know what the fuck is going on there, but. That guy I took a screenshot of, Jeff. You know him, right? Jeff Nippard.
Yeah.
He's a machine.
Now, of course, guys, I have some form of an arc, but I don't try to push my chest up intentionally to do it. It's like I lift. I have a very wide grip, even though I can lift more if with a more narrow grip because it's more triceps heavy. I have a wide grip. I have a slight arc, and then I flex my abs and flex my ass, and then I fucking push. And then my feet are planted, bro. You couldn't move my feet, even if you had a fucking crane. This is my benching technique. Did you see Kariakis Grizzly?
No.
Oh, they should let me show you.
Okay.
I think his name is Kariakis Grizzly. Kyriakos.
I was afraid. I know when they're angry.
man. Holy. Dude, how much weight is that?
Bro,
What
I don't
is
even
that?
know what the lift this is, dude. I don't... Bro, these are... How many plates are these, dude? I don't know these blue plates, how much they weigh.
That's 25, the red ones.
25s?
Wait.
25 times 12? Bro, by the way, like there's crazy videos of this guy doing like, he does crazy jumps, he's really like nimble and shit, man.
By the way, the bar is like bending. Do you see the bar? The bar cannot handle the weight either. What the fuck?
Bro, I wouldn't want to spot for this dude. Like, this guy on the right, bro, is fucking scared for his life, man.
Of course, yeah.
Oh, man.
Okay, actually, can you open a bench press from this guy? Does he even bench press?
Holy, look at this.
Wow. Bro, he's doing so many. Oh, wait.
He's just bouncing off of him, dude.
Doing some research, I found that I've been an them at strength.
Bro, how old was he here in this picture?
Though he swept them at strength, demonstrate his strength. Although I've been unable.
How old do you think he's here?
It looks like 30 years old on every picture now.
His lives again.
He was always a giant, actually. What the fuck?
Jesus. Holy fuck. Holy shit.
Holy.
Jesus. It's crazy how his size is increasing. Douche. Just a raw squat like that. Completely dry. Oof.
Every bone of my body would break if I did that. I'm so triggered, by the way, man. My order history on Lieferando is deleted, Yamato, man.
Really?
So I have to, I don't know the restaurants' names now. Like I need to like always look it up because I misclicked some shit on Chrome and now everything got deleted.
But what are these hammer curls, by the way? Like
that looks wrong, no?
The technique here is wild. Let's see Grizzly's technique. Ish, ish, ish. These are better, man. Draft is on, okay? No more Grizzly. Goodbye, Grizzly.
But I prefer the physique of your brother more than this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro, he's doing a clean bulk now. He has gained like 15 kilos in the last 2 months of like water weight.
Oh, 15.
Like, it's all water, you know. It's like a shit ton of water because he was so fucking dry when he was on stage. He was 96 kilo, and now he's bulking. He's bulking like a motherfucker.
And now he's living life basically.
Not really, bro. He's doing a clean bulk. He's like really meticulous with what he's eating.
Incredibly nice from
He needs to be like giga careful.
And you see him now building.
Didn't your brother like start a YouTube channel or something?
I told him, post on Instagram your journey, like, bro, every day he's fucking murdering himself, bro. Let people get involved.
They must have a plan with the fact that they let this one open. They didn't engage.
No, Zerium is gonna be done.
They're gonna try and pick something that goes with the Yumi itself, or if it
What do you mean, yo, dry? Like he's dry? Basically, I get no water in his body because he was in competition. So basically, it's like the drier you are, the less water you have in your body, the more the definition of the muscle will show.
There's nothing more fun than seeing Jackie Love on the Draven.
Yeah, the question to me is like, do you
There's some Zeriumi action.
and play it with something else? Like, there are other champions that compare with a Yumi. Like, I remember one of the original pairings was actually the Lucian, but alas, it was not meant to be.
It is unhealthy. It's funny that bodybuilding, it's like when people stand up there and they are posing, they are really fucking unhealthy.
And again, I am just very surprised. You would think if they were going to give over the Zeri that they would do either.
I don't know what jungle they will find for Tarzan, because he'll ban Viego.
Jin, Twitch, Ezreal, kind of being some other pairings that it goes with. Or you opt into something a little bit out of pocket, like a Draven, or if they had some other plan. But looks like they will go stock and standard so far. So I feel like LNG are set up.
Yeah, bodybuilding is the most ridiculous sport ever. It's like, you're supposed to be the epitome of like health, but you are so fucking unhealthy.
We're not even a minute in this time and he's already saying it's over.
I'm
We're
already
not finished draft. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree. It is a very strong draft. Don't get me wrong.
This is the nice part about being back in.
I think if they should ban Viego Lee Sin. Viego Lee Sin is probably the bans.
Back to casting at 6 a.m.
I don't think Kazi is that good here.
Where the crazy mental hours come in, and you start to say things that are a little bit off the rails, which honestly makes the games a little bit more fun, you know.
All right, well, looking forward.
Bro,
to more.
the day after my brother has competed, he eats like a motherfucker.
Is it morning? I don't even know.
Like we eat the craziest shit. He eats for 10 people. Just drinks water.
Away by Top Esports, as well as the Lee Sin. I'm not sure we've actually seen a Lee Sin yet.
Yeah, it's basically like the weight cuts that UFC fighters do. It's like my brother went to sauna and then into hot bath, sweat.
Yeah, we've seen it banned a few times, but not picked.
It's insanely unhealthy.
But second mid lane banned away. Rookie loses his Syndra.
Yeah,
now you're kind of
that's true. Anything,
into the trenches.
well, excessive means that it's too much, right? So, by definition, it is unhealthy.
I wonder how much kilo you would weigh if you did a weight cut, like for one day.
I guess the Lissandra.
Like you try to cut all water one day.
Yeah.
With Syndra again.
Like my weight already fluctuates a shit ton. It's like my weight, every day I'm on the scale, it's between 105 and 95. So like my weight already fluctuates insanely. Insanely much.
Oh wait, was that Vi or was that Wukong? No, it was Wukong.
I was gonna say.
No, it was Vi. It was
nope.
Surprised they banned Kha'Zix over Viego. I would want to have Viego Lee every time on blue set.
So, I don't know if Top Esports now just want to be very extra, very over the top and be like, yo, you just lost with this comp. We're going to show you exactly.
I didn't know that Gala plays Zeri actually. Or am I talking? Wait. Gala Zeri? Is that a thing?
They kind of want some frontline themselves. If they give really strong damage, so actually,
yeah.
wouldn't even be surprised if they just lock in the sun right now. You have great setup for the already coming out with the Zeri.
It's over longer periods, guys. It's not like it's over longer periods. It's like within a month I can be 105 and I can be 95, but not like between a day or something. No, it's like between a month.
Hey, Yamato, have you ever seen Gala's Games of Legends?
Show me.
The guy has sick fucking win rates, man.
Was probably already thinking of playing the Gragas, so very standard.
Look at that Kaiser win rate, Yamato. 86 games, by the way. What the fuck?
That is kind of crazy.
And I like
that
what
is
LNG
juicy.
put together. We already hit on it after the first 3 picks, which was a strong
Oh,
core,
Galatasaray is actually also fucking legendary.
more on some of the bursts coming out from your Annie to set up for the resets. You have Jax, who's just going to be such an annoyance the longer the game.
This Caitlyn is not it, man.
Can deal with him early. We know later on he should be able to do a ton. To where for the side of top esports, I mean, you have a lot of ways to engage. You have.
I think TES got this in the
I
bag.
feel like there's just so much mobility coming.
I would bet my whole house on this on TES winning.
Yeah, I think the 4-5. Well, the Gragas is tough, but I think that it's easy for him to itemize in such a game.
It should be an interesting one. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like both teams like have clear win conditions. I feel like
What's my height? I'm like 194, 195 on a good day.
Which, you know, best of 3 games.
My height also fluctuates because sometimes I'm crumpled up like a fucking shrimp for a week straight at my PC, and
I don't know, I think you're 197 at least. No joke.
That is always the best, but
I used to be 196. I used to be taller than Wunder, now I'm like almost shorter than Wunder. I don't know what happened.
But when you have
I think many people in esports are wrong about their heights. Like,
great pickoff potential.
I don't know, I played with Rales and Adhoc, and I kind of know what 2 meters is. I think
Rales is
Wunder.
fucking tall, man.
Yeah, he was huge.
Rookie, we need you to step up, and Tien just gotta do what he did.
Rales was struggling with gaining weight so much, like he couldn't eat.
Bro, his metabolism was something else.
It was really
He
fast,
had
yeah.
that Mickey X metabolism.
Step 2, the split. Step 3, worlds. Step 4,
The skinny fat gazelle.
the world. We're going even further.
Zika's just fishing like that, he's generating gold.
Yeah, Yamato, I'm like out with Selfmade one day, we're like walking.
What is going on?
And
am I losing my mind?
He's a bit taller than me, you know?
Yeah.
And then I ask him, how tall are you? He's like, I'm 1.75 m. And then I was like, nah, man, these people are fucking trolling, you know? Like, no one knows their real height, you know? There's no fucking way he's 1.75 m.
Change that was made. I can't remember when that change was made, but you know when he's just standing in River now, he
Or am I actually 1.60 m and I don't know?
I don't know, brother.
I had no idea that was a thing.
Yeah,
I just don't believe it.
I remember it sometime within the last few years, and now Jack.
Holy, this is such a base start. I like it.
Very pointless.
I like that they are like hard forcing level 1 every time when they're stronger.
That's like a skin for Jax as well, the fisherman, right? Like, I knew Jax was a fisherman in that skin. I didn't realize he was just Mr. Fish. Speaking of, they're fishing for a pick in the middle lane.
He's gonna eat shit like that.
Big damage, but not enough to force out the flash, and he does have that corrupted potion, so will be able to sustain back up.
Oh, that's huge.
Not a great start for Rookie, but
I bought
this matchup is.
No, what did you want to say? My mind was pointless.
No, go Tonkar Ali. That's more interesting.
I tried it for 2 weeks, but for me personally, I didn't like.
Okay, the libido issue, right?
Yeah.
Dude, you fucked my brain with that, by the way. Now I actually start feeling libido issues ever since you said that. I swear to God. Yeah, I think so.
Forces him out of the jungle. The jungle can't take away Tarzan, though. He gets away with it, gets the red buff. Will be chased out of his jungle here.
Oh,
perhaps could lose
nice
his fronts,
one.
But honestly,
he's so good at smiting, by the way.
Yeah, Tian is messed up now.
He is so fucked, actually. What the fuck?
My man's on welfare right now, dude.
4-12, my God.
He should join LCS for the walkout, dude. It's a disaster.
On Tien's part to where Tarzan now level 3 up in terms of camps completed. And now going to try and
we have said this at the E start as well, though. He will get Sandra at one point.
Very true. Oh, do they have? If he has no bone plating, they can for sure one-shot him. Bro, that's so rough. Jax is here too. Such precision from LNG.
Was proxy farming previously.
Yeah, Wayward played 3 games of Gragas today. It's not King Tian meta.
He's losing his red buff in the meantime.
Actually, Yamato, I ordered some good stuff from Amazon yesterday.
What did you get?
One second.
Some zinc magnesium.
I bought beta alanin, 500 grams, full powder.
Beta alanin is the shit that makes you itchy, no? But don't take too much of this shit, your ass is gonna itch.
Yeah, I had this when I took it, it was itching, then I stopped. But it's really OP apparently for muscle repair.
Find a way to leverage that pressure somewhere else.
Okay.
And I ordered
And I feel like based on what we've seen,
BCAA.
a pretty reasonable expectation to have a fairly slow.
And I'm thinking about getting.
Taking the series extremely
What is that red thing called? There's like powder, red.
Championship points to rely on when it comes to making it to Worlds. Like every single series.
Red velvet? What is that?
That could be
Red velvet? I have no clue, dude.
Yeah, red velvet powder. No, not red velvet. That's a fucking cake. Wait, 1 second. My brain was off there. 1 second.
Especially just when you look at the amount of caliber
I was talking about some really juicy cake because someone in chat talked about red velvet cake yesterday. Right.
But you know, bro, like there's so many bigger chunks that you can do better before like buying these fucking supplements that is gonna cost you money. It's like you tell me you're eating fucking kebab and fucking burger, dude. What the fuck are you doing with BCAAs, dude?
Yeah, it's for muscle repair. I need to somehow get something, you know. But you're right, yeah, I'm trolling.
Yeah, you need to target the low-hanging fruit.
I was talking about beet powder.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that is apparently good for blood renewment, like blood flow, blood stuff, you know. Your blood gets renewed quicker or some shit. I don't know, read some stuff.
I just drink juice, beet juice, red beet juice.
Yeah, that's good, yeah.
Exciting time to be watching LPL.
It kind of tastes like shit though, no? Or do you like it?
It's okay, it's like you get used to it. I like fucking pumpkin seeds too. Pumpkin seeds is a shit, dude. Fucking pumpkin seeds. Pumpkin seeds. It's like the only thing that I supplement with is before I go to bed, I take zinc, magnesium.
OP, that's good, yeah.
But bro, you're not even training legs. Like Wunder has a point. You're drinking BCAAs and you're not fucking training legs.
Yeah.
Like, you need to get your priorities right, bro.
Yeah, the low-hanging fruit needs to be addressed first.
It's like saying, you know, imagine someone in silver. Like let's say we are silver in gymming, you and I, okay? And then we're sitting there and we're thinking our runes are the problem, you know? It's like we're fixing the sleep, the diet, the gymming. Yeah, this is the most important thing, you know?
Yeah, you're right. I don't know why Wunder is talking shit. You go to the gym once a month, bro.
I think now he's been gymming a lot. He's had off season.
Oh, really? Okay.
Spot. He knows Scout will just keep generating pressure in mid with the health that Rookie has lost. And with him leaning down, if Gala can start pushing this out, we can see...
At least I go 2 times to the gym a week. I'm already proud of that.
That's good.
Yeah. Just gotta address that leg problem. These chicken legs.
I have to say though, I love pre-workouts. Like, I personally swear by L-carnitine and caffeine, and this gets me going, dude.
Yeah, I can't take that, unfortunately. I have a big problem with caffeine.
But the beta-alanines, my fucking nose itches the whole fucking day if I take that shit.
Yeah, everything itches, man. Like, I also hated that shit. But it's really good for you, apparently, for your muscles.
I mean, Scout not having his ult from the previous play in mid lane, and then 2, Jackie Love managing to hit 6 first, which is really what kind of dissuaded...
Do you know what your brother takes?
My brother does everything like to the science, you know. So like, he does it all. Like he drinks the BCAAs just because it doesn't have calories and it adds flavor to water because his diet is so fucking boring. so that's why.
Yeah, some little dopamine.
It's like his diet is so fucking boring. He can barely like put salt on his fish, you know.
Yeah.
I'm weak, lazy cunt. Gilius would probably rule me with his bro splits in the gym.
I mean, that's 2 plates already. We're looking at a third if they can keep this up. This is one of the things that feels so good when you go.
I actually have to order more pre-workout.
Like, you can get so.
What brand do you get it from?
I tried My Protein, but now I'm moving on to the brand that my brother uses, and they have this. There's like a Swedish one, and it's called Leviathan.
Oh, okay.
Like everything that they sell is just branded with Viking shit. But it's like when I tried it when I was in Sweden, it gave me like it put me right in the zone. It was good.
Some good stuff in there, probably.
Just L-carnitine, the caffeine.
Even when he like falls out maybe for a.
How do you sleep at night when you take caffeine? I don't get it. Like, how do people? I literally cannot sleep when I drink one sip of coffee.
It depends on everyone. Like I would never. I'm not qualified to recommend anything to anyone, but like on my end, it's just I do my caffeine intake 1 hour after waking up, and you just time it, you know, time it well.
She was nerfed like.
Because if you drink it too late, then you can fuck yourself up. But it's also one of those things. It's like you can be a person that is highly sensitive, and maybe it's just not for you, you know. L-theanine is definitely like a very big plus too. It's like when we didn't have coffee machine, this game is just over now after the soluble on.
Holy.
They also got Herald on top side. They got Herald.
I thought Dylan Falco was really funny when it came to caffeine. Like, he's a really big believer that caffeine is OP, you know.
Yeah, caffeine is very OP, I think.
And he would tell me during the Miracle Run, like, if you don't drink caffeine, you're kind of just trolling because it's OP. And then in the Miracle Run, I would always drink coffee just to be with the group, and it would work, you know. I would kind of pop off. But I never like stick to caffeine.
I think maybe you should try just drinking green tea.
Yeah, that could work.
Maybe green tea is just the way, because I think green tea already has L-theanine and it offsets a lot of the negative side effects. I feel so stupid talking about shit like this on stream though, because I don't want anyone to like take this away and like take this away and say, yo, at least we have Yasuke in the chat who's a personal trainer. He's confirming some of the shit.
Oh, he's personal trainer.
I believe so. Yeah, you're a personal trainer, right, Yasuke? You're a...
honestly, just very over-ambitious for Jackie Love to be playing in the wave when not only is
maybe you should try green tea, yeah.
Showing on
really, Gillius.
You know, LNG.
Okay.
They know, hey, this is the time we must go in.
And you're against Gala, like.
Because it's coffee without the crazy, but I also read that the citrulline malate, whenever something has citrulline malate, it's too acidic for me. So I just try to find products with pure L-citrulline.
Rookie moving over as well. Won't commit to the play, but that's going to be 2 ultimates used on the side of LNG. I think it was 2 for 2 though, because Mark used the wild growth as well.
I do like that.
I wish watermelon was cheaper. If I could eat watermelon every day, I would eat watermelon every day.
I'm gonna buy it today, actually.
Just cut the watermelon in half and eat it out, like with a spoon.
I eat watermelon like a psycho. I get a really sharp knife, I cut the pieces, then I eat it off the knife.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Jagalov in the meantime just wailing on this tower. That's going to be 3 plates taken against 2 in the bottom lane.
Actually, Yamato, you need to watch the Serpent, by the way.
Dominating the matchup earlier on, but no longer
like it has come to a point where I think you need to.
Okay.
It's on Netflix. It's exactly what you like. You know, you would really like it.
Okay. Now I'll consider. Usually I just put on a show to fall asleep to, so I usually just watch something I've already watched, you know.
I had this phase, yeah. I watched The Last Dance probably 7 times.
Yeah. My sleep hygiene is not so clean, but it works for me. Like I wake up refreshed always, and I fall asleep good, like hearing some noise in the back. Because I feel like I'm a bit programmed to do so. Because my whole life, my father had the TV on in the other room. And I was hearing this the whole night.
After he clears out this wave, And especially when we said, hey, a lot of this.
So for me, it's like peaceful when I hear some noise.
You know, I started sleeping with a face mask and earplugs. I'm like, when I sleep, I'm
different
completely...
dimension.
It's kind of scary when I wake up. Like, I don't know, there's no lights, there's nothing I can hear.
Okay. Ah, these minions are saving Zika.
Will walk away with his life. Has to use the ultimate, but it's traded for the cask. So.
Okay. Does he have divine? That's the question.
Not getting what he wanted out of that one.
Had he gotten
Gen X Arabs are all programmed the same, bro. I was hearing Al Jazeera the whole night when I'm sleeping.
Maybe gets at least one turret shot hit onto him, and
apparently it's really unhealthy to fall asleep when the TV is on.
Yeah.
Like, subconsciously it fucks your sleep.
Whose team is actually going to
No,
My father always had the TV on the whole night. It was so bad.
To the mid lane. Looks like they want to be the team to try to get that Herald, but the fact that they haven't even started up,
and then I would go cinema with my father, watching a really insane Harry Potter movie. He would just fall asleep. Yeah. He would get his sleep back in the cinema, man.
Bro, it's like, I feel like all Middle Eastern parents. Oh, Gala's not cleansed.
That's huge. That's two,
but
right?
It's kind of crazy how long it took to kill him.
Yeah.
He was so tanky.
Also, exactly what we're talking about the start of the game, right? I feel like for
No shit, man.
should be able to play through this
He was so tanky. Now we just have to wait until Hang has his full item. I was like, I was gonna say every Middle Eastern parent, they all snore, and their snoring is so unhealthy, and none of them want to do anything about it. My father got one of those sleep apnea machines, and he just sold it to one of his friends. It's like, what the fuck, dude? You have to take care of your health. Because he'll be like snoring really loud, and then suddenly in the middle of the night, it would just stop. And he would just stop breathing in the middle of the night.
Yeah,
he's like, what the fuck, man? Like, what's happening, man?
Holy shit.
Shit's fucking scary, man.
Yeah, they just stop for a second, right? 2 seconds, and then they keep going. You don't know if you should do something about it.
Yeah, man. It's really dangerous, apparently. Like, it fucks your sleep completely. You can fucking choke in your sleep, apparently.
What the fuck, really? I mean, you know that process of getting like snoring tested? You're like sleeping in a laboratory and you're just snoring all the way, and they like check it out.
I thought they to give you this mask and you should bring back the results.
Oh no, my father was sleeping in the laboratory for a few hours.
Holy shit. What if you just visited and just fell asleep during the visit? Like, yeah, just plug him in.
I can see it actually. Maybe that's what happened. Yeah, my father also sold his fucking thing, by the way, Yamato. He also stopped using. Like, he said it distracts him or something.
Go for a play towards mid, and Gala's just playing so far forward lane. It really does feel like he's
Gala's been sprinting it. He's been playing like he has 3 cleanses. But he has none. He got Woody Fruity, he got Lissandra. His ward is fake safety.
But I think Top's team comp is a bit too OP this game. I don't think it's losable.
Yeah, I feel Lulu can do nasty things though. Like, they just got two big gold swings. But we shall see. I agree though with the blue side does look stronger here.
Like, I just don't believe in Viego and Jax.
Oh, you mean like that? Okay.
Like, if they rounded up the comp better around Zeri, Yumi, Annie, I think it would be fine.
A little Gragas blind themselves?
Yeah, something like this.
I can see that, yeah. I think when they convert onto 3 items though, that a lot of the red champs become a lot weaker. Like when they have mercs and like some kind of armor, I think that it becomes like tough.
Yeah, you're gonna feel like you can get away with anything.
Yeah, and I mean, you usually do, right? Triforce, Titans, Runons, usually kind of being the core of what we've been seeing on the Zeri.
The lawnmower, as they call it.
Yeah, and kind of taking a look across items. Both teams pretty even, right? We're looking at like 1.5 items pretty much across the board. Both support mythics as well. I mean, hell, even golds. Rookie? I don't know if they can actually really follow up.
Mercs OP? Honestly, there's no worse feeling than playing Everfrost Lissandra against people that have mercs. You just feel like such a dog.
Move it up to the scene just to make sure nothing can kick off. Gala already on taxi.
I think the moment they have Mikhails,
the life of a jungler that's playing with Azaria this
that's gonna be a good one.
And it seems like he's learned. Okay, I'm not going to walk up to the halfway point of my lane. I'm not going to do that. They're all going to be here. Does have a summoners available, but that really hasn't made much of a difference thus far. But it's TS. Maybe try it again. I'm just say, hey, we all back up a little bit. We see if Gala will try.
My man's buying Morello.
And then you go
Rookie has the whole shop. Hextake, Oblivion, Stopwatch.
He's ready for the trip in the desert. He has 3 potions as well. If you're thirsty.
Oh, TP flank. Oh, TP coming on through.
Why did they force? Okay, Gala.
Oh,
now they can force. Okay, Scoot. Doesn't Mercs target Lissandra though? Rookie already ulted.
Rookie will be sacrificed.
Alright. Big. Gala finishes Hurricane and they say, okay, let's win the game.
They feel perhaps a little too confident there as Tarzan almost goes down, has to ult himself out to safety.
Now, I think with
they actually got Nash here.
Definitely not going to be able to try
Oh,
to
they don't, never mind.
Anymore. We'll see if Zika just by happenstance ends up running you. Does not.
Okay,
Doesn't run into the end, so yeah, at the end of the day, I guess it just will end up being one.
I think Gala's maxing E second.
No jungle camp stolen off that. No real vision or information gained. So for TS, you know, not too sad about losing that one.
Yeah, tense moment, but doesn't.
How much water do you drink? Not enough, I think. I drink way too little water.
Away from being far more dangerous for top esports, but they get out in the nick of time.
I drink maybe like 2 liters, and that's like too little. I drink this bottle 4 times
But they're actually going AP on Wayward to make
in
sure
a day.
they've got damage for these guns.
Scout with the TP flank, which is so critical, right? The vision control coming out beforehand. Great stun comes out onto Rookie. Cask going wide from Wayward, not connecting to anyone. And just have enough CC coming out with the threat of the Yuumi ult to lock Rookie in place long enough to be able to guarantee the pick. And this is where I thought, okay, are they a big?
But I'm really big, right? Like I weigh 100 kilos, so like.
Force the 5v4, and then just running straight into the enemy jungle and getting those health bars chunked out really just stalled any momentum.
Yeah.
I want to see Kamza Chimaev versus Yamato.
I'll get one shot, dude.
Yeah, I just want to go back to what I was saying.
Our brains are so mushy, dude. It's playing League all day, like they're soft as fuck, dude.
I feel like it's a bit of an LPL specialty, going for the AP Gragas pretty much no matter.
I wonder if he gave you like 40 seconds where he doesn't move his body and you can just hit him for free if you could like finish him.
Oh, for sure, no?
You could?
In 30 seconds, like you can hit someone for free, dude. Like you imagine like you just elbow or knee someone in the head, like for
Actually,
30
you
seconds.
You could.
Like,
yeah, if you know what weapons to use, you probably can, yeah.
you can DPS the fuck out of him. Or you just choke him, you know? You just choke him.
Just insta. Actually, yeah, you're right.
And a TP. TP by Rookie being used, so like sure they have unsealed spellbook, so he'll still be able to find something meaningful. But
what about a heavyweight though?
That not gonna have as much pressure.
A heavyweight.
You could
30 seconds.
Probably 30 seconds a heavyweight. You have time to one-shot him.
Like I can DPS him as much as I want.
Yeah,
30 seconds. I think I would assume that 30 seconds you could do some serious damage to someone in 30 seconds.
Yeah, for sure. Serious, like. But if he actually manages to wake up after these 30, you're done, so.
Then it's like, well, it depends on what the fuck you did to him. Like,
so now with the death cap.
I wouldn't want, like, if you told me Tony Ferguson or some psychopath like that, he would just like stand up, dude.
Yeah, that guy has no soul, yeah. Same with Nate Diaz.
That guy has no soul.
He just doesn't take damage, yeah.
Alright, good eve on Zika. He's outie. Deals a lot of ults already, and now Zeri can just free fight. I don't know, Rookie D needs to hold ult better for Gala. Because now Gala can just have full freedom. Or maybe not.
LNG. Health bar solo. Scout goes in, but they don't have the damage. Resets
Oh, got an assault.
Zika finds Rookie.
Oh, nice, Tarzan.
Wants a bit more, but Jaculov still red and white. So many shurikens will be forced away. It's 2-0.
And we saw it right there, Bunch. LNG, you have multiple huge damage threats.
If it's Kyriakos Grizzly, I don't think I can knock this guy out. This guy has like fucking 200 armor natural. It's fucking sounded, this guy.
But hey, with the death cap, you hit like, I mean, even he is someone who you have to respect. That can take you down. Even Tibbers right there, really chunky mark is LNG.
There's also like the moral issue. Like, I don't know if like someone told me you have 30 seconds to beat the shit out of this guy before he comes for you. Like, I don't know if like I would mentally be able to like beat the shit out of someone for 30 seconds.
Oh, you need to go psycho mode for these 30, because after that you're done for, man. Like, you need to really go all out.
I wouldn't be able to like elbow someone. No way.
Caught out alone here. Maybe he was looking for a flank of his own.
I don't have the facilities for that.
I think I could.
Game from Rookie so far overall. And I was
If it was like a simulation where like none of the damage.
But you have to think about the anxiety in your head after these 30, what will happen to you. Like, you need to...
You just tap out. You just go on the floor and tap the floor.
Actually, yeah.
Herb Dean is gonna come, but then one Francis Ngannou hammer fist is gonna come in your head first. He's flying.
Oh no!
The multi-dimensionalness, which isn't a word. the many dimensions of.
And now Mika's is finished, which means that red side is also finished.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I felt like Wayward was robbed there as well. Like, that cast...
Mario Yamasaki ref, yeah.
Towards the team, and just there's like a jut out of the wall.
He's giving me the Warriors chance.
You know Steve Mazzagatti, that ref?
Yeah.
He lets everyone just get fucked up on the floor, like he refuses to stop the fight.
Mario Yamazaki is the original guy who did this fucking in a fucked up way. And his excuse or his reasoning was that I wanted to give him a Warriors chance. That's what he said. There's like a clip of a guy just punching a dude in the head for like 30 seconds. And it's like the commentator's like, stop the fight! Stop the fight!
You can show to everyone in the world, they'll be like, oh, we've seen this 100 times.
Nah, these people, man. And then the press conference after Dana White's like, yeah, that was the worst reffing I've ever seen in a year.
Those are very... It's actually like one of the most like visually pleasing combos to see in the game.
Yeah,
sometimes the fighters are even like backing off from a punch. They're like, are you gonna like finish the fight? Like, I don't want to like hurt the guy anymore, you know?
That's what the videos are called. If he dies, he dies. It's the name of the
video. Oh man.
Actually, kind of surprised there's only 8 kills on the scoreboard. But we are getting towards that late game point. 3 items on either AD carry.
I don't know, it's weird how that swing, right? If you get the first Drake, which buys them enough time to get the right items, they secure first Herald, get the solo kill on the Phelios, and then the game is just kind of over.
I don't really know what happened, honestly.
That was it. They gave up some Drakes, and then now they have full items.
I think Yumi is a big problem too. Like, they can't really kill anyone.
You know, it's going to be great for both sides, but looking at the fact that LNG still have those stopwatches that they're sitting on.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, these Yumi items, these items you buy on Yumi, on Lulu every game, Yamato.
And now in this case for sure. But there's definitely cases where Shurelias is really good too. For example, if you play into Lucia Nami, I think the value you get from Shurelias is really crazy. Like there.
True, yeah.
Here you have Zeri, right? So Ardent value with Hurricane is really nuts because you apply on hit effects with your bolts, right?
Rookie's still down, so even then you could see the side lanes still being in a good position for LNG.
So now I think after 2-3 days of LPL, everyone's gonna agree that red side bans is Milio, Zeri, no matter what. So now, thank you Top Esports and LNG for showing us the mistakes. You all say it's funny, but then the people are fucked up for the rest of their lives. You don't understand the part that we think is funny. The absurdity of the situation is funny. The fact that there's this referee that is risking the lives of people is the absurdity of that is funny.
Yeah,
Not the
exactly.
fact
It's
that
just
people
so
are
it's just so
fucking
crazy.
getting damaged, you know? It's fucking nuts, the situation.
Yeah.
Right. Here comes Gala. Rookie's holding ult, but he has Mikkels, no problem. Ah, it's so easy for him to play. He can just go forward. Like, look how big HP bar Gala has. He's the tankiest motherfucker on the screen. How is that okay?
Ah, this is not balanced, man. Wow.
Look at him losing HP. Sucks.
They can't even chunk the guy. GG.
And I mean, they just keep running them down, right?
That was a nice debut, man.
Combo. The Viego able to follow up with the reset.
He entered a bit there at mid-game, gave them a chance, but it just doesn't matter.
I think this team can be better than both BLG and JDG.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's
I
a big
think this
claim.
team is. I think this team's kind of OP.
They did well last split too, but now with Gala, it's very exciting.
Just look at the names. They have the best jungler. Their mid laner won worlds before.
Do they have the best jungler? It's fucking Kanavi, yo. Kanavi,
Oh yeah,
man.
I mean Kanavi,
Bro,
Tarzan.
let me remind you of the JDG names, okay? 369, Kanavi, Knight, Ruler, Missing.
Actually, yeah.
It's not fair. Did you hear the rumor, by the way, that this roster costs 16 million a year?
16 million.
You know, idea to be able how to combat.
Do you
I
think
didn't know
Ruler's
this.
getting half of that?
It was just like later in the game. Again,
I think
Ruler's getting half of that.
Kanavi is fucking expensive too, no?
I wouldn't be. I'm hoping Kanavi signed a new contract because he got sold from Griffin, right? So
worthwhile trade-off, right? We even saw in that last fight, like,
I imagine also like a player like Knight must be crazy expensive because of the import rules. So it's like you.
So great play by LNG, good drafting by LNG as well.
Yeah.
You know, recognizing what the strong picks are, showed like a variety.
16 million, probably same value price as Vitality, yeah.
I think it shows that LNG have
16 million USD.
They're gonna stick to it, and throughout the game, I mean, we saw decent macro. We saw.
Thing is, it's like, bro, salary caps are the biggest cap of all time, dude. If there's a salary cap, they say, okay, you're gonna have a streaming contract on the side. You have to stream 1 hour a month, and you're gonna get your remaining millions.
It feels a bit mean to say to top esports.
Oh, you can do that?
Probably, man. That's how they do it in the NBA, dude. They have the salary caps in the NBA. Bro, they get Nike deals for like 300 million.
Yeah.
That's the fight that ends the series. Like, we were setting up for this massive 5v5 around Baron, around.
But what's the point of salary caps? Like, can you explain me the point of it?
How long Scout and Zika lasted.
To make it more fair and competitive within the league, so you can't just like buy a win in the league, you know. So the expression of like competition happens through through organizational force and strategic choices.
I see.
It's the same like, for example, in Formula 1, right? They change the rules in terms of how you can build your car. And
I think that's great. I think that's really good for a sport like that.
Yeah, and they changed the whole meta, right? It's like
Because
Mercedes.
Yeah, they had like OP car always, right?
Yep.
Still pretty solidly.
But somehow Red Bull is completely broken right now.
I just want to talk about much like in the regard of being
Yep.
because it's like they were already really good.
That was just, it's fun to watch a sport. Like, I know so little about Formula 1, so it's even more fun to watch it. It's like, it's fun to know nothing about something.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Ferrari always.
Were they going to come in?
They always fuck something up, yeah.
Solid, or were they going to come in still looking very shaky, still kind of being mismatched and being like, oh, do we want Xingtian top or do we want Wayward? And they came in, they looked cohesive. So overall, I agree that I think LNG did look a little bit better.
Alright, Yamato, I'm gonna peace out. Thank you so much for having me.
Hey, my pleasure, brother. All the best to you.
See you
yeah?
tomorrow, okay?
Take care, my man. Bye-bye.
I'd say TS not as far behind as I would have expected them to.
Heat or Nuggets? I think Nuggets are gonna smoke Miami Heat.
Still had a decent showing in this series, especially for the first series of the split.
That's my take.
A couple of large mistakes kind of ruining the series.
Banger games tomorrow, guys.
Like you say, I understand.
Banger game tomorrow.
And to be honest,
The bangers of bangers. Let me show you. We have JDG tomorrow.
even still, you would have expected him to go down in a 4v2 essentially. Scout basically arrives, just drops.
Later tonight, we're gonna review Carmine Corp versus Team BDS Academy. And tomorrow we have OMG versus Billy and Weibo versus JDG. That is like the craziest day ever, man. That is super exciting. That is super exciting. Guys, my prediction in regards to the NBA is completely fucking meaningless. I don't know anything about the NBA, so don't listen to me. I don't know shit about the NBA.
Like we saw in game 1, felt like a very TS.
But this is exciting.
Maybe not applying it the best way it can.
This is about to go fucking nuts.
And yeah, honestly,
I'm super excited for this. And then we're gonna do Carmine Corp later in the evening, and then Diablo release. Diablo release, baby. Diablo release. Diablo release happens right here at 1 a.m. How crazy is that, guys?
Who do you think it'll be? I would think that's a fun one.
I think probably Scout on this one.
Yeah.
Zika. I don't know. I feel like this is kind of a team win, you know? It's one of those ones where
this one felt weird.
You really could pick most of them and it would...
W? 위 맞죠? 아프죠?
잠깐만 역당이 형 뭐야?
Balance champ, by the way.
잠깐만.
You guys think this champ is balanced?
뭔가요? 오, 쉣! W 여기서 저격한다.
오늘자 테디 매드무비. 오늘자 테디 매드무비 당첨. 뭐야? 오늘자 매드무비 오늘자.
제발! 하달라고 Holy.
To be fair, this is good, but it's not that crazy. It's good, but it's not that crazy, I have to say. I think a lot of AD carries could pull this off.
And they never get an opportunity to get a big contract. So by going for Chovy, we knew it would certainly get known to the public because it was a big deal, and players would immediately be like, well, that team wants to win. And that was that had an impact. So we're like, yeah, let's swing for it. And now I look back on it, I'm like, thank fuck. The second he said no, we all said, thank fucking God. What were we thinking? Like, that was literally, I looked at Greg and we were sweating buckets, and he said no. And we were like, holy shit. Like, our palms were sweating, and we were like, we almost
How does
fucking
that make sense, by the way? How are you in a company meeting and everyone is like relieved that the decision you're about to make doesn't go through? Nah, blood.
That thing. That would have been the craziest thing we've ever fucking done. 100%. And we almost did it. And like, it was like, I look back on it, I'm like, oh my God, what was I thinking? But
I appreciate that honesty.
yeah, I mean, look, I fucked up plenty on the team side for sure. Like, I'm absolutely complicit in a large part of this, and I feel like it gives me something to say about it too, because I actually know what it's like on that side. I know what it's been like.
What was the mandate that was coming from the new owners though? They were just like, win and then that will make us money. Like, what was the logical projection of why they were splashing out or why they wanted to be aggressive?
Yeah, I mean, I think not just from that ownership group, from other groups we talked to about investment and wanting to be in the space, and talking to other owners and what their situation was. We saw really frequently across the space, across a number of teams that I don't need to name because you can look at them and see what their strategy was, and because they were spending to try and be competitive. A lot of teams believed this core philosophy that the cheapest championship to win in esports was going to be the championship you won today. And championships lead to prestige, lead to long-term success in sports. Like, if you are an organization with a long history, the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Lakers, the Celtics, it's an institutional advantage in the long term. And a lot of these groups came in and said, well, it looks expensive on paper today, but it's going to be cheaper than the one we get next year. So let's do it, and let's buy those early championships because it's going to pay off dividends in the long term. And it gets to some of the fallacy around how big the esports market was going to grow, and the idea that it was, kind of a graph heading towards infinite and not something that was more linear or even something that was going to plateau. I think that's a big issue that struck a lot of teams. And I think there's a pride part though. I've seen it in multiple teams, like ownership groups. Like if they have money, they want to win. Then they say, well, if that's what it costs to win, we're going to go try and win. But I think the big core of that is saying these championships are cheap today. They're going to be more expensive tomorrow. Time value of money. Let's spend it. Let's do it.
Yeah, and to Thorin's point about, I agree with what you were saying, Thorin, about how, to not talk about how people or judge how people are spending their money. But I think the core issue here is that none of us and very few people on planet Earth know exactly how much money esports is making, because it's going to change from publisher to publisher, and it's basically just locked inside a vault in the executive suite. And like, that's why these conversations get so confusing, because nobody can actually put the proper value on what the teams should be spending, what the players should be making. Like, there could be a massive, like, the teams and players should or could be making significantly more money if there were transparent financials, right? And I think that's why
I said at the beginning, I wanted to frame the whole conversation every time as players would benefit in this way if this happened.
Yeah.
Team orgs would benefit this way. Instead, what we did is coming in, this is why, look, understandably, I understand people's own inherent biases and ones that they've chosen to be complicit in through the jobs that they're doing and the people they're fighting for. I don't have a dog in this fight. If I'm doing abstract, I would just talk about the open Quake circuit fucking 20 years ago. That's not what you guys are talking about. So in this particular scenario, I just don't like it when people come in with loaded angles of sort of like, well, they should do that. And the implication, you're a piece of shit if you don't care about that. It's like, fucking hell, we can do that everyone can point fingers all the way around. If you do that, like, I don't think you get anywhere. So to me, it actually makes a lot more sense, actually. I think you can even get through to fans and pros if you actually outline why people might seem selfish, but are just incentivized to fight for their own particular situation. That's why I just say I don't really buy the idea that the pro players are so altruistic. I imagine part of it is things like they have a mate in academy and they don't really think yet it'll cost them any money or cause them anything. They know they'll get some likes on Twitter. They maybe even do think I might be shit in a year, like some of the actual good players he referenced were. I might have to bounce down there, and I still want that. All I'll tell you is I did an interview recently where a player said he didn't even mind being put down in an academy, even though he could definitely have been a starter, because essentially he was Bing chilling on 100k with all his team house paid for. He didn't even have to perform to a high level, and he knew essentially if the chance comes again and I'm in good solo queue form, not having to play all the scrims. They told me some of these academy teams don't scrim. He said basically you're just waiting for your chance again, for the free chance to come back up. Who the fuck wants to go back to a normal job? And you don't want to be fucking Kurt Warner bagging groceries and hope you get your call up. So I just think it doesn't make sense to essentially put like moral judgments or impetus behind a scenario where, yes, if we consider this like a scenario like an American financial system, everyone is acting in their own self-interest. The economic theory even is that's how you balance out all these interests, is that if everyone in some way is a bit selfish, then in that sense the actual negotiation gets us closer to a compromise, which should bring it back to the Riot thing. That's why Riot's ultimate autocratic power is a nightmare. The best deals always are when everyone gives up something to get what ultimately they really want, and something ideally collectively we all want.
Yeah, we're an imperfect market. I don't disagree, and we're trying to give up. We're trying to give up something. We're trying to bargain. I guess that's what we're here for. At the end of the day, we're here trying to bargain, trying to use this platform to bargain, trying to make a deal, trying to meet in the middle, trying to figure out something that'll work for everybody.
Yeah, and I mean, I do think that I was not a fan of the way the academy and like amateur systems were being run, but I'm also not a fan of rug pulling halfway through a year and giving people who work on these teams zero notice. I mean, I saw Blizzard do this with Heroes of the Storm, and it was really shitty when that happened, where it feels like you've made a commitment to these players and to these coaches and to this ecosystem, and then one day it's just announced that it's completely gone. And
they even did it with the player size in OWL. Like, they just reduced the spot on a team and immediately eliminated a bunch of jobs overnight.
Yeah, so I mean, I sympathize with that, especially because it doesn't feel like there is either a plan in place, as you pointed out, with the interregional competition maybe happening at the earliest in 2024, and some really vague revenue sharing, that there is no plan here. And there's nobody who it looks like is taking responsibility for it. I mean, Riot does this all the time. This article about the Challengers League is written by LoL esports staff. There's no name. There's nobody in ownership of this project. And this is a common problem, not just in North America, guys. Like LCK has a ghost commissioner who has changed several times, but there's tons of problems over there, and nobody ever takes responsibility for them for the Korean League. There's never a name, ever. And to the point that was being made earlier, it's because a lot of these people are what I call esports tourists. They are here to run this thing right now, but they cannot have their name associated with anything bad because ultimately their goal is not to stay in esports. It's to climb the corporate ladder of the developer into a different role. And they're not here.
Or to jump
they're
into
not
a
career
mainstream
esports people.
To jump into like a mainstream sports role. You know, we've had a lot of people, by the way, who failed institutions like the NFL, the NBA, Fox Sports, things like this. They've come into esports because it's a hip, new, cool thing to pad out the CV. They don't want to be here. They look in their wallet and see the fucking deactivated corporate credit card. They're sad as fuck to be here. They're here for 2-3 years. I was associated with this. I built this cool thing, and then they fuck off back to from whence they came. You know, that's the game plan for a lot of these people. And it's what I was talking about earlier. When you don't put a name on this
Richard,
shit.
Especially to your point, when you have teams that are owned by the Golden State Warriors or Harris Blitzer, which owns the Washington Commanders now, as well as the 76ers and the do they own the, I think they own the 76ers. They own the New Jersey Devils. You know, these organizations, if you can get your foot in the door through being an esports executive to them, it opens up opportunities to move into sports and move into their sports divisions. That literally has just happened. I'm not saying Greg Kim is this guy, by the way, because I think Greg Kim is great, but he has been moved to MSG out of CLG. Like, he was not among the people who was let go, as I understand it. And so there are opportunities to maintain your position or to move up within the sports organizations as well. And so a lot of these people they're not the people who are within Riot, obviously, but there are similar people who are in control of these teams.
Yeah, and look also as well, I mean, like, there's examples like this all the time where you see people who are running these orgs, and what they do is they're not...
1 second, guys. I'm gonna get my pre-workout on. Woo!
You know, Phil said, like, they're not thinking about a long-term sustainable business. They've got a shiny new toy. What can I get out of this? Like, what can I use this for today? You know, and it's like, I look at someone like Lee Trink, you know, over at FaZe, like I just call him the walking midlife crisis. Used to be a music executive, you know, probably was burnt out to fuck with that. Comes into esports, and then what? Suddenly he rewrites history to say he was a founder of FaZe, which he absolutely was not. Gets them involved in a bunch of bad deals. There was like this fucked up thing with some like Norwegian. They were going to be the next Twitter, but then all the numbers were fugazi, kind of like what's going on in Succession right now with fucking Gojo or whatever. It was called Hubrick. You can look it up. There were a number of lawsuits that are publicly available. Then it's like, it's very hard for me not to believe that a guy who's come from a background in music does this unbelievable sweetheart deal for Snoop Dogg. By the way, behind the scenes, they're telling journalists that Snoop Dogg, apropos of nothing, wore that FaZe medallion at the fucking Super Bowl. Apparently, it was just in his chain rotation, and he just put like, fucking give me a break.
I do love the phrase chain rotation.
Yeah, he was just like, oh, it's the FaZe one today, homies, right? And then it's like, it's hard for me not to fucking believe that like Lee Trink basically just wanted to get into a meeting with fucking Snoop Dogg and fuck the company. He's not even there anymore. He's not on the board. All of Snoop Dogg's, like 2 of Snoop Dogg's kids, I think his wife, got a bunch of like shares. I mean, they're all worthless now, like lol, but you know, they're still walking away with a bunch of money or some money for not doing a whole lot of much. Like, people are just fucking like, they just don't give a fuck about esports. Like that is a fundamental problem at the heart of it. I know I'm probably repeating it because I'm talking about the ecosystem shit again, essentially. But people don't actually care about the esports. They care about where esports can take them to, where esports can elevate them to, what kind of doors it's going to open in future, because it's just a hip new thing.
Are they describing Philip Aram right now? Is that what they're doing? Thank you very much, Timons on Twitch.
But it's like, you know, it's not a coincidence that half of these motherfuckers that are like, esports is broken, they walk away. Where did they go to? Oh, they went to Web3, they went to crypto, they went into NFTs, they went into whatever the cool new hipster bullshit was. And guess what? They'll be out of there in 2-3 years as well. So it's fucked up, man. We got to do better with like the people we employ.
That worries me is that eventually everything is going to be controlled by Riot. With the start of Season 3, Riot will control pretty much the entire competitive scene. And a pro's like life could be dramatically changed if, like, depending on whether or not Riot like likes them or not, or just approves of what they do or not. And we've had talks about Riot about this before, and they're like, don't worry about it, like, it won't happen, or like, we'll give you warnings or all that stuff. And sometimes it makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable knowing that, like, my entire professional career as a pro gamer comes down to whether or not Riot in general, how do I say this? Like, I don't fall on Riot's bad side.
Yeah.
Which is probably, that statement alone will probably give me a lot of flack. I probably should have said that, but aside from that, I feel like there's been a lot of statements recently, and I think Toby Wan's Real Talk
consensus that from people we talked to, that there was no belief that removing the mandate was a functional solution under the current.
Duplicate.
That half of these motherfuckers that are like,
to this year, we knew again the teams were going to vote as they do. We knew that Riot was considering it for 2024. It was an active conversation. The conversation was, this is only for 2024. We're not looking at any changes for 2023. And, you know, ahead of that vote. We knew it was coming. We knew the owners would vote. It was actually talked about between us and Riot. Like, okay, owners are going to vote. They're going to say to remove it. Here's what our views are, why we don't think it'll work. Internally at Riot, we had consensus that from people we talked to, that there was no belief that removing the mandate was a functional solution under the current state of affairs, because there are no incentives for third parties to participate. We knew a lot of teams would pull out immediately. So we were looking at, well, how do we keep building a bridge towards a world where you don't.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of YouTube. I'm currently streaming on Twitch. We just finished up the second or the third day of the LPL, where we had a fantastic debut of Gala. There's been an update in the LCS debacle, and I thought that I'd update you. If you don't follow along on Twitter, follow along on Reddit. I'm going to help the viewers of my channel. There's been an update from Naz, which is, I believe she is some head of esports role, very high up role in terms of the esports scene. She was on stage giving the trophies for Messiah and so forth, very high up. A statement by a named person, which is, you know, a plus, you know, a statement from a named person. There's a responsibility behind it. An update on the 2023 LCS summer season. There's been a lot of discussion over the past few days about the North American Challenger League and the LCS player walkouts. I know many of you have questions about where I stand, so I'd like to share some thoughts as well as scheduling decisions we made with the goal of getting to a positive outcome. First and foremost, we support players, we also support teams, and we believe more than ever in the LCS. The LCS has always been a flagship league for LoL esports, and we care deeply about it. We know that everyone in the ecosystem, from the players to the teams to Riot to everyone behind the scenes making each week possible and so many others, all share the same goals for the LCS. We need an LCS that is thrilling to watch and showcase the highest levels of League of Legends play. We need a league that represents the pinnacle of North American competition, one that serves as an aspirational goal for competitive players who want to build a career playing League of Legends with a clear path to the LCS. We need an esports league that will one day bring the Summoners Cup home to the North America. And we need a sustainable, economically viable, predictable league that supports a thriving ecosystem around it for the players, teams, analysts, coaches, support staff, casters, broadcast crews, and more. There's been a lot of talk about the current state of esports, including esports' long-term future. Over the last few months, we've been more focused than ever on meeting the team's needs for economic sustainability. But we also know that sustainability can come at the expense of having a robust, thriving development pipeline to bring fresh, homegrown new blood into the league. We're excited by what we see in the amateur and collegiate scenes, and we know we need to do more to nurture those communities and bridge the gap between them and the professional scene. We also believe in the Tier 2 development system. We also know that our past efforts with LCS Academy haven't produced consistent results in terms of promotion to LCS. We believe that Tier 2 can be a viable, exciting league in its own right, and that the next great world-class players will start their journey here. Riot has successfully architected a Tier 2 ecosystem in other major regions, Europe, China, and Korea, and we want to do the same for North America. It will take some shifts and trade-offs to get there, so to help the North America scene through this transition, we've decided to give our NACL partner Rallycry an additional $300,000 in order to jumpstart the 2023 NACL season next week. This funding is in addition to the revenue share to the NACL teams we announced last week. So basically, for those who don't know, Rallycry is the partner that is basically managing the tournament that is the NACL, and they would get a stipend of $300,000. And there's been talks about, there is going to be an additional revenue share to the NACL teams that they announced last week. The issue with this, of course, is that this is insanely vague. There's no public information or known information on how much money or revenue is actually generated, and Riot has no incentive to release that information, right? I think Riot is fully in control of their own product, and from their standpoint, that's great. From a competitive and consumer standpoint, that's a bit tougher, right? $300K, I don't think that is enough to change anything. I don't know how this funding would be used in terms of maybe getting casters or making the broadcast a little bit more exciting, what the idea is, but $300K is not something that is going to revamp the whole league. I don't know how this $300K could be used, but that's something that I guess we can pay attention to. Transitioning from the ineffective academy system to the new NACL model will be helped by its funding. It will also be working with the LCS and NCR teams along with the LCSPA to increase upward mobility opportunities for players to the LCS, which is the ultimate goal of a Tier 2 developmental league. To make sure we live up to the quality we promised to fans, we're delaying the LCS season for 2 weeks. This is the big headline here. Riot did, offer their hand and said that there's no ranked restrictions, and they wanted to basically say, we're going to teams are going to have to field any players that they can find in order to keep the league going, which of course turned out to be a bluff, or maybe the backlash, or how the players reacted to the idea of being scabs. There was this level of irony in the idea that academy teams are now needed for the LCS rosters. So definitely, in a world where randoms would play on stage, that would ruin the integrity of the league. And I think that the season could be cancelled altogether. Giving it 2 weeks definitely can maintain the legitimacy of the split. And I think this is a far better decision. But it does make them look a little bit weaker here in regards to, them showing their hand a little bit. Right? All that said, a top priority for us is the fans. While last week we immediately put in place contingency plans to begin the LCS season on Thursday, we ultimately decided that it would not hold true to our values that Riot Esports offers our players and fans showcase for the best competitive League of Legends. I think they kind of used it to put pressure, right? To put pressure on the teams and the players, and to kind of withdraw power from them, and it didn't really work. And nothing but putting the best players in North America on the stage at Riot Games Arena is acceptable. And that's something that they knew before, right? So this was plain and simple like a mistake, and this is them backtracking on that, right? So we informed LCSPA leadership today that we will delay the LCS season for the next 2 weeks. Hopefully, this 2-week window will give us time for a productive dialogue between the LCSPA teams and the league, and then resume LCS competition this summer. The LCS will not be penalizing the teams for not fielding the rosters during this 2-week period to allow everyone space to focus on constructive dialogue. We're doing our best to ensure LCS employees, contractors, and others supporting the LCS are not negatively impacted by the delay. Delaying beyond the 2-week window would make it nearly impossible to run a legitimate competition, and in that case we will be prepared to cancel the entire LCS summer season. So that is Riot basically taking full control over the conversation. If Riot is ready to do this, I don't think the players and the teams are ready to do this. And you guys know that scene with Bane. Let me just pull up that scene with Bane. All right? Let me pull up that scene with Bane, okay? You think you are in charge?
What do we know?
What
is proceeding is
Wayne Enterprises right now? You're hit on the stock exchange. It didn't work, my friend. And now you have my construction crews going around the city at 24 hours a day. How exactly is that supposed to help my company absorb Wayne's?
Leave us.
No, you stay here. I'm in charge.
Do you feel in charge?
This is Riot Games right here, man. Do you feel in charge? That's pretty much it. I want to show you guys this one. Carrying this forward, if the LCS summer season is cancelled, this will also eliminate LCS teams qualifying for 2023 Worlds. I want to be clear. That is not an outcome we'd want, but it's unfortunately the reality of ensuring we run a fair, competitive global system. The LCSPA has made several requests. Here's how we've addressed them. I also want to address the 5 demands from the LCSPA with the response that we also provided the LCSPA today. So in my previous video, people were disappointed that I didn't understand that the Valorant style promotion system and relegation is different from a traditional relegation system. So basically, for those who don't know, the Valorant system basically has partner teams, and they can't be eliminated or be taken out. If you qualify to the league, you're going to be then in the league for 2 years, and then you have to requalify, right? So there's like these rotating slots within the league that get to play in the league, and these are teams that come out of the challenger circuit. Still, my point still stands. Any change in what the system is a dilution of each position. This is, of course, less of a dilution than what a expansion would be, but it's still a dilution. Keep in mind, teams spent money for something, all right? Imagine you spend money for something and you gain investors based off of that something. You create your business plan based off of that something, regardless how bad the business plan is and how much critique you can move in that way. The issue is you cannot make those type of demands onto someone. Because imagine you buy something and then somewhere down the line, someone tells you, imagine you buy a car, and then further down the line they tell you, actually, we want the car seats back. But it's like, what do you mean? I bought the fucking car, right? So obviously diluting something that they purchased is something that they clearly don't want to do, right? And that is, of course, a consequence of franchising, is that it puts more power in the hands of the organizations. That's the whole point. It is supposed to give more power into the hands of the organization and less in the hands of the players. And that it was supposed to bring more stability and structure. To some degree, it did. But funds were mismanaged, which is an entirely different conversation. Funds were mismanaged because the expectation of growth in esports, the projections were very, very far off. And in terms of how the spending matched up to that was a massive mistake. And now teams globally are licking the wounds. It's not only in North America. It's also something that is happening in the LEC, right? Something that is happening in Korea too. It's like a lot of the Korean teams are just burning money, right? LPL. It's like the whole conversation about RNG wanting to sell their slot and whatever, right? This is a team that has been around for a very long time, right? And nevertheless, we continue. Expanding the league in order to implement a Valorant-style visitor slot system would run counter to our existing partnership model with the 10 LCS teams who paid 10 million per slot to compete in the league. Yes. It would dilute LCS teams' equity and put considerable downward pressure on the amount of revenue, our league revenue pool, that we share with the teams. More teams in the pool would dilute the revenues that we share 50% with our teams under the partnership model. Given the challenging macroeconomic climate, expanding the league is not a good idea at this time. It really isn't. Keep in mind, it's like the LCS teams, from which position did they want to commit to this decision, where they don't want to be forced to field an NACL team? It comes from a position of wanting to save money and looking where their money is well spent and where it's not. The NACL team was not a beneficial cost for most of the teams. And I think what I want to make clear is, while people are fighting for the LCS teams to stay involved, it wasn't something that was actively working. It wasn't something that was actively working. It wasn't something that was actively beneficial. It was just money burnt down the toilet. The teams in the LCS, the majority of them couldn't find a way to make the NACL be worth something. And in a lot of cases, they're even struggling to make the LCS worth something. Additionally, what I want to add, I think the main mistake that occurred here from LCS's side and from the team side is the fact that they didn't have the foresight to look at this from a couple of years back. That is where the mistake lies. Because this could have been planned, and this could have been an honest and open conversation about the situation of the NACL. That is the only mistake, and that is the only like bargaining point and the community pressure that is involved here. A lot of people are up in arms because people like the idea of North America, but who watches the NACL? Not a lot of people give a damn about the NACL. In a lot of cases, teams use the NACL to park potential players that they would put into their main team. It was just a parking spot that teams were holding that was shaded by a money tree. Riot guarantees LCS minimum contracts for the following year for 5 players who win the LPL Summer Finals. I think this demand in the first place was just stupid. I don't think this makes sense at all. Like, you win the league and you should be guaranteed the salary. I think this is such a pointless thing to spend money on. Really pointless thing to spend money on. Like, if you win the finals and you can't find yourself a team, or you don't feel incentivized to find a team, I think it's silly. I don't even know why this was a demand in the first place. Guaranteed LCS contracts for winners aren't a necessary component of a healthy developmental league. For sure it's not. LCS teams are in the best position to decide who should get a shot. We will continue to discuss initiatives to connect LCS to NACL players like we have in place with scouting grounds. Players should rise to the LCS based on merit, potential and team fit rather than artificially forced mechanisms. Yes. And our focus would be on finding ways to increase the flexibility and mobility of that movement rather than forcing it. Yes. So this altogether, like, the more often I read this, the more and more the LCS Player Association looks kind of amateurish, right? Institute a 3 to 5 continuity rule to provide players on released NACL rosters first priority in maintaining their slots in the upcoming NACL season if a majority continue to compete together. Teams provide greater continuity and structure, and therefore we will continue with our policy of slot ownership residing with organizations rather than players. This just follows the line of logic from before, right? It's like the reason they moved to the franchise model was because they believed that power in the hands of organizations will provide greater continuity and structure. Because keep in mind, right, you know, in the next point, right, let's just talk about it. Riot commit to a revenue pool for player salaries $300,000 per NACL team per year, and this is a lot of fucking money. A lot of money. This ask is for multiple millions in subsidies for the NACL. That simply isn't sustainable. And to be brutally honest, it shouldn't be necessary. We have other tier 2 leagues around the world which thrive on their own, and we believe the NACL can get to that place too. What we will do is help the North American scene through this transition. So as I mentioned above, we will be investing in a bridge period by providing a special one-time payment of $300,000 to the NACL's tournament operator Rally Cry to support the NACL teams during the transition to the new structure. So basically, like, in the context of this money, right, there's a lot of hidden costs that there's a lot of hidden costs. Like, if you're going to be, first and foremost, like, the fact that any of this is tied to California is craziness, right? It's like the NACL should be strictly online, and that would alleviate a lot of the pressures. Additionally, it's like, keep in mind, like, if you have a salaried employee, right, there's a lot of other things that need to be involved there too. It needs to be, it's like accounting, and there needs to be, you know, sometimes in a lot of cases, health insurance. You know, there's a lot of things in place that aren't just, oh, 300,000, that means 5 times 6, okay, so we have 60,000 for each player, and then all the costs are done. No, there's a lot of additional costs behind that. Right? Allow LCS orgs to partner with affiliates for cost sharing. Now, this is where I believe the LCS partner association, like player association, really like embarrass themselves if this is true. Like, this is very embarrassing. We've seen examples of partnerships between pro teams and tier 2 teams across the globe result in greater upward mobility of pros and more sustainable tier 2 ecosystems. That's why when I read the demands, I was surprised that this is not even in place in the first place, right? I was like, okay, this is a reasonable. I think this should be a demand. I think this is something that should be in place. And if not, I want to understand why. Why is this not in place? Right? Because there's been cases where there's been teams in Ultraliga 2 or Prime League 2 where they were not allowed to stream their games for some reason, when in reality they could have boomed the whole league into the stratosphere in terms of numbers, right? So we've seen examples, right? That is why we already, and we will continue to, allow affiliate relationships to exist between teams in the LCS and NSCL. For example, Gordon Guardians and Area of Effect. So it turns out that teams are actually already doing this. Teams were actually doing this. So I checked it up, right? Yeah, I pulled up Leaguepedia. And I was AoE. We just pull up AoE, right? Age of Empires, Leaguepedia. AoE esports. So I pulled these guys up, right? Let me just find the appropriate page. So AoE Gold is a North American amateur team. It was formed by a partnership between AoE Esports and Golden Guardians. Oh. So it's actually a thing. So in my mind, after reading this, right, I think the LCS, like, the answer here, I think is powerful. I think it's good. The fact that they are this is such a win. This is done. The LCS Player Association has no bargaining power. No bargaining power at all. The LCS Player Association is done. And to see now the demands really being like annihilated like this, right? And to even go so far that one of the demands is already in place, it's deeply embarrassing. And the fact that Riot is willing to go all the way and say we are going to cancel the LCS, there is no negotiation anymore. They've won. They've won. And people can be angry about it, upset about it, virtue signal about it, but in the end, it's like, you know, the main mistake in terms of how this was managed was just the timing and the lack of clarity around it, right? If they told us 1.5 years ago, this is going to happen in 1.5 years, this is a cost that is not really functioning, not really working, then it would make sense, right? Then you can easily smooth the transition into something. It's like, in terms of all of this money spent, I mentioned it already yesterday. What I would want to see for the NECL is, it's like, I would want, so for example, we have this guy's toes coming in. It's like, I would try to convince, try to get Tyler One involved, try to get OTK involved, Moist Esports involved, Ludwig, any of these personalities. Just let them breathe live into it and let them, like, try to help them in any way possible. In any way possible to convince them to be involved. Nutsack Esports. We can get Nutsack Esports, Moist Esports, just create incentives to get the people that can actually create monetary value out of pure personality and content. These are the most powerful forces right now online. If you look at what's happening in the ERLs, right? In the ERLs, you have the French league. OTP is completely smurfing it. OTP is a fantastic organization that is running the league well. And additionally, they have these big catalysts like Carmine Corp and their fan base that is stimulating both sides of it. You have people from Solari, and you have all of these content creators really deeply involved in the product, right? And the same thing, right? The same thing on the end on the LVP. You have Koi and Team Heretics. You have these content creators that are deeply involved in what's going on, and it's sustaining itself on its own. right? And then you look at the flip side. You look at some of the ERLs that are not doing so well. Look at the NALC. They don't have any content creator behind it. They're struggling. Their teams are selling their slots. The slots are not worth much, right? The NLC is dead. That is on the flip side. You think in a world where Ultraliga, for example, if you wanted Ultraliga to pop off, I would walk up to Xayo. I would say, yo, I want you guys to actually, I want you guys to build out the team. And I want you guys to co-stream the broadcast. And I want you guys to build out the team. Let's form a partnership. Really, let's form a partnership for the health of the league. That would push the numbers amazingly well. It would pop off, man. And they are creating value internally. I say all of this because the LCS organizations being forced to have teams, they didn't create value. They're struggling to create value even in the LCS. Even in the LCS, they struggle to create value. So you need the bigger players involved. And the big players right now are the content creators. I swear to God, if right now the NECL was Team LS, Team I Will Dominate, Team fucking OTK, Team Moist Esports, Team Disguise Toast. Of course, I'm really exaggerating the people that are involved, right? I'm really exaggerating, but this would be one of the most watched leagues forever. If the NECL actually took the initiative to actually, get the right people involved that can actually create value, because that is what the content creators do. They create value with very limited investment. Very limited investment. And that is the future of esports in my mind. So, to round this off, right? It's like, I think the LCS player association is done. It's done. It's like, there was this tweet, right, from Dom, right? Dom made this tweet, and of course Reddit completely miscategorized him, right? It's like, miscategorized him. It's like, don't get me wrong, the results of the action might end up being positive for players, but you can't sell me on the fact that the LCSPA cares this much about the Academy. They're simply using these actions of Riot as an opportunity to create this list of asks. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that a lot of the things that have come out definitely have showed that, things are kind of disingenuous, Just remember that the director of the LCSPA didn't even know how many teams were in the NECL. There was a clip where basically he didn't even know how many teams are in the NECL. So how can you make demands for how much money should be subsidized when you don't even know how many teams are in the NECL? It's kind of a bad look, Even after this whole talk of walkout started, I refuse to believe that the actions of the LCSPA are genuine. Well, So it's like, people's like, how does the Riot boot taste? It's like, it's crazy how people are so quick to jump to a side, right? Like, there's been so much virtue signaling going on. And I think as this whole thing will play out, I think that everything will be a lot more evident, Like, saying this to Dom is so tone deaf, by the way. So tone deaf. And I think I wanted to read through Veteran's tweet thread because I think that he had a very good point and share that with you. I'm glad the LCSPA put out a statement like this because it pigeonholes them. Right now, my biggest concern is the overwhelming majority vote. Why it was surprising is that it doesn't strike me as the overwhelming majority would actually want the NECL to remain, which is kind of fair, right? A large amount of the players in the NECLs are there specifically because of the NECL, and the talent development as a whole have been a failure. We've had arguments on how players feel threatened by second teams in their org throughout the history of EUNA. Why would it change now? To me, I think NECL was a catalyst for the majority of NA players to try to secure job security for themselves. My biggest concern for the last 24 hours has been that the LCSPA agrees to Riot protections without the NECL mandate. Riot would outplay them if so, and here's why. If you use NECL demands to negotiate better protections for yourself as an LCS player and then leave NECLs in the mud but get what you wanted, Riot would destroy the LCSPA in a very real PR sense. PR-wise, the above tweet solidifies the LCS must follow through with the NACL demands. Before this tweet, I was pretty much convinced that Riot would meet tomorrow and give the LCS players protection so their own contracts can't meet the fate of NACLs, or be downgraded from the employment to freelance, and LCS would proceed. Now I'm slightly less worried. Slightly. If I'm right on this reading, and I really hope I'm wrong, then the statement above would call on any amateur players to actually act against their own best interests. LCS PA cannot back off without NACL being remandated for NA players to develop in, or is doomed. The way this is cooking and saucing up, this is not aging well. This is not aging well. You're completely subverting the fact that Riot lied to the players about not touching their contracts until 2024. In what way touching their contracts until 2024? How do you mean? So I've made it clear that Riot's biggest mistake was rushing this and the lack of openness around the NACL. What are you referencing to? Can you say what you're referencing to, May 51 Flow, so I understand what you mean? I'm genuinely curious. Like, I'm not asking to roast you. Yes, I agree. He said that I subverted if they subverted the fact, okay, I agree. I said that the biggest mistake of the teams and the LCS was the fact that they didn't do this in an open way, and this wasn't like pre-planned ahead of time. I'm very sad that people lost their job, right? But the fact is, like, it's all about optics, right? And how these people got to plan, right? Plan their life. Let's say a world, right, where it's like this is the timeline, right? This is the timeline. This is 2020. This is 21, 22, and now we're in 23, right? Okay? It's like if we were told by LCS here, in this point in time, that we're going to move away from the mandated league and we're going to create a situation where this is where it's going to end, and we're preparing for this scenario, that would be fine. No one will give a shit. No one will give a shit. That would be completely fucking fair. Because the reasoning as to why they want to do it are perfectly fine and valid. Right? But the fact that it happened like a fucking rug pull, it's the problem. But the reasons why any teams don't want to have the mandate, I think are completely viable. Completely viable. I don't think teams should be forced to have a NACL team. And I don't think they should tank the cost of the NACL just to wait for the solution. I don't think that the LCS should have a mandate for the NACL. You should only be involved in ventures that you believe are fruitful for your business. They are not a union. May 51 Flow. They're not a union. The reason the idea of virtue signaling comes up is that all of a sudden people care about the NACL, right? And there is the level of question, right? It's like, if LCS teams are spending money in a inefficient manner, the argument is not, well, you spent millions in the past, so why can't you just keep spending now because you fucked up in the past? No, that's like, it's like, what are we talking about right now, right? It's like, oh, you want to spend 3 million on Chovy? What does that have to do right now in terms of cutting costs? right? No one watches the NECL, no one cares about the NECL. And that's a problem in itself. That's a problem in itself. But in a world where, let's say, the LCS teams need to spend $500,000, okay? $500,000, okay? 500K. Like, imagine this money pushes them to bankruptcy. And then all of a sudden, you know, these 70 jobs that we're talking about, maybe there's not even an org. There's been mistakes in terms of how money has been managed. 100%. There's been mistakes in terms of the projections. Like, people thought that the growth would be infinite, that the broadcasting rights would be sellable. People wanted to win championships quick because they'll be cheaper later. It's like, oh, if we win now, we'll be able to get players cheaper later, whatever, you know. There's like a lot of miscalculations in terms of what esports was. And that fucking hurts. That stings. But what does it have to do right now in terms of assessing if teams should be forced to have NECL teams or not? Once again, 10 teams voted. 10 teams voted to remove it. Even the teams that are still involved. They understand the financial landscape, right? I know people like to shit on NA, right? For their mistakes, but 10 teams voted to take it out. So once again, the timing and the way it was done is poor, right? It's sad that fucking people lose their livelihood overnight. That's fucking sucks. I don't wish that on anyone, right? I don't wish that shit on anyone. That's fucking sucks. It should have been planned appropriately, and I still think that the mandate shouldn't be in place. I still think the investment needs to be in making the NECL its complete own thing. The same way the ERLs are thriving. In a world where imagine now. So imagine the NECL. So it turns out this guy's toast, right? So he's in. I would try to fucking get everybody involved, bro. I would fucking throw money at these guys, man. Moist. Fucking try to do anything you can to get these people involved, man. Really, like, this is the future. This is the future, man. This is the future. This is the future. This is how you create value. This is the only way. Mr. Beast is a bit too much, man. We're not gonna, like, Mr. Beast is bigger than League, guys. And then ideally, you know, imagine the NECL competes against CBLOL. And competes against LLA. And then we have our own fucking America Masters. Give it a cooler name. America Masters. Okay. But this shit takes time, but you need to have the right partners. Obviously, CBLOL is completely popping off right now. This league is getting bigger than the LCS, right? But it's just an idea, right? But the point being is, forcing LCS teams to stay involved is not the solution. I don't care about what the PA wants. And once again, it's like people are talking about job security. What does that even mean? What does it mean? Job security. Job security. In a competitive field, job security, you should, if you sign, for sure, if someone signs a contract, right? Then that should be withheld. For sure. For sure. If someone signs a contract, it says in the contract you should be paid, and you should be fucking paid. I'm telling you, the fact that these academy players are out of a job fucking sucks. It's terrible. I've repeated this a million times because this is the only argument people throw back, and that's the only thing. That's the only thing that puts the LCS and the teams in a bad position. The management of the time frame. That's the only thing that puts them in a bad position. But the fact that it happens, it needed to happen. But if you sign a contract expecting 2 years getting paid, yeah, you should be secure for those 2 years. But everything else, bro, if your contract states something different, you don't get a job, you don't get a job. That's the fucking point. That's the point, dude. Job security. You think I had job security at any point in my life? It's a competitive field. In the LEC, how many head coaches are there? There's 10 head coaches. There's 10 slots. It's a competitive field. There's 50 LEC spots. 50 players play in the LEC. 50. 50. In America, 50 players play in the LCS. What job security, man? And obviously, in a competitive environment, you have to assume that teams are going to sign the players that are going to win. The best players, the marketable players. You have to assume that they're going to do that. They have every incentive to do that. That's the problem for esports, Branchen. Way too competitive? What do you mean way too competitive? Of course it has to be competitive. You think there's job security in any traditional sports? You sign a contract and that's your safety. The contract is the safety. Your contract is your safety. Yeah, you get injured, you get fucked. So, once again, I repeat. The biggest mistake of this whole situation for the LCS and everything was just the timing and how it was managed. That is the only bargaining power, is because the community is up in arms about it. But in terms of other bargaining power, it's non-existent, it's not there. And the fact that the Riot slammed their balls on the table and said, yo, if we can't find a solution after 2 weeks, we're gonna cancel the whole league. It's done. Why do people feel entitled to eat and live? Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Anyone who puts in time to try to become a pro in League risks so much. The whole point is risk. It's big risk. It's a big fucking risk. Most players that you never heard about that want to become pro didn't achieve shit. You know exactly what I'm saying? What are you saying? What are you saying? They want to get a basic income. They want to get a basic income for being not good enough. No. That doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. You want to get a basic income for not being good enough. No. I don't think that's... Go get a job. Imagine thinking people deserve to get paid for doing jack shit. No way, man. No way. I don't believe in that shit. Go work somewhere else. Bro. There's a... LCS isn't good enough either. For what? What do you mean? For what? LCS isn't good enough. What does that even mean? The people that are in the LCS, that's what they need to be good enough for. Oh, now you're moving the goalposts. Honestly, Jesus. Oh, it's okay, guys. We move on, yeah? I can't believe what I'm reading. Jesus Christ. What a goblin. What a damn goblin, guys. Like, that's crazy. That is crazy, guys. He has to be trolling. 100% trolling. Of course, I support everyone's right to have food and to have, basic conditions to live. Of course, man. But once again, I repeat, the main issue was the rug pull. The rug pull was terrible. 100% terrible rug pull. People fucking losing the job overnight. That's fucked up. Not having that level of security is completely fucked. That is fucked up. Really. That is messed up. Really messed up. Everything else, the LCSPA kind of fucking embarrassed themselves. The only bargaining chip was that the community was really fucking pissed off about the fact that people got rug pulled. That was the only bargaining chip. Everything else, the NACL, the mandate being removed, I support that. I don't support the way they did it, but I support the fact that it happened. What could have the PA have done better? Well, I don't understand what is the right of the player association. I don't understand what their rights are. Do they have a seat at the table? Do they have any power? Or is it all just noise? Yeah, but the thing is, Wunder, right? Like in that context, right? If I can choose, if I have employees and they are relying on a salary and they base their life off of that salary, off of a contract, it's like to bankrupt that part of your project by choice. That is where, the fucked up element of it is, Yo, Buxama, thank you very much. And also Gillius, thank you very much before. Appreciate it. Yeah, of course it falls on the orgs. Yeah, for sure it falls on the orgs. 100%. Yeah, the orgs fucked over a lot of homies. They should be protecting these people. They should have protected these people. 100%. It should have protected these people. Well, they should have honored their contracts. They should have honored their contracts, that's my point. And it's also one of those things, right? It's like I've been rug pulled because there was clauses in my contract that I wasn't aware of. And that sucks. But that's also on me. But some things are very hard to predict. So I've been rug pulled and screwed because I just did the stupid thing of not thinking about what could potentially happen. And that's completely on me. The most famous example, right, is Reckless. This guy got giga screwed, but that's also what he signed, right? That's what he agreed to. Because he couldn't imagine a world where he wouldn't play. And he got sister-fisted. And that sucks. But keep in mind, everybody is going to act in their own best interest. And we're only lucky when those interests align. Yeah, that's the weird thing, right? It's like, if one of the demands was, it's like, that should be like the main focus. The fact that the homies that lost their jobs, protecting those homies should be the priority. If that was the main conversation, I would support that. But I think the mandate doesn't make sense. Tonight, one thing is back in clear focus. Players are the LCS. Without players, there's no league and there's no esport. Well, the thing is, you can replace anything here, man. It's like, well, without internet providers, we can't... There's no league. It's like, yeah, the internet providers are esports. It's like, you can say this about any fucking part. The monitor manufacturers are everything. Without monitors, we can't play. Without keyboards, there's no LCS. It's like, you can say this about fucking anything. Because it goes the other way too. It's like, without the league, there's no fucking job, there's no fucking, you can say it about anything. So it's just like, well, this is from day one, exclusion from the decision-making process drove the LCS play. This is just like, I don't know. I don't like dumb PR. We met with Riot Games today to ask for daily meetings. Okay, so this is important. Or more if needed to reach a resolution. Starting tomorrow, we plan to begin discussions that result in a meaningful collaborative action to get our players back where they want to be, competing for fans on the LCS stage. I don't know. Yeah, the fact that the teams are not involved in this, it's like the teams are just chilling, by the way. The teams are full chilling. It's kind of funny to me, man. I think it's kind of hilarious. I think the organizations that fucked over players in essence that they are not paying through their contracts and they rug pulled the players, I think that's terrible. That's really fucked up. Like, I think that's where... Like, I think that's bad. But the mandate being gone, I think that's fair. Because the NACL was one of the biggest wastes of money of all time. And the LCS is already struggling to create monetary value out of the teams. How do you expect them to create monetary value in a fucking Challenger League, where it's way harder? FlyQuest, for example, right? They're making money moves, right? It's like FlyQuest, they hired LS, right? LS FlyQuest, and that's a good move. That's a good move, man. That's fucking money well spent, man. Because LS has eyeballs on him. You have to spend money on eyeballs. You have the link tree, right? You pull up their YouTube. Alright, the fucking YouTube doesn't... Great. Shit. The FlyQuest YouTube channel. It's just popping off. The fucking LS is doing his rundowns here, you know? But if it wasn't, it's like, here we have The Last Dance. FlyQuest LCS Mad Movie. 800 views, son. 800 views. No one gives a fuck. LS Patch Rundown. 18,000. 1116,000. Big gap. This is where you need to fucking spend your money. Ayla has arrived. That's fucking cursed, by the way. That's really cursed. So you get my point, right? It's like, if you want to make an NACL thrive, you need to get the parties that can bring the eyeballs involved. That's just the name of the game. Obviously, like, another way to generate interest in your academy leagues is that your main league is fucking popping off. Right? That's one way. And that is what they tried to create in the LCS. So LCS it tried to do the LCK model, right? And the LDL model. But the truth is, these teams, like these regions, like LCK, CL, right? They're pumping out players that are fucking exciting. And these come from an environment where the best of the best play. LCS need the LEC model. They have parallels. Of course, there are players that have come out of the RLs that play in the LEC. Of course, there's even players in the NACL that are playing in the LCS right now. But in terms of generating interest, bruv, you need your Camitos. You need your Ibais. You need your Team Heretics. You need your Hand of Blood. You need the Zios. How do you get these guys? Give them a fucking business proposition that is interesting enough to convince them to do it. Super important. Give them incentives to do so. Give them incentives to do so. That's how you save the NACL. That's my take. I don't think the LCS teams know how to fucking monetize. Barely they know how to monetize their main team. You expect them to be able to monetize their challenger team. It's fucking hard, by the way. It's tough. Why is he talking about salt? Bro, you've made that joke so many times. Fucking natrium chloride. So, guys, I think this will lead to nothing. I think the players are gonna cave. I think the teams are gonna cave. This is done. This is done. They've put themselves in a horrible position. This is done. They lost. Riot won. Either Riot wins or the consequences are way too grim. The consequences, it's like if the LCS is not played, it's done. It's done. What do you mean by done? Like, there's nothing to do. Maybe really bad take, but I think best case for NA is that LCS stops and third-party tournaments return. But the thing is, I don't know, Riot wouldn't allow that, man. The whole league system killed it all, man. Bro, back then, even season 1 and 2, it's like Riot didn't even allow a lot of other tournaments to operate at tournaments they would operate on. Yeah, I'm not so sure. I don't know how much Riot cares about, like, publicity, honestly. Because they're so isolated into LCS. It's like, the Korean scene doesn't give a shit about this. The European scene is just following this for the memes. And the Chinese scene doesn't give a shit about this either. So, I don't know how much negative PR this actually is. Honestly, their league is operating at a negative, yeah. But I think that's true for... My understanding is this is true for like teams in Korea and Europe and in China too. Well, yeah, I have to say though, this reply here, I think was a slam dunk. I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna think differently in the future, but currently, like, I think LCSPL is looking really bad. I don't see what kind of power they have. But I'm telling you, esports, don't give a shit about esports. Right now, the future is the content creators. The content creators dominate. Content creators are winning. They are the winners. They are the ones with all the power. It's all about eyeballs, guys. Eyeball control. No, when someone told me, by the way, when they told me that NNO couldn't stream, they couldn't stream their games, bruv, that is crazy. How stupid can you be that you don't let that happen? That's like the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Or like that Zio's team couldn't stream their games. That's so fucking stupid, man. Oh, man. I can't believe it. I actually cannot believe it, guys. I cannot believe it. 300% increase in viewership denied? Bro, it's like 3000%. If I'm Ultra Liga, you know? If I'm Ultra Liga, okay? You know what I'm doing, okay? Well, if I'm Ultra Liga, I can't co-stream this. If I'm Ultra Liga, I say, oh my god. Xayo, all the homies in the Polish community, please. Please. Please, 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 please. Please. Please come in to Prime League. Co-stream the games. What can we do to convince you? Please. What can we do to convince you? You want money? How much money you want? You want money? What did they gain from the increased viewership? I think you're forgetting what this is all about. What it is all about. The only revenue source in esports is sponsorships and advertisements. The only revenue source. It's the only revenue source. And the thing is, it branches out. It's like, you think all of the K-Corp fans that are tuning in to watch the LFL, to watch K-Corp play, you don't think that bleeds out into the rest of the games? It bleeds out to the rest of the games. And you have an opportunity to convince people to watch your product. You convince them to watch your product. Esports viewers are not worth a lot of money, guys. They're not. Yeah, despite leading the LCK in sponsorship revenue the last 3 years, our league team has never turned a profit. We have continued to invest into esports team, but macro conditions continue to worsen. A new business model is needed. Well, keep in mind, Gen.G invests a lot of money into talent, right? They invest a lot of money into talent, when I mean like outside of the main roster, and they have pretty expensive players, I can imagine. We were talking about Chovy before, right? But then again, this is a Gen.G that has gone to the World Championship. This is a Gen.G that had Ruler on contract for a very long time, right? So it's like, it's a give and take. So I don't know how to accurately analyze this or assess this, because we don't have the necessary information in order to make a accurate assessment of this. Is it something you can sell to esports viewer besides merch and ad spots? I think that esports viewers have been conditioned to not spend any money, sadly. Yeah, that's really troll, Mr. Patik. Really troll. It's like, in the UFC, they have events. They have conditioned their fans to pay pay-per-view or find the pirated stream. Where there's not even a subscription. People are not even paying a subscription. Imagine you would pay $8. Let's say you would pay $8 a month, okay? To get access to LCK, LPL, LCS, and LEC. Like a Netflix subscription. Alright. People would be able to spend that, man. How would it work for co-streamers then? You'd figure out a way. You see people say, fuck no, right? I can assure you nobody gonna pay. I don't know. That's the whole thing, right? It's like esports fans have been conditioned to get everything for free. And that's the problem. So the only thing that teams can make money off of is your attention. So it's ads, it's Kit Kats, and a bunch of other shit. Yeah, I don't know. I think also it's like Riot, in terms of the money that they're generating from League, all of that money they're just spending to murder their competition. And they don't want to invest more in places where they have less competition. Right now, you know who they have in their sight? Fucking, they want a headshot CSGO, dude. That is, they want to murder CSGO. That's what they want to take over. They want to take over the fighting scene. The MOBA scene is already won. It's done. Dota homies, okay, God bless you. You know, you like your game. But Valorant child game, that's exactly what people said about League of Legends. MOBA won. Valorant is dead in EU, bro? Nah, you're completely lost, bro. Yeah, obviously, Valve will fight back. Yeah? Valve is a way better developer than Riot will ever be at video games. I can tell you, mate. Sometimes, you know, there's been cases in CSGO when they've been playing 6 months on the same patch and everyone complained about the same fucking guns being broken. Everyone's just CZing, one-tapping my fucking AK-47. And then the patch note comes up, it's like one fucking change. They changed the AUG, the CZ, and we had to wait fucking 6 months for that shit. Bruv. Valve is great. Don't get me wrong, Valve is great. But they have their issues too, yeah? They definitely have their issues too. I think Jodo Beast, what you're saying is completely anecdotal. I think Valorant's edge is actually the fact that there is power in abilities, so the people that suck at aiming actually have like an easier entry point. Oh yeah, let's be honest. Most companies, when they reach the size of Valve or Blizzard or Riot Games, bruv, it's like they are in a different dimension. They're in a different dimension. Yeah, Valve is completely popping off, right? They're making bank. Like Steam. Steam has been a thing for as long as I remember. For sure. But bruv, don't get me started on Blizzard, mate. Don't get me started on Blizzard. It's like I don't even know why I'm even getting fucking excited. I don't even know why I'm getting excited for Diablo 4. Bro, I was excited for Warcraft 3 Reforged. I was kind of excited for Overwatch 2. Like, they have so much credit in my brain, you know? Because my whole childhood was Blizzard. I played Diablo 1, Diablo 2. I played Diablo 2 so much. I played Warcraft 3 so much. Diablo 3, what a shit game. Bruv. They killed Deckard Cain like that. Act 1 was interesting, but then you reach Act 2 and it's such garbage. It's such garbage. I didn't think they could make a worse act than Ludgolain. Like, fucking these desert acts. I hate them. Mate. How do you say it even? I've never said the name of Act 2 out loud. Is it Ludgolain? I don't even know. It's just one of those things I never said out loud, so maybe I'm saying it wrong. Diablo 3, what a shit game. World of Warcraft 2, like what the fuck happened to World of Warcraft, man? Imagine you built a world for fucking 10 years, and then a dragon just burns it all. It's like, what the fuck? Fucking Mists of Pandaria, mate. Bro, Heroes of the Storm. I have to say, though, it's like Blizzard. It's like Heroes of the Storm is a fucking fun game, dude. This fucking severely mismanaged. Bro, the way Blizzard does esports, Jesus Christ, you can't have it worse. I remember like a friend of mine, he played Mists of Pandaria. He was the best feral druid on the server. His name was WoW Druid. He qualified to BlizzCon. But BlizzCon was not played on the patch that he qualified on. And the next patch, they nerfed feral druid to hell. So there was no point in playing feral druid anymore. And that's, like, he didn't even go to the tournament. Because what's the fucking point? Ziomas, thank you very much for the tier 1. IGN gave Diablo 4 a 9 out of 10. IGN? Holy, I trust IGN. That is the best reviewing platform ever. But hey, mate. I'm gonna be playing Diablo 4. That's for sure. I'm gonna hit the gym now because my pre-workout is popping off, man. Bro, when I drink pre-workout, I get one guide so fucking hard. I don't know why, dude. My vein in my head starts popping off. I get giga one guide when I drink pre-workout. It's too funny, dude. That guy before was saying, yeah, human rights and all. Crazy that this human rights. Oh shit. Okay. This was a good time. This was a good time, guys. This was a good time. Bro, Riot MMO better be good. Riot MMO better be good because I'm planning to retire and play the Riot MMO. But I feel like every day I'm watching some video on the Asmongold channel, right? I'm watching Asmongold, and every day there's some trailer for some new ass MMO. Every day there's a new trailer, whatever the fuck. Like some new ass fucking trailer. Throne and Liberty is a disaster. This game turns out to be fucking utter trash. Ashes of Creation every time. This fucking guy who drinks Coca-Cola and whatever the fuck. Bro, I downloaded. Did you guys see this Golem game? This Golem game is so fucking disturbingly bad, it's crazy. Blue Protocol. Looks interesting, but another pay-to-win game. Ashes of Creation. Bro, I think every time a developer, alright? Every time a developer...
Hey, what up, boys? So...
Every time a developer releases updates on the daily, I'm fucking scared. They are not fucking ever... They are not gonna make a good game. Because they're gonna release shit, set expectations that they can't fucking fulfill, and everyone's gonna get hyped up, and build this image of what the game is going to be, and then it's gonna be a mess.
Let me preface this video today.
Areas in different zones, and you may
These
see
guys
this
all the
silhouette-
time, they are putting out shit, man. Is Diablo 4 pay to win? No, it's not. It's pay to fucking play. You have to pay $100 to play 4 days early. And if you are in the top 1,000, then they inscribe your name on a Lilith trophy statue. EA Sports is in the game. Money well spent. Yes, indeed. What a genius way, by the way. What a genius way of squeezing extra cash. So it's like all these game developers, they know how to milk the shit out of people, but in esports we don't know how to do it. It's like I personally spent 20 more bucks to play the game 4 days earlier that they artificially created. They just created this gap out of nowhere. It's like they could have let everyone play. They could have let everyone play. They just artificially created this. Hey. Imagine esports does this. It's like if you don't pay for the subscription, all right? If you don't pay for the subscription to watch LoL Esports, you get to see the game 2 minutes later. Imagine that. Jej, Arkwell, dziękuję bardzo za raida, ale ja zaraz leszem. Zaraz idę. Dziękuję bardzo, Arkwell, kolega. Ja zaraz leszę, ja nie będę streamować więcej. Siema, ja z raida od cypka. Co to jest cyp? What is that? Don't tell me it's a bad word. Please don't tell me it's a bad word. Co znaczy, koledzy? I'm not gonna Google it. I'm too scared. Okay. I will not Google it. Ale dziękuję, Arkwell. Damy raida na Kubona? I will send you to Kubon, guys. I'll send you guys to Kubon. I have to go gym, but I start streaming in 2 hours again, yeah? 2.5 hours. Did you get digital deluxe or standard edition? Oh shit, I wrote the wrong Kubon. Okay, I send you to Kubon. Okay, przyjaciele, dziękuję bardzo, ja? Idziemy.